Hello everyone, I am the narrator and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The first time I saw him, I nearly dropped my protein shake there. I stood in the gym's harsh fluorescent lighting, my reflection mirroring me perfectly in the wall-to-wall mirrors except when it didn't. For just a fraction of a second as I raised the bottle to my lips, my reflection continued its curl repetitions, biceps flexing while my own arm remained motionless. By the time I blinked, everything had synchronized again. My heart skipped several beats, leaving me elated. I convinced myself it was just the pre-workout supplement, kicking in, sleep deprivation, stress, anything but what my eyes had registered. I never used to be the paranoid type. My life was predictable tediously, so I worked in financial analysis, maintained a small circle of friends, and had a tidy apartment in a forgettable apartment complex. My routines were sacred. Monday through Friday at the office. Evenings at the gym, weekends for errands and occasional social obligations. Nothing that would attract attention from anyone, let alone something otherworldly. But that was before I began to fragment, before I started losing pieces of myself to something wearing my face. The gym incident was just the beginning. 3 days later, I spotted a man who looked exactly like me across the parking lot outside my office building. He wore the same navy blue suit I had on, the same tortoiseshell glasses perched on my nose. When our eyes met, his lips curled into a knowing smile before he disappeared behind a column. My legs nearly gave out beneath me, sweat beaded on my forehead. Despite the autumn chill, I sprinted across the lot, lungs burning, only to find nothing but an empty loading dock. I began to notice the smell. First my cologne, but stronger, lingering in places I hadn't been, my bedroom closet wryer of it. One morning, though I'd applied none the previous day, the bathroom mirror fogged up while I slept as if someone had taken a shower. Small rearrangements in my apartment followed books on different shelves, the remote control on the wrong side of the coffee table, my toothbrush mysteriously wet when I reached for it. In the morning, my coworker Allison mentioned the interesting conversation we'd had about cryptocurrency at the water cooler yesterday. The blood drained from my face as I nodded absently, my throat constricting. I'd been in back-to-back meetings all day. Never once stopping at the water cooler, she must have noticed my expression because she quickly changed the subject. But the damage was done. Someone wearing my face was walking through my workplace, having conversations. I had no memory of panic attacks. Became my new normal. My chest would constrict without warning, breath coming in, shallow gas, heart hammering against my rib cage like it wanted to escape. I'd find myself hunched over, fingers digging into my thighs, struggling to distinguish reality from nightmare. The worst episodes came at night. I'd wake drenched in sweat, convinced someone was standing in the darkness of my bedroom watching me. With my own eyes, I installed cameras in my apartment, one in each room plus the front door. The first night brought nothing unusual. The second night at 2:17 a.m., the bedroom camera recorded me. Rising from bed, walking to the kitchen, and preparing a sandwich. I had no memory of making the footage, showed me eating it while scrolling through my phone, then washing the dish and returning to bed. Except I'd slept through the night, or thought I had. The doppelganger was becoming bolder. My boss complimented me on the presentation I had supposedly given at the department meeting, a presentation I hadn't prepared or delivered. My neighbor thanked me for helping him move his couch, an event that never happened in my timeline. My mother called to discuss dinner plans we'd apparently made for the following weekend. Photographs provided the most damning evidence. A college friend posted pictures from a bar crawl. I had declined to attend there. I was arm thrown around his shoulders, beer in hand, grinning widely. The timestamp confirmed it was from last Saturday night when I'd been alone in my apartment watching documentaries. In the background of the image, partially obscured by revelers, stood another figure with my face watching the camera with cold, calculated eyes. My reflection grew increasingly autonomous. While brushing my teeth, it would sometimes pause to study me, toothbrush hovering near its mouth while mine continued to scrub at the gym. It would perform different exercises entirely. drawing curious glances from other members who clearly saw the discrepancy but were too polite or too disturbed to mention it. Once, as I changed shirts in a department store fitting room, my reflection reached toward the mirror, separating us, fingertips pressing against the glass until I stumbled backward. Knocking over a display rack in my haste to escape sleep became impossible. Every noise in my apartment, the settling of the building, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant traffic transformed into footsteps, into breathing, into the soft, deliberate sounds of someone moving through my space. I developed a tic of constantly checking reflective surfaces, then avoiding them entirely, covering the bathroom mirror with a towel and angling my computer screen to prevent seeing my reflection. The exhaustion only made the paranoia worse, reality growing thin and permeable around me. I started documenting everything I kept. Meticulous notes of my daily activities, time-stamped and photographed. I recorded voice memos throughout the day, leaving breadcrumbs for myself. In case the other me started taking over more completely, I began wearing a fitness tracker that recorded my heart rate steps and sleep patterns, checking it obsessively for anomalies. Periods of activity during times I believed I was sedentary. The data confirmed my worst fears. According to the tracker, I had taken a 3-mile walk at midnight 3 days ago. I had no recollection of this. The intrusions accelerated. I received a bank statement showing purchases. I hadn't made a coffee shop across town, an online subscription to a service I'd never heard of, a significant withdrawal made in person at a branch I never visited. Email confirmations arrived for job interviews I hadn't applied for my dating app. Showed conversations with women I'd never messaged someone. Something was methodically inserting itself into every aspect of my existence. In desperation, I reached out to a former colleague who had left our firm to pursue psychiatric medicine. I carefully explained my situation, describing it as disturbing dreams and lost time rather than a supernatural duplicate. His furrowed brow told me he wasn't buying the sanitized version, but he referred me to a specialist. Anyway, I never made it to the appointment. When I arrived at the office building, the receptionist greeted me by name, checking her computer before informing me my session had been completed yesterday. According to her records, I had spent 50 minutes discussing my dissociative episodes with the doctor. The bathroom at work became my sanctuary, the one place I could hide and collect myself. When the panic threatened to overwhelm me during a particularly bad episode, I splashed cold water on my face. The shock of it momentarily grounding me as I reached for a paper towel, I noticed something different about the mirror. My reflection stood perfectly still while I moved. Its expression remained neutral as horror bloomed across my actual face. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one finger to its lips, shushing me. My throat closed up completely. I couldn't even scream. "You look unwell," it said, its mouth moving while mine remained frozen in terror. The voice that emerged from its throat was mine, yet not mine. Slightly deeper, more confident. "Perhaps you should take some time off. I can handle things here." I stumbled backward, colliding with the bathroom stall door. My heart thundered so violently I feared it might rupture the thing in the mirror. Smiled my smile, but wrong too wide too, knowing, "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice cracking, "I'm you." It replied simply, "The better version, the version everyone prefers." My legs finally gave out. I slid down the wall to the floor, my breath coming in sharp, painful gasps. When I managed to look up again, the mirror showed only my true reflection. Pale, sweating, crumpled on the bathroom floor. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that, I unplugged all the mirrors in my apartment, covered them with sheets. I deleted my social media accounts, disabled my email, turned off my phone. I filled my kitchen sink with water to check for my reflection. It was normal, responding to my movements as it should, but when I leaned closer, the face looking back at me seemed subtly different, more confident, healthier. The dark circles under my eyes were missing from its face that night, lying in bed with every light in the apartment blazing. I heard my front door open, the familiar sound of my own footsteps cross the living room floor. A rustling as a coat. My coat was hung on the rack. The refrigerator door opened and closed. I remained paralyzed under the covers, sweat soaking through my shirt. Heart racing so fast it became one continuous roar in my ears. The bedroom door creaked open. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to face what was coming. The mattress depressed as something sat on the edge of the bed. I could smell my own cologne, stronger than I ever applied it. "We need to talk," my voice said. "This isn't working for either of us." I forced my eyes open. There I sat at the foot of my own bed, not a reflection, not a hallucination, but solid flesh. My doppelganger wore my favorite gray sweater and jeans. Its hair was styled the way I always attempted, but never quite achieved it. Looked like me on my best day, the version of myself I always aspired to be. "What do you want?" I croaked, pressing myself against the headboard. "To exist," it replied, "simply to live." "I've been watching you waste this life for years. Same routine, same fears, same excuses. I can do better. I am doing better. You're stealing my life." I said, voice breaking. It shook its head, my head with what looked like genuine sympathy. "I'm improving your life. Your friends prefer me. Your colleagues respect me more. Even your mother enjoys our conversations more." It leaned closer, and I could smell mint on its breath. "I'm not replacing you. I'm upgrading you." "You're not real," I whispered. More to convince myself than it. "I'm as real as you are." It extended a hand toward my face. I flinched away, but it merely brushed a tear from my cheek. Its touch was warm, solid. "We can share this life, take turns," or it smiled my smile again, but with confidence I had never possessed. "You could just rest. Let me handle things. Haven't you been tired for so long?" And I had been bone-deep exhausted, worn down by the daily grind, by expectations I couldn't meet, by the constant fear of failure. The offer was tempting to surrender to rest, to let someone more capable take over the burdens I struggled to carry. For a moment I considered it, then I noticed something strange about its eyes. Despite the perfect replication of my features, its pupils were different. Slightly elongated, almost rectangular, not human. The realization sent ice through my veins. "No," I said, my voice finding strength. "This is my life. Flawed, mundane, disappointing, but mine." Its expression hardened, the mask of sympathy falling away. "You won't have a choice much longer. I'm becoming more real every day. You're fading. Haven't you noticed? I had my interactions with others. Had become strained. People looking at me with confusion when I didn't recall conversations or plans. My keycard had stopped working at the office. My fingerprint no longer unlocked my phone consistently. The doppelganger stood straightening my sweater on its body. "I'll give you time to accept the inevitable, but not much time. You're already half gone." It left the bedroom, and moments later I heard the front door close. I remained frozen, listening to the silence of my apartment, feeling the boundaries of my existence growing thinner, less certain in the darkness of my bedroom. I held my hand up to the faint moonlight filtering through the blinds. For just a moment I could swear I saw through it, as if I were becoming transparent, as if I were the reflection and it was becoming solid. I don't know how much time I have left. I write this as evidence that I existed, that I was here first. If you meet someone with my face, my name, my life, know that he is not me. Even if he has become more me than I am now, I don't know what it is or where it came from. I don't know what happens to the original when the copy takes over completely. But I know I'm still here for now, and I will not go quietly. Story 2, the old Harrington building breathes. I know this sounds insane, but after 6 weeks working here, I'm certain of it. The century-old brick and timber structure inhales during the day, walls expanding imperceptibly, floorboards stretching, and exhales at night when everyone leaves. Everyone except me as the new night manager. I'm alone when the building sighs, when the shadows thicken in corners they shouldn't. When the whispers start 3 days ago, I would have sworn to you I was a rational man. Now I'm no longer certain what I am or what's happening to me. My name is Daniel Mercer. I took this job because I needed the money. Simple as that. The ad seemed almost too perfect. Night manager position at the historic Harrington building. Minimal responsibilities, decent pay, and most importantly, plenty of quiet hours to work on my novel. The interview with Mr. Whitmore, the property owner, lasted exactly 7 minutes. His pale eyes barely looked at my resume before he handed me the keys, mentioning something about high turnover but assuring me it was nothing to worry about. I should have asked more questions. The Harrington was built in 1873. 5 stories of Victorian craftsmanship in downtown Boston, all ornate moldings and dark wood paneling. The first floor houses an antique shop and a coffee place that closes at 6 floors. 2 through 4 are rented as office spaces to various businesses. Law firms, accounting offices, a graphic design company. The 5th floor remains empty under renovation. According to Whitmore, my office sits in the basement, next to the boiler room where the building's ancient heating system clanks and groans like something dying. The oddities began subtly on my 3rd night. I noticed the temperature would drop suddenly in certain hallways, cold enough to see my breath hanging in the air only to return to normal. The moment I stepped away, I blamed the building's aging climate system. Then came the persistent feeling of being watched whenever I made my rounds. I'd spin around certain I would catch someone standing behind me only to face empty corridors. The security cameras showed nothing unusual, just me looking increasingly paranoid. My first real break with reality happened during my 2nd week. I was making notes on my manuscript when the pen jerked in my hand as if grabbed by invisible fingers. A cold sensation crawled up my arm like ice water replacing blood in my veins. My hand began moving of its own accord, scratching violent angular symbols across the page. I watched heart pounding painfully against my ribs as my own fingers created a language I'd never seen. Harsh lines and curved symbols that hurt my eyes to look at directly when it stopped. My hand was shaking so badly I dropped the pen. It clattered to the floor, rolling under the desk where I left it. I didn't write anything else that night. The next morning, I showed the page to a linguistics professor at the university nearby. The woman's face went blank as she studied the symbols. Her fingers tracing them without actually touching the paper, she asked where I'd found this text. Her voice unnervingly hollow. When I mentioned the Harrington building, she handed the paper back so quickly it tore. She informed me that the symbols resembled no known language but shared elements with certain Presumerian pictographs associated with cult practices. She wouldn't elaborate further but suggested I reconsider my employment situation. I crumpled the paper and threw it away on my walk back to my apartment. That should have been enough warning, but I convinced myself there must be a rational explanation. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at my desk and had a vivid dream, or perhaps someone was playing an elaborate prank. I couldn't afford to quit. Not with rent due and my savings nearly depleted. The memory lapses started during my 4th week. The first one lasted only minutes. I was checking the lock on the back entrance when my vision blurred and swam the corridor, elongating impossibly before me. My head filled with a low pulsing hum that seemed to vibrate my teeth. When my vision cleared, I was standing in front of the 5th floor elevator, my hand pressing against the wall where dark water stains formed concentric circles like ripples in a pond. 15 minutes had vanished completely. My fingertips were black with some substance that smelled of copper and earth. These episodes grew more frequent and longer in duration. I'd find myself in different parts of the building with no memory of how I got there. Sometimes holding objects I didn't recognize, a tarnished key, an old photograph of people with faces scratched out a child's worn leather shoe that I immediately locked in a storage closet and haven't opened since my skin crawled with the certainty that during these blackouts I wasn't alone in my body. The reactions from the daytime employees made things worse. Marissa from the legal office on the 3rd floor asked if I was feeling all right after finding me staring at a blank wall one morning, unresponsive to her questions. Apparently, I'd been standing there for at least 20 minutes the next day. She wouldn't meet my eyes, hurrying past with her hand clutching a small silver cross. The security guard Thomas cornered me in the parking lot. Last week, he described how he'd reviewed footage from a camera malfunctioning on the 4th floor and saw me walking backward down the hallway at 3 a.m. My head turned 180 degrees, whispering to the ceiling when he showed me the footage. The screen displayed only static. Thomas quit the following day. My own appearance has begun to frighten me. The mirror shows a gaunt face with sunken eyes, skin too pale, movements too jerky. Sometimes when I catch my reflection in the polished brass elevator doors, I swear my mirror image hesitates a fraction of a second before mimicking my movements. Yesterday, I thought I saw it smile when I wasn't smiling. The most terrifying incident happened 3 nights ago. I was making my rounds on the second floor when I heard something heavy being dragged across the floor above me. The sound moved deliberately from one end of the ceiling to the other, followed by 3 distinct knocks. The rational part of my brain suggested it might be the building settling or pipes expanding, but the primitive part of me, the part connected to ancient instincts, knew something was moving up there. I forced myself to investigate my flashlight beam trembling across darkened offices and conference rooms. I found nothing on the 3rd floor nor on the 4th, the 5th floor. The supposedly empty floor was locked. As always, I stood outside its heavy oak doors, my entire body vibrating with dread. The brass handle was ice cold against my palm as I tested it. Finding it locked, I should have been relieved. Instead, I pressed my ear against the door. At first, I heard nothing, then a soft shuffling like many feet moving across carpet. A low murmur of voices speaking in that same strange language my hand had written. My breath caught in my throat as something on the other side pressed against the door, something heavy and solid. The wood creaked inward slightly. I stumbled backward, my heart slamming against my ribs so hard it hurt. The voices stopped. Then a single knock from inside the door, another, a third. Exactly like the pattern I'd heard from below, I ran. My feet pounded down the stairs, sweat pouring down my back. Despite the freezing air, I locked myself in my basement office, pushed my desk against the door, and huddled in the corner until morning. When daylight came, I convinced myself I'd experienced some sort of waking nightmare sleep deprivation and stressed nothing more. But that night, I discovered something that shattered my ability to rationalize while searching old building records for information about previous night managers. I found a hidden compartment in my desk drawer. Inside was a leather journal, its pages yellow with age. The handwriting inside matched mine exactly, not similar, identical, down to how I cross my T's and the slight upward curve of my Y's. The journal detailed the same experiences I'd been having, the same phenomena, the same growing terror. It was dated 1922. The entries described how the writer, a man named Daniel Mercer, had discovered that the Harrington building had been constructed over the foundation of something much older, something that had been a temple or meeting place for people who worshipped entities that existed in the spaces between walls. In the shadows between moments, the final entry described how Mercer planned to seal the 5th floor permanently and escape the building's influence. The handwriting deteriorated toward the end, devolving into those same angular symbols. My hand had produced the final page contained only one sentence in English. It wears us like gloves. I haven't slept in 36 hours. My hands shake constantly now, twice today. I've caught myself writing those symbols again without realizing it. The building seems to pulse around me, the walls breathing faster, more hungrily. The whispers are constant now. Even when I press my hands over my ears, they're coming from inside my head. I'm writing this account as a warning. I've decided to leave tonight, to walk out and never return. I've placed my resignation letter on Whitmore's desk along with the keys and security codes. I won't even go back to my office to collect my things, whatever exists in this building. Whatever has existed here since before the building itself wants something from me, from us, from all the Daniel Mercers who have worked here. But as I finish writing this, sitting in the coffee shop on the 1st floor, I feel a familiar coldness creeping up my arms. My vision is beginning to blur. I recognize the signs. Now an episode is coming, one of those lost periods of time I need to get out now before I find myself at my desk in the basement office. The doors are locked from the inside. My resignation letter sits in front of me, torn to pieces on the wall. Written in what looks like ash are symbols I now understand perfectly. They tell me that I have always been here, that we have always been here, that there is no Daniel Mercer except the one that exists to serve as vessel. The building exhales around me as night falls. I hear footsteps on the ceiling above. They're coming down from the 5th floor. The whispers tell me it's time to open the door. My hands move toward the keys without my permission. Part of me screams to resist. but another part, a growing part, welcomes what's coming after. All I've been hosting this entity for longer than I realized, perhaps not just in this lifetime, but in others. The footsteps have reached the basement stairs, something scrapes against the door. 3 knocks in that familiar pattern, my hand reaches for the lock. Maybe I'll become something new, maybe I always was. The door is opening now. Story 3, the air changed. First one moment I was hiking the familiar Oakwood Trail, the next. I was breathing something that felt thicker, as if each lungful carried a subtle weight. I couldn't quite identify that was my first clue, though. I wasn't aware enough to recognize it yet. The trail looked identical. Same dirt path winding through towering pines, same rocky outcroppings dotting the landscape. But that sky, that impossible wrong sky, glowed with a sickly amber hue that shouldn't exist in nature, like jaundice skin stretched across the horizon. I checked my watch, 2:17 p.m., yet the light filtering through the canopy above suggested the cusp of evening or perhaps dawn, a transitional illumination that belonged to neither day nor night. I've hiked this trail dozens of times. 23 to be exact. I'm methodical that way. Keeping count of such things each time I documented the experience in my trail journal, weather conditions, wildlife sightings, notable geological features. Nothing in those meticulous records prepared me for this. Nothing could have the first anomaly beyond the sky was subtle. A cardinal that flitted between trees ahead of me. I noticed its movement was unusual. The bird appeared on one branch, then instantly on another 10 feet away without crossing the space between my eyes. Struggled to track it as if it existed in frames rather than continuous motion. I blamed eye fatigue, dehydration. Perhaps I stopped to drink from my water bottle, the familiar ritual momentarily grounding me in. Normally, the water tasted metallic, almost bloody. I spat it out, watching as it seeped into the dirt with unusual slowness. I should have turned back. Then every instinct screamed for retreat, but curiosity, that damned human flaw, pushed me forward. Just a little further, I told myself, just to see what's around the next bend. The temperature dropped several degrees in an instant. No gradual cooling, but an abrupt shift, as if I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. My breath fogged before me in ghostly plumes that lingered too long in the air, twisting into shapes that almost resembled letters. Before dissipating, the silence hit me next, the absolute absence of sound. No bird song, no rustling leaves, no distant highway noise that normally penetrated even this remote stretch of woodland. The silence had weight presence. It pressed against my eardrums until I could hear only my own heartbeat, unnaturally loud and increasingly rapid. I called out, my voice emerging weak and thin. "Hello, is anyone there?" The words died inches from my lips, as if the air itself swallowed them. That's when I first heard it, my name whispered from somewhere behind me. Not English. Not any language I recognized yet. I understood it perfectly. I spun around, finding nothing but empty trails stretching behind me. The whisper came again, this time from my left, then my right. Then seemingly from inside my own head, multiple voices overlapping, speaking in that impossible language that I somehow comprehended. Without knowing a single word of it, they were calling me deeper into the woods. They were warning me to flee. They were welcoming me home. All these contradictory messages simultaneously, each as clear as the next. My temples throbbed with the beginnings of a migraine. My vision blurring at the edges, I stumbled forward, determined to reach the familiar lookout point half a mile ahead. Once there, I reasoned I'd be able to see the town below, reorient myself. Find my way back to normality. The path began to twist in ways I didn't remember, making sharp turns where I recalled gentle curves. Each time I rounded a bend, expecting the lookout clearing, I found only more forest, deeper and darker than before. The trees. Dear God, the trees. I'll never forget the moment I realized they were watching me. It started with a strange creaking sound, like old wood bending under stress. I glanced up to see a massive oak slowly rotating on its axis, its trunk contorting impossibly without disturbing its roots. Its knots and whorls rearranged themselves into something unmistakably face-like. Hollow depressions forming eye sockets that tracked my movement. Another tree did the same, then another, until the entire forest seemed alive with these wooden sentinels, their limbs straining toward me, their improvised faces expressing emotions I wouldn't interpret my rational mind. Grasp for explanations, hallucination, undiagnosed medical condition, contaminated water from my bottle. None satisfied, the evidence of my senses was too consistent, too persistent to dismiss. My hands trembled as I checked my phone. No service, of course, but also no battery, though it had been fully charged when I started this hike. My watch had stopped at 2:17, its second hand twitching back and forth over the same spot as if trapped in amber. I tried running. The exertion felt wrong, like moving through honey, each step requiring extraordinary effort. My lungs burned, not with the familiar pain of exertion, but with something deeper, as if the air itself was caustic sweat poured off me cold and viscous, leaving iridescent trails on my skin that reflected that sick amber light from above. It was during this desperate sprint that I first saw my pursuer, just a glimpse at first, a tall, spindly figure at the periphery of my vision. Each time I turned to look directly at it, it vanished only to reappear at another impossible angle above me in the branches around a corner. I hadn't yet reached reflected in a puddle where nothing stood to cast such a reflection. I couldn't make out details, just an impression of wrongness. Limbs too long and jointed in places. Limbs shouldn't joint a head that seemed to consist mostly of vertical opening, like a mouth frozen mid-scream. I fell, my ankle twisted on an exposed root, or did the root raise itself to trip me on hands and knees? I raised my head to find the entity standing directly before me. No longer hiding in peripheral vision, its form made no anatomical sense, segments of it existing in contradictory perspective, simultaneously as if assembled from multiple camera angles of the same impossible being. It had no eyes that I could discern, yet I felt seen not just externally, but internally, as if it was examining not just my body, but the very architecture of my consciousness. My mouth dried instantly. My heart hammered so violently I feared it might tear itself from my chest. A high-pitched keening filled my ears, which I realized with horror was coming from my own throat. I scrambled backward, fingernails breaking as they clawed at the dirt and stone. The thing spoke my name again in that language. I shouldn't understand it. Told me I had crossed a threshold few humans ever find, and fewer still recognize when they do it. Told me reality is not a solid thing, but a consensus, a shared agreement, and that I had wandered into a place where different rules applied, where different beings had formed their own consensus about how existence should operate. It told me I was a visitor, but could become a permanent resident. If I accepted certain changes to my fundamental nature, I managed to ask through lips numb with terror, what would happen if I refused? The entity made a sound like stone grinding against stone laughter. I realized with a fresh wave of revulsion the forest itself seemed to laugh with it. Trees swaying in a wind, I couldn't feel their wooden faces contorting in mirth. The ground beneath me softened, began to part, like lips preparing to swallow me whole in desperation. I lunged past the entity, finding my feet again and sprinting deeper into the forest, away from the trail, away from any hope of finding my way back, driven purely by animal terror, time lost meaning I might have run for minutes or hours. The amber light never faded, maintaining that eternal dusk-dawn quality. Occasionally I'd spot landmarks I recognized from earlier, the same distinctive rock formation, the same fallen log suggesting I was moving in circles. Despite my best efforts to maintain a straight course, the whispering voices grew more numerous, more insistent. The trees continued their impossible contortions to watch my progress, and always my pursuer would appear and disappear at random intervals, sometimes ahead of me, sometimes behind, sometimes impossible distances away, yet completely distinct. Sometimes so close I could feel a coldness radiating from it. My strength began to fail. My legs burned, my lungs heaved, my vision tunneled. I collapsed against a tree trunk, immediately regretting it. When I felt the wood shift against my back, molding itself around me in a grotesque embrace, I pushed away, stumbling into a small clearing I hadn't noticed before. In the center stood a simple wooden door frame, just the frame. No door, no surrounding structure, standing erect as if built there. Though it clearly wasn't attached to anything through it, I could see the normal trail, the normal sky, the normal forest. I had started in Salvation just steps away. I approached cautiously. Suspecting a trap, the entity appeared beside the doorframe. Its impossible geometry somehow even more pronounced now, as if it was struggling to maintain any semblance of three-dimensional form. It explained in that language I impossibly understood that thresholds work both ways. I had crossed unwittingly, I could cross back intentionally, but having seen what lies beyond the consensus reality, I would never be able to unsee it. The threshold would always be visible to me now, and others like it scattered throughout the world. My jaw-clenched skin crawling with revulsion, both at the entity's proximity and its implication. Did I want to know that such places existed? That reality itself was so fragile, so permeable, that beings like this lurk just beyond the edge of normal perception. Knowledge has a price, ignorance its own cost. I asked why it was letting me go. The entity's form fluctuated, parts of it seeming to recede into dimensions I couldn't perceive before snapping back into visibility. It conveyed that I was more useful as a messenger than as a captive. Those who wander back serve as warnings, as seeds of doubt in the collective human consensus. Each person who glimpses beyond the threshold weakens the boundary for all. With that chilling revelation, I stumbled through the doorframe, feeling a momentary resistance, like pushing through a membrane, then sudden release as I emerged back onto the familiar trail. The normal blue sky overhead nearly brought me to tears of relief. My phone buzzed in my pocket, service restored battery mysteriously full. My watch ticked again, though it now read 6:43 p.m. over 4 hours. Lost in that other place, I half ran, half limped back toward the trailhead, toward civilization, toward everything solid and real and agreed upon only once. Did I glance back, seeing nothing but ordinary forest behind me, yet something caught my eye at the periphery of my vision. A simple wooden doorframe standing between two distant trees, barely visible through the foliage. I've told no one about what happened. Who would believe me? I've resumed my life, my job, my relationships. Everything appears normal, but I see them now, thresholds everywhere in the corner of my basement where the shadows never quite disperse in the space between. Two buildings downtown that seems deeper than it should be in the peculiar arrangement of trees in the park that frames emptiness in a very specific way. Doorways to elsewhere, hiding in plain sight. Sometimes in quiet moments I hear the whispers again, that language I shouldn't understand calling my name, inviting me back. Sometimes I catch glimpses of watchers at the corner of my vision, gone when I turn to look directly. Sometimes I wonder if I truly escaped, or if that's simply what they wanted me to believe. And sometimes, God help me, I find myself drawn to those thresholds, wondering what other realities might lie beyond them. What other consensuses exist alongside our own knowledge? Once gained, creates its own terrible hunger. The entity knew this. Perhaps that's why it let me go. I keep this journal now as a warning. Though I don't know who I'm warning, or why, if you found it and are reading these words, then perhaps you too have glimpsed beyond a threshold. Perhaps you too now see the doorframe standing where nothing should stand. Perhaps you too hear the whispers. If so, I have only this advice: when something inside you begins to yearn for that amber light, when the whispers start to make a terrible kind of sense, run toward the solid. The agreed upon, the consensus reality we all share, because I'm not sure how much longer I can resist the call to step through once more. And next time, I don't think I'll be allowed to return. Story 4, a damp, stale odor assaulted my nostrils the moment I stepped onto the cracked sidewalk that night, as though the very air in that deserted part of town was weighed down by something rotten. Every shadow across the street seemed to shift slightly whenever I looked away, as if unseen eyes were tracking my every move from the corner of my vision. I caught a flicker, just a passing figure, I told myself, but my pulse already pounded in my ears, making it difficult to focus. I'd come here, despite my better judgment, to buy a pair of tickets from a stranger whose appearance seemed to change each time we met. Now I stood in front of what was supposed to be the ticket exchange location, An aged theater with shattered windows and sagging walls, the marquee letters missing or arranged in incomprehensible patterns. It was then in that moment of oppressive silence that I knew I had made a profound mistake. I remember the adrenaline rush coursing through my veins when I first saw that online listing, hard to find tickets. No event specified, yet something in the description called out to me, perhaps the promise of a once-in-a-lifetime show or the thrill of obtaining a secret performance seat. I was bored with my life, tired of the mundane routine, so I jumped at the chance for something unusual. The phone call that came soon after was brief. I heard a raspy voice quoting a modest price and instructing me to meet at an out-of-the-street corner. No official vendor, no tickets, just a hush transaction. My heartbeat was surprisingly loud in my chest as I agreed to the covert deal. The first time I saw the seller, I was sure something about him didn't quite match his own silhouette. He wore a wide-brimmed hat that threw a long shadow over his features at one angle. I could have sworn he was clean-shaven, a face with a sharp chin and gaunt cheeks. When I blinked, the face seemed rounder with a slight mustache. I tried to chalk it up to poor lighting or my own nerves making my perception fuzzy. Still, a chill crept up my spine when he handed me 2 small, tattered tickets. He never named the show. He gave me a time, a date, and a second address with instructions to pick up the actual program. It sounded strange. Why not just give me everything at once? His response was cryptic, but in my anxious excitement, I ignored every warning sign. People sometimes do illogical things when they're bored or desperate, and I was both. So I took the tickets. A short, breathy laugh escaped him as I left. I still hear it echo in my nightmares on the appointed evening. The second address led me to this rotting theater. The facade seemed older than any building I'd ever seen. The ornate columns crumbling at the edges, the plaster chipped away to reveal wire mesh and rotted wood. The double doors were locked, but a side entrance stood ajar, its wood dark with what might have been water damage or mold. I slipped inside one part, curiosity, 2 parts dread. Unable to shake the heaviness in the air that clung to my skin like a cold sweat. I expected dust and webs, which were indeed plentiful, but the place was otherwise eerily intact. Faded posters lined the hallway, each one promoting shows from decades ago featuring names I didn't recognize and dates stretching back to the 70s. My eyes scanned the dim corridor, reading fragments of old play titles. My heart was racing, and I could taste metallic anxiety on my tongue as if my entire body was bracing for something. My phone's flashlight flickered, reflecting off the shattered frames. Then for a split second, I caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the reflection. Someone behind me. I whipped around and found no one there. My breath stuck in my throat. I recalled the instructions. Go to the stage, present your tickets. That's what the stranger had said, though I wasn't sure to whom I was supposed to present them. The concession stands were roped off with dusty velvet cords. The seats beyond the main entrance arch remained hidden in the dark. My footsteps echoed ominously on the old tile floor as I made my way toward the main auditorium. The door creaked loudly, sending a jolt of terror through my chest as I stepped inside. What I found behind those doors made my stomach clench. The stage lights were on, casting a wavering glow on a group of translucent performers, a surreal ensemble wearing old-fashioned costumes. They moved slowly as if stuck in a loop of gestures and steps. It took several seconds for my mind to register that what I was seeing was real, yet impossible. They were only partially there, their outlines flickering like poor reception on an ancient television. The seats in front of them were filled with what looked like silhouettes, undefined dark forms that gave the unsettling impression of an enthralled audience. None of them reacted to my entrance. Each figure faced the stage backs, turned to me as if ignoring the intrusion of the living. My heart hammered so hard in my chest I thought it would bruise my ribs from the inside. A clammy sweat coated my palms. I tried to call for help, but my voice came out a croak of breath that barely left my throat. Breathing heavily, I found a side aisle and moved away from the stage, hoping there might be some exit that didn't require me to get closer to those shadowy figures. Just as I was about to try a side door, I felt a presence behind me, a soft whispery sound that might have been a voice. I spun around, nearly dropping my phone, and found nothing. The lights on stage flickered and the cast of phantoms repeated their dance, stepping in the exact same pattern as before. I clutched my phone more for comfort than illumination at that point and tried to call someone. Anyone, the screen displayed a strong signal, yet all I got was static. My heart lurched as I saw the date on my text messages. 1978. Every attempt to send a message simply returned a bizarre error code. The timestamp locked in an era decades gone. I stared at the phone in disbelief, my breathing ragged and my skin breaking out in a frigid sweat. My hand started trembling, the device slipping in my grip, and I realized with growing terror that I was alone with something I couldn't understand. Attempting to ground myself, I repeated in my head that none of this could be real. Perhaps the building's interior was rigged with elaborate holograms, a bizarre art installation designed to unnerve unsuspecting trespassers that had to be it right. But then I heard soft footsteps. Someone was walking across the stage, blending in and out of the flickering performers as if caught between their world and mine. I thought it might be the stranger who sold me the tickets, but every time the figure turned, its form seemed to shift. Face elongating, then contracting, my stomach flipped, and the sensation of pins and needles crept along my neck. I tore my gaze away from the stage and spotted a door labeled Exit. In faint chipped letters with a desperate burst of adrenaline, I bolted. Every step echoed unnaturally as though the hallway itself was stretching. My lungs burned, and I could hear my breath rasping in my ears. I stumbled into the exit door, pushing it with all my might. It gave way, and a rush of damp night air hit my face. Relief fluttered in my chest until I realized I was standing on stage facing the flickering orchestra of translucent performers. Somehow the door had led me back to the exact same point I was trying to escape. The stage beneath my feet was oddly solid, though a thick layer of dust covered the wooden planks. I could sense the presence of an audience behind me, silent and waiting. Fear clawed at my mind, and I dared not turn around. Instead, I stepped carefully off the stage and back into the aisles, each seat still filled with a shadow-like form. No matter which door I chose, no matter which hallway I wandered, I always emerged again behind the curtains or beside the stage. Confronted with the eternal performance looping under that sickly glow, it became difficult to tell how much time was passing. My own breathing seemed off rhythm, and my heart pounded relentlessly as if preparing to burst. I tried to calm myself by reviewing each step I'd taken in my head, but the corridors felt mismatched, the architecture illogical. My phone's clock was useless. Stuck in 1978, the battery meter never seemed to drop, and all attempts at calling for help continued to produce only that oppressive static. At one point, I remember reaching out to one of the shadowy audience members, hoping against hope that they were just people in costume. My hand moved through it like a dark fog, a coldness, sweeping across my fingers that made my entire body shudder. I let out a strangled gasp. My chest felt tight, and for a moment I thought I might black out. Fighting the urge to faint, I stumbled backward, nearly collapsing onto a row of threadbare seats with each failed escape attempt. My paranoia soared. I started hearing scrapes along the walls, or faint voices calling my name in rasping tones. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. It was as if my body had turned on survival mode, flooding itself with adrenaline, leaving me shaky and disoriented in the swirling haze of fear. I started questioning my own eyes. I would see glimpses of a man in the corner, sometimes in a top hat, sometimes in ragged, casual clothes. Each time I tried to approach him, he vanished like a mirage. Eventually, my chest tight and my muscles weak. I sat on a dusty seat in the last row. The flickering performance continued. The actors' faces blank and unreadable. Their movements had a tragic grace, a repetition that felt both mesmerizing and sickening. I found myself staring at them. Lost in the loop of their silent gestures, my mind drifted to the phone in my pocket, and I pulled it out again. The static was still hissing, an incessant drone that seemed to warp into faint whispers. If I listened too long, then I remembered the text messages and decided in a moment of half-delirious curiosity to send one to a friend I knew would be home. I typed something along the lines of, "Help me, I'm stuck in an old theater." The sent timestamp read August 14th, 1978. I stared at it, the letter shimmering like a relic from a different life. Then the phone vibrated. A new text message appeared. It was from an unknown number, also dated 1978. The content nearly illegible jumbled letters with random punctuation. I felt a surge of dread so powerful I nearly dropped the phone. The sense of being completely unmed from reality grew stronger. My stomach churned. I couldn't stay put. Every second in that seat felt like hours. I stood and moved deeper into the theater's backstage area, deciding to explore every inch until I found a real exit. The backstage corridor was lined with moth-eaten costumes on racks. Each costume looked from a different era: faded flapper dresses, elaborate Victorian suits, glimmering disco outfits at times. I felt the garments sway on their hangers when I passed, as though invisible hands were nudging them. My breath caught in my throat, and I gripped the phone like a talisman against whatever forces clung to this cursed place past the wardrobe. I found a door leading to what might have been an office. The door doorknob was cold, but it turned with relative ease, revealing a cluttered room with an overturned desk, battered filing cabinets, and reams of old newspapers stacked haphazardly. My hands trembled as I lifted a yellowed newspaper from the top of a pile. The headline was from 1978, describing a theater closure after an incident that authorities refused to detail. There was no mention of casualties, only that the building was condemned. My vision blurred for a moment, fear tangling with confusion. Every rational thought told me this was all a bizarre trick, yet the creeping dread in my gut insisted otherwise. Though the flickering overhead bulb threatened to go out, I saw a small window behind the desk. It was boarded up from the outside, but a sliver of moonlight slipped through with renewed resolve. I tried to pry the boards loose using a rusted crowbar. I found leaning against a cabinet, my palms grew slick with sweat. As I exerted every ounce of strength, the boards refused to budge, and the faint illumination disappeared, replaced by a swirling darkness that formed shapes at the edge of my vision. My arm shook and I lost my grip on the crowbar, the clang echoing unnaturally in my peripheral vision. I noticed the silhouette again. The man who had sold me the tickets, he was standing behind me in the shadows, still changing shape. I heard a faint voice, a soft mocking laughter that made my skin prickle. A surge of primal terror spurred me into running. Battered though I was, I burst from the office into another series of corridors. Every so often, a flicker of that same stranger's face appeared in the far corner, a reminder of his shifting form. My breathing was ragged, my chest pounding painfully. I stopped trying doors. They all led to the stage. I could hear the phantom applause before I even reached the handle. At last, my eyes fell upon a cracked window in what appeared to be an old lounge area. It was large enough for me to climb through if I could break it. Grabbing a nearby chair, I swung with all the energy I had left, and the glass shattered. A biting wind rushed in, carrying the smell of damp midnight air. Without hesitation, I scrambled through the opening, ignoring the shards that cut my hands and tore at my clothes. My lungs seized with relief when my feet hit asphalt. I bolted away from the theater, not stopping until I reached the main road. The building receded behind me like a looming specter. Its broken windows glaring in the moonlight. I collapsed onto the curb, panting, my heart beating a wild rhythm. My phone beeped again, startling me, but this time the static was gone. The screen showed the correct date. My messages were normal, as though I'd just stepped out for a moment. I was left with no sense of resolution, only a lingering sense of being touched by something that defied comprehension. Sleep eluded me for nights afterward. My mind replaying the endless performance, the translucent dancers, and the shifting face of the ticket seller. Even now, I can't decide whether I escaped that cursed place in truth or if part of me remains trapped within its labyrinthine halls. A creeping unease still clings to me, making every shadow in my apartment feel like a watcher, every reflection a potential opening to that dreadful stage, and so I live with the knowledge that some doors once opened never fully close. There's an aftertaste of otherworldly dread that follows me wherever I go. The memory of that theater haunts the corners of my dreams, filling me with the inescapable certainty that no matter how many times I tell myself I'm free, I can still sense the hush of an endless crowd, the flicker of phantom lights, and the silent repetition of a performance that never truly ends. My hands tense at the mere thought of it, my breath catching my pulse, racing a lingering terror that begs the question, if ever summoned again, would I be able to resist that ticket? Or has the show already chosen me as part of its eternal cast story, Bedtime? I remember the first night I slept in that old house. The walls seemed alive, creaking with a kind of dismal, secretive rhythm like they were murmuring confessions. I wasn't meant to hear. The wind rattled the loose window frames, and I found myself jolting awake repeatedly, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. From the moment I set foot inside, I sensed something was off about the place, something that clung to the corners and hid in the rafters. Back then, I couldn't articulate why it felt so suffocating now. I'm certain it was the first whisper of the nightmare awaiting me in the attic, a silent invitation that would unravel everything I thought I knew about reality. I had bought the property for a good price, deciding to remodel and fix it up for my own use. It was supposed to be my safe haven. I didn't anticipate that I'd discover any hidden chambers, let alone a portal to alternate versions of my life. But that's exactly what happened when I pried open the attic door. For the first time, I had no clue it concealed an impossible entryway to shifting realities. Even recalling those first moments in the attic sets, my nerves on edge, my pulse speeds up and my hands go cold. Just thinking about it, the attic itself was cramped with slanted ceilings that forced me to stoop. Rusty nails jutted out of the beams and the single light bulb flickered overhead, casting elongated shadows that seemed to twist whenever I wasn't looking. The smell was thick and stagnant, reminding me of old paper left in a damp basement. For too long, I climbed the rickety ladder expecting to find forgotten furniture or boxes filled with musty clothes. Instead, I found a circular trapdoor in the far corner, almost hidden behind stacks of splintered wood planks. It looked out of place, too new and polished to belong to that decrepit space. My pulse quickened as a tiny voice in my head said, I shouldn't open it yet. Curiosity gnawed at me until I lifted the handle and descended into the darkness below. I found myself in what appeared to be the house's second-floor hallway, but something was off. The hallway rug was a different color, a deep burgundy with gold thread. Rather than the threadbare brown one I had downstairs, I told myself I must have stumbled into an unused section of the house, maybe an extension or a sealed wing. But my rationalizations didn't hold up when I noticed that the paint on the walls looked fresh. My entire body tensed. My breathing became shallow and a slick layer of sweat formed on the back of my neck. I tried to calm my heartbeat by counting backward from 10, but I only made it to 7 before I spun around to retrace my steps, only to find that the ladder I had just climbed was gone. A surge of panic turned my legs wobbly. My throat felt parched. I could hear my own breathing echo, every breath sounding too loud in the suffocating stillness. Then I saw something even more jarring, family photographs on the wall. My face stared back at me from the frames flanked by people I had never laid eyes on. My chest constricted. I couldn't recall these strangers yet. There I was, beaming in each picture, apparently living a life that wasn't mine. Terrified, I staggered through that unfamiliar hallway, nearly stumbling over a pair of shoes left by a door. The old wood creaked beneath me, and each footstep sounded magnified, like the house wanted to broadcast my presence to something lurking. At last, I found a staircase, dashed down, and burst into what should have been my living room, except the furniture was rearranged. My couch, once against the window, stood in the center of the room. The wallpaper was a pattern I'd never seen before. The strong odor of bleach hung in the air. I felt dazed and icy pressure weighing on my chest. My thoughts raced in circles. I was in my house, and yet I wasn't, with trembling hands. I searched for the front door. Even the door's color looked different now, a glossy black instead of its original peeling green. I flung it open and stepped outside, desperate for any sign of the neighborhood. Somehow the street aligned with my memory, but the streetlights were older and the sidewalk had a fresh coat of paint marking new lines. It was jarring, everything was close to normal, but not quite. As I stood there breathing heavily, I felt an abrupt wave of dizziness wash over me in a burst of blind instinct. I rushed back inside, bounding up the stairs to find any pathway to the attic. My chest heaved with every step, the pounding of my heart resonating in my ears. My nerves hummed like a taut string about to snap. Finally, I spotted a trapdoor in the ceiling of an upstairs bedroom, forcing it open. I climbed through a narrow hatch to a dimly lit attic that resembled the one I had originally left. The smell of stale air and mold returned. The rickety ladder was there again, and I practically fell down its steps, colliding with dusty floorboards. When my vision cleared, I saw I was back in my attic, the real attic. Or so I hoped. My hand shook so violently I could barely hold on to the old beam for support. A nervous laugh bubbled in my throat, tinged with hysteria. I kept telling myself that maybe I had dozed off and dreamed the entire thing yet. When I exited the attic, my living room and hallway were exactly as I knew them. Nothing looked out of place, except for one small detail. The light fixture in the hallway had changed from brass to a simple white dome, and I knew it had been brass just hours before. Over the following days, I became obsessed with renovating the place, not because I longed to fix it up, but because I wanted to see if anything else had altered. Every morning I woke to discover tiny discrepancies. The door knobs were a different shape than the day before the fridge had moved to the opposite side of the kitchen. The paint on the bedroom walls seemed a shade lighter. I tried to convince myself I was imagining it. Stress could cause lapses, and memory fatigue might have been warping my observations, but deep down I felt that same stomach-knotting unease. Each time I noticed a change, the air seemed thick with tension, and I was never fully at ease. Even when I sat on my couch, glancing wearily at the corners of the room, half expecting them to shift. Before my very eyes, I told a friend about the strange experiences, but only in vague terms, feigning that I found old passages and might be hallucinating from fumes in the house. I barely registered his actual reply. I kept hearing my own hammering heartbeat, my mind drifting toward the attic, picturing that gleaming trap door. Later, I overheard him mentioning that I needed professional help. He meant well, but it only fueled my paranoia. Was I losing my grip on reality, or was there truly something lurking up there? Eventually, I decided to confront it. I climbed back into the attic, physically trembling, my throat dry as dust. The flickering light bulb lent only the barest illumination, distorting the shapes around me until I could have sworn they were moving. The floorboards moaned with each step, and the nails in the beam seemed like metallic teeth poised to bite if I ventured too close. Then I saw the trap door again, that polished circular hatch mocking me from across the attic. My gut twisted with dread. I thought if I could just understand it, maybe I could seal it off or destroy it. I touched its handle immediately, feeling a coldness spread through my fingertips. My breath caught and a wave of nausea hit, as if my body were protesting what I was about to do. Yet I braced myself and descended again. This time I emerged in a version of my house that was completely abandoned. Torn wallpaper and shattered glass littered the floors. No trace of furniture remained, and the windows were broken, letting in a chilling draft. The hush was suffocating, broken only by the shuffling of debris whenever I stepped. My pulse thundered in my ears, and each inhalation felt like breathing shards of ice. I made my way through the wrecked rooms, each more derelict than the last. My skin clammy and tingling. It felt as though something was watching me from behind every fractured door or around every dimly lit corner. Still, I pressed on. I had to find another attic entrance. A path back then, I caught a glimpse of a figure in the reflection of a broken mirror leaning against the wall. It wore my face, but the eyes were hollow, as if their light had been extinguished. I spun around, chest constricting in terror, only to find nothing behind me. Yet the reflection remained in my peripheral vision, a fleeting suggestion of an impossibility. My breathing grew ragged, and the floor felt unsteady beneath me, as though the house itself was coming alive to reject my presence. Desperate, I searched every corner until at last I discovered a hatch in what used to be the foyer ceiling. The ladder leading up there was snapped, so I had to stack broken chairs to reach it. My hands trembled as I gripped the edges and I nearly slipped twice. Each time adrenaline surged through me, my body shaking uncontrollably with a frenzied scramble. I pulled myself through the narrow opening. The attic was dark, colder than ice, and silent. The suffocating sensation only intensified as if some invisible force was pressing against my chest. I inched forward in the gloom, heart hammering. Then an identical trapdoor materialized in the far corner. Almost falling over my own feet in haste, I lunged for it, praying that it led back to my original house. The moment I opened it, I felt a rush of musty air, followed by the familiar flicker of a single weak bulb relief. Nearly sent me collapsing onto the attic floor of what I desperately hoped was my real home. Once I descended the ladder into my hallway, I noticed more changes. The sofa was now a different shade, and a large painting I'd never seen before hung over the fireplace. My entire body was shaking, a cold sweat matting my hair against my scalp. My lungs felt like they were trying to drag in more oxygen than they could hold, but at least this place seemed inhabited with the electricity working and no broken windows in sight. I tried to rationalize that maybe this was close enough. Perhaps I'd be safe here, but dreadnought at the back of my mind telling me that with each visit to the attic, I moved further away from whatever reality I started in. I became a recluse. The phone rang occasionally, numbers I didn't recognize. Sometimes I'd pick up hearing voices that spoke my name in confused tones, asking why I hadn't shown up to prior engagements. Other times I would just stand there, the receiver trembling in my hand, too petrified to speak. I rarely went outside, and when I did, I noticed subtle differences in the world around me. Street names spelled differently, neighbors who seemed to know me too well, or not at all. My reflection in windows and mirrors appeared strained, as though something behind my eyes had changed. Each time my heart galloped in my chest, my breathing fractured like shards of glass in my throat. At night I heard faint scraping sounds in the attic. It kept me on edge, stomach clenched in perpetual dread. The illusions or realities had started to bleed into my dreams. I dreamt of that polished trapdoor beckoning me in. Those dreams I'd see numerous versions of myself. Wandering halls of identical houses, our eyes never quite meeting. I'd wake soaked in sweat, nails digging into my palms, certain that if I went back into that attic, I might never find my original home again. Eventually the day came when I realized I couldn't live like that any longer. My heart was in a constant state of panic. My nerves felt raw and every sound made me jump. The only option was to face the attic one last time, either to destroy that cursed portal or understand how to lock it permanently. I steeled myself, forcing my feet to move. Despite the cold sweat coating my forehead, my pulse roared in my ears as I climbed the rickety ladder once more. Stepping into that stale, claustrophobic space, this time the attic seemed unusually still, as if holding its breath in anticipation. That flickering light bulb was gone, leaving me with only a flashlight I'd brought. The beam quivered as I swept it across the dusty rafters, every shadow appearing to slither out of range. My mouth went dry as I spotted the trapdoor gleaming. Taunting me, sweat trickled down the back of my neck, and my heart pounded so forcefully that my limbs felt weak. I forced myself to cross the attic, each board creaking under my weight, my breathing ragged and shallow. I was certain something was watching me, but I couldn't see it. Only sense an uneasy presence shifting in the darkness. When I placed my hand on the trapdoor handle, a wave of dizziness rolled through me. My legs nearly gave out, but I clung to a beam until the nausea subsided. I told myself I had to do this. No more running, no more hiding in half-real living rooms fighting the urge to recoil. I opened the hatch and braced myself for whatever lay beyond. I was greeted by a swirling darkness, as though I were peering into a void. I held my breath, uncertain if I'd made a mistake. Then a faint light flickered, revealing an endless corridor lined with portraits. My face in each frame, some looked older or younger, some smiling, some scowling. A cold dread slithered down my spine. My hands shook and my vision blurred momentarily as I tried to focus. The corridor drew me in step by tentative step. My heart slammed against my ribcage so hard I thought it would burst. It felt as though I were walking into my own mind or 1,000 different versions of it. As I made my way down that surreal hallway, I recognized pieces of furniture from other realities. I'd visited a battered ottoman, a vase I had once glimpsed in a different living room. The walls seemed to pulse with a life of their own, almost breathing. In tandem with my panicked breaths, my flashlight dimmed its battery, failing at the worst moment. Each time it flickered, the corridor changed length, making me disoriented and nauseous. My skin prickled and I had to fight the urge to turn and run. I realized that might not help. There was no guarantee I could even find the trapdoor again. I pressed forward until I reached a threshold, a doorway with a thick swirling darkness that reminded me of ink. A subtle hum filled the air, vibrating in my chest and teeth. My palms were clammy and goosebumps erupted along my arms with a deep, shaky breath. I stepped through, bracing for the worst. Instead, I found myself back in an attic that looked normal. No swirling shadows, no flickering corridor, only dust motes floating in the beam of my faltering flashlight. My heart hammered painfully, expecting something terrifying to leap out. Nothing did. The hush was absolute. I pulled down the ladder and descended into a hallway that at a glance seemed exactly like the one I remembered from the very beginning. The scuffed flooring, the peeling wallpaper, the brass light fixture. My living room was arranged as I'd originally placed it, with my old couch and the faded rug. Even my fridge was back to its usual spot in the kitchen. I took a moment to test the light switches, open cabinets, glance at photos on the wall, pictures of me alone or with friends. I actually recognized my chest felt tight with hope, but also with an apprehension that any second something might shift again. A wave of exhaustion washed over me. My legs trembled and my breath wavered between relief and panic. Had I finally returned, or was this yet another dimension? With differences I hadn't noticed yet, the tension in my body felt coiled and ready to snap. My eyesight seemed to blur at the edges. I went to a mirror, half dreading what I might see. My reflection stared back, matching my every exhausted move, eyes bloodshot but undeniably my own. That was weeks ago. Since then, I've boarded up the attic door with planks and nailed them in place, layering them with heavy insulation and sealing every gap. Some nights I still hear faint scratching up there, like fingernails running across wood, or maybe just my imagination fueling leftover paranoia. My pulse still speeds up whenever I recall the swirl of shadows or the echo of footsteps in abandoned hallways. I've done everything in my power to prevent that door from reopening. The changes in my home have stopped for now, but every so often I notice a tiny shift, a photo angled differently, a light bulb that seems replaced, and my stomach twists in cold anxiety. There are moments I question if this place truly is the original. My reflection looks right enough. My memories mostly align, and my friends treat me as though everything's normal. But sometimes when I stand in the hallway at night, I feel an oppressive presence, a hint of stale air drifting from the attic, suggesting that maybe there's still a crack in my reality. My heart will pound and my throat will tighten, as if warning me not to investigate so far. I haven't dared pry the boards free to look because after what I've seen, I'm not sure I could handle finding out. I'm yet again in the wrong version of my house. Yet the thought lingers like an itch in the back of my mind. What if this is not my home but merely the closest approximation? What if the real place lies across that dimension? I glimpse sealed off behind swirling darkness. Sometimes I feel compelled to smash those boards open and search for a final truth, but fear keeps me rooted in indecision. My heart races at the mere notion of climbing that creaking ladder once more. Maybe this is my home, maybe it isn't. All I know is that the attic remains up there, silent and watching, harboring that dimensional passage with infinite variations of my life, and I can never be sure when I wake in the morning and place my feet on the floor if the ground beneath me belongs to the world where I truly began. Story 6. I remember the moment my flashlight's beam first cut through the murk of the forest, like a surgical tool revealing only half-truths and twisted shadows. The air clung to me as though it were alive, pressing against my clothes, cold and stale. Something in the silence felt off, like an unheard melody just out of tune. Even the distant hoot of an owl made my spine tingle instead of comforting me. I had come here for a photography expedition, eager to capture the wild beauty of this place. But the forest greeted me with a hush that promised more than just stillness. It felt as if the trees were standing sentry to secrets far older than I could imagine. And when I took my first photograph, I realized I was capturing something deeper than the forest canopy. I was stepping unknowingly into a domain where nature looked back. I was alone with my camera, an experienced photographer seeking new challenges. But the deeper I ventured, the less certain I became of my own purpose. My heart would jolt at the crunch of leaves underfoot, every tiny sound magnified by the suffocating hush. My breath turned shallow whenever the wind picked up shifting branches like long bony fingers. Overhead, I tried to reassure myself that it was nothing more than the typical anxiety of a person traveling alone through dense wilderness. But a prickling sensation along my forearms told me I was under observation, or worse, under judgment. That night, I made my first camp near a small clearing. The ground was soft with decaying pine needles, and the air smelled of sap and damp earth. I tried to settle my gear, the repeated click and snap of buckles and straps echoing out of place. An uneasy tension settled in my stomach, my pulse accelerated at the slightest noise, and my mind latched onto fleeting shapes that turned out to be mere illusions. Yet even illusions carried a weight that refused to disperse. I recall waking in the middle of the night, the darkness so complete I nearly forgot I had eyes. My heart hammered against my ribs and sweat slicked my temples. Despite the cold silence, reigned no wind, no insects, nothing. It was as though the entire forest held its breath. I blinked in confusion, feeling as though a presence watched me from the edge of my campsite. Something primal within me screamed that I was not alone. I fumbled for my flashlight, but it slipped from my sweaty grip, bouncing on the ground with a dull thud by the time I retrieved it and shone it around. Nothing was there, only the constant press of silent trees and a swirl of fog that licked the earth like a slow, wavering tongue. The next morning I ventured deeper, determined not to let fear dictate my exploration. I trudged through thick undergrowth, each step accompanied by the steady crunch of debris beneath my boots. The longer I hiked, the more I noticed patches of vegetation bending in odd ways. Moss and vines seemed to stretch across paths as though intentionally hindering my progress. My throat felt perpetually dry. I tried to rationalize it. This forest was just unfamiliar, I was just overthinking. But rationality frayed around the edges when I found massive footprints, a shape that might belong to a bear, but larger than I had ever seen. The prints were fresh, the damp soil still springy at the edges. My heart pounded. I felt a stinging sensation behind my eyes. The onset of panic I desperately tried to suppress. I assured myself that wild animals were part of nature as long as I maintained distance and respect. I would be safe. Still, my hands shook when I tried to photograph the tracks. My breath rasped in my throat, and I realized I'd been holding it in short bursts no matter how many times I convinced myself of my safety. A creeping dread coiled in my stomach later that evening as the sun slid behind twisted boughs. I saw it large and imposing. A bear stood on the crest of a low slope about 20 feet away. Its fur was dark, its posture unnaturally still. My blood seemed to freeze in my veins. I wanted to run, but every muscle in my body tensed to the point of paralysis. I locked eyes with the beast in that moment. I felt a presence in my mind, not a sound, but a sensation, a pressure. My breathing turned shallow, my lips trembled, but I perceived a voice, or rather a thought, communicating that I had wandered into a sacred place. My heart thundered with a mix of awe and terror. I heard in my head that this bear was more than just an animal, that it was the spirit guardian of these ancient woods. It showed me glimpses, flashes of possible futures where the forest thrived under human respect or fell to ruin under greed. My skin erupted in goosebumps, a chill raking across my entire body. The bear's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and I could barely keep myself steady. I thought I would faint. The idea that a creature stood before me, speaking through thought, made me question whether I was truly awake. It didn't attack me. It simply observed those next few moments felt like hours. My chest burned from labored breathing, and I could taste adrenaline on my tongue, metallic and bitter. I remember my hands shaking so violently that I dropped my camera. I felt the edges of my vision blur as my heart thundered when I blinked. The bear was gone. A sudden emptiness gnawed at me as though that presence had receded too quickly, leaving me with a raw sense of loss and an undercurrent of dread. For the rest of that night, I could barely sleep. My sweat-drenched clothes clung to me, and each snap of a twig sent my heart racing. Anew, the forest didn't feel still anymore. It felt alive and watchful. My mind wouldn't let go of the visions, trees towering over cityscapes, animals reclaiming fields turned barren, and a swirling sense of cosmic retribution. I trembled under my thin sleeping bag, muscles locked from tension. By the time morning light bled through the canopy, I had convinced myself that what I experienced must have been some feverish nightmare, yet a persistent ache at my temple suggested otherwise. With shaky hands, I gathered my things. Leaves and grass seemed to have grown thicker overnight, curving around my tent as though nature had expanded rapidly. I thought maybe I was just tired, misjudging the density of the vegetation. But as I bent down to roll up my sleeping bag, I noticed green tendrils crawling along my fingertips. The realization struck me like a punch in the gut. The plants were reacting to my touch, growing at an accelerated pace right before my eyes. My eyes felt hot, and my breath caught in my throat as I jerked my hands away. I couldn't believe what was happening when I tentatively touched a small cluster of ferns near the base of a tree. They stretched higher, their leaves unfolding in seconds as though sped up by a time lapse. A jolt of fear shot through my spine. Was this part of the curse or gift the spirit bear had given me? As the day progressed, the unsettling phenomena continued. Small animals emerged from the undergrowth, limping, or wounded squirrels with matted fur approached me. Trembling foxes with cuts on their sides crept closer. My instinct told me to flee, but something in me responded to their silent pleas. I extended my hand without truly understanding why a warmth pulsed from the center of my chest down my arm, and as I touched their injuries, I felt their muscles tense, then relax. Their wounds knitted themselves together in seconds. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, and cold sweat pulled at my temples. What sort of influence had I been granted? I decided I needed to leave the forest to escape whatever I had become, but the labyrinth of trees and undergrowth conspired to keep me in my GPS malfunctioned the screen. Glitching with static lines, the compass dial spun erratically, pointing in multiple directions. At once, my water supply ran low, and each step felt heavier than the last. The forest air seemed to pulse with an almost sentient awareness. I began to suspect that my presence was no longer that of a mere explorer. I was part of something bigger, a vessel carrying a dangerous and miraculous power. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, I felt unworthy and terrified. In the afternoons, the sky would darken prematurely, the sun swallowed by looming clouds. The wind picked up with gusts that sounded like distant wails. My anxiety intensified. Occasionally, I sensed the bear's presence, though it remained unseen. A rustle in the leaves, a low vibration coursing through the ground. These were signs that it was near, and each time my arms would break into goosebumps and a cold wave of dread would wash over my body. My throat dried up, making it difficult to swallow. I could almost hear the creature's thoughts reminding me of the visions it had shown, urging me to act responsibly with this new power. But the words, if they could be called words, were cloaked in warning. It was as if the guardian expected me to fulfill a duty I never agreed to. I grew more paranoid with each passing hour. Every rustling bush, every cracked twig made my heart lurch. My skin tingled with the sensation of being watched. I found myself spinning around in circles, shining my flashlight at nothing. The sweat on my palms made me drop my map repeatedly, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. My breathing grew ragged, and the forest floor seemed to undulate beneath my feet, as though the earth itself was shifting to trip me up. Time lost meaning in that oppressive gloom. Days and nights blurred together in an endless cycle of anxiety. I started to hallucinate silhouettes at the corner of my eye, tall shadows that disappeared when I turned to face them, strange shapes scuttling just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. My heart never stopped its frantic pounding, my gut in a constant state of churn. I questioned my own sanity. Maybe the telepathic bear, the accelerated growth, the healing power. Maybe it was all a delusion triggered by isolation, yet the evidence of my strange abilities persisted. I couldn't deny what was happening in front of me. Every time I touched a sapling, it stretched and sprouted new branches. The wounded fauna approached with trust, leaving healthy and whole, and with each new act of unintentional healing, I felt a deeper bond to this place. It was as if vines were weaving around my very essence, binding me to the forest's fate. Late one evening, desperate and on the verge of complete mental collapse, I stumbled into a ravine. The rocky walls loomed on either side, making me feel trapped. Fog clung to the ground like a living entity. My lungs burned from exertion, and my heart felt like it might burst at any moment. A sense of doom crawled along my spine. I heard the rustle of movement on the ridge above my chest. Seized up with immediate fear, and my pulse quickened to the point of pain, light faint but unmistakable glimmered through the fog. It revealed the massive silhouette of the bear, once again perched on a rock outcropping. My body shook uncontrollably. The presence bloomed in my mind, more forceful than before. It conveyed in a rush of images that I stood at the threshold of choice. I felt its message continue deeper into the labyrinth and assume the role of caretaker or return to human civilization with the knowledge that nothing would ever be the same. My entire frame trembled as I weighed the impossible decision. I sensed the forest pressing in on all sides, a living witness to my every heartbeat. Sweat dribbled down my forehead, stinging my eyes. My lips quivered and I felt my stomach knot with an urgent desire to escape. Yet something compelled me to approach the massive shape. Each step echoed in the narrow ravine and my breath came in ragged bursts. The world teetered between suffocating darkness and the faint luminescence of the bear's presence. My mind filled with contradictory impulses, fear, fascination, revulsion, reverence. Then, without warning, the bear vanished, leaving only a faint impression of its outline in the fog. The air felt thinner as though a huge weight had been lifted, but the memory of its presence remained seared into my consciousness. My stomach churned and my thoughts reeled as I tried to process what had happened in that final moment. The bear's voice, or thought, had insisted I remember the possibilities it had shown me. It wanted me to carry that burden, to decide what would become of these woods. I sank to my knees in the damp soil, gasping for air that refused to fully fill my lungs. After regaining some composure, I clutched at the rock wall and climbed out of the ravine. My limbs felt like lead and every muscle in my body ached, yet I pressed on, guided by a fleeting hope that I might find the edge of this haunted sanctuary. Hour after grueling hour, I navigated tangled thickets and overgrown trails. My heart thumped with the fear that the forest might never release me, but eventually the trees thinned. Weak sunlight filtered through a break in the canopy. My legs quivered when I stumbled onto a dirt road. The first sign of humanity I had seen in days. Relief and dread battled inside me, the realization slamming into my chest that although I had escaped the suffocating clutches of the forest, I carried something of it with me now. My clothes were torn and covered in moss. My skin was etched with tiny scratches, and a disturbing sense of empowerment lingered in my veins when I finally reached a small outpost. I noticed that wildflowers sprang up where I placed my hands on the ground. The images of that towering bear, the telepathic warnings, and the future visions refused to leave my mind, even when surrounded by the relative normalcy of people. My heart still raced as if anticipating something ominous in the coming weeks. Animals with injuries somehow found their way to me. No matter where I went, my fingertips still carried that strange heat, compelling me to heal. And every night I drifted into uneasy sleep, haunted by the forest's silent vow I am forever changed. My nightmares are laced with the Guardian's unblinking stare, with vines tangling around my wrists, pulling me back into the humid darkness. I feel the earth's pulse beneath my feet, a burden and a gift that will never leave me and always just beyond the edge of my consciousness. I sensed that old spirit's presence. Perhaps the forest chose me, or maybe it doomed me either way. I can't escape the hum of hidden magic coursing through my blood. That suffocating hush has followed me into my everyday life, a persistent, voiceless reminder that I have been bound to something far greater and far more terrifying than I ever wanted to know. Story 7, I could feel the dread the moment I stepped into the office that evening, an almost chemical thickness in the air that clung to my skin and made my lungs hesitate. The overhead lights buzzed quietly, casting awkward shadows on the walls, shapes that felt strangely out of place. I couldn't pinpoint exactly why I felt so uneasy, but every instinct told me I should turn around and leave. Instead, I pressed on, drawn by a terrible curiosity that gnawed at the back of my mind, the kind that refuses to let you look away from whatever lurks in the darkness. I'm not sure when the first suspicion crept into my life. Maybe it was the odd symbols that appeared under a specific kind of blue-tinted light. Or perhaps it was the way my business partner's voice dropped into a hushed, almost reverent tone whenever the topic of our company's meteoric rise came up, but it all came crashing down. When I discovered the black folder, the folder was tucked away in a locked drawer in my partner's private office. That night I had stayed late to finalize some budget reports. We were working on a massive expansion that would triple our income within a year or so. We believed while searching for a specific contract, I stumbled upon that hidden drawer. The lock was flimsy and curiosity overpowered any sense of decorum inside. I found a stack of documents with an unusual watermark barely visible under normal light, but as I held a phone flashlight against it, I saw twisting lines and symbols that formed something akin to a crest. My stomach churned. I could almost feel those symbols pulsing beneath my fingertips as though the paper itself were alive for days. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, some peculiar custom design, but I kept remembering how our clients sometimes flinched when they glanced at those watermarks. I started paying more attention. Soon I noticed the contracts had small scribbled footnotes in a language that was neither English nor anything else I recognized. When I showed them to a friend who was once a language major, he only gave me a confused stare and said it wasn't even remotely similar to any known script curiosity turned into obsession. Late at night, I combed through old business records in our digital archives trying to find a clue about who had drawn up these deals. I found references to a benefactor whose name never appeared in full, only as the letter D attached to confidential instructions. Over the next few weeks, I pieced together bits of cryptic information. The success of our company wasn't just due to our marketing campaigns and strategic partnerships. There was something else at work, something older, malevolent, a force that demanded more than just a signature. I confronted my partner indirectly. Choosing my words carefully, I hinted that I knew about some strange terms in our contracts. He brushed it off with a nervous chuckle, looking as though he had been caught with something far worse than a simple oversight. I didn't press him that day. However, I later overheard him in a tense phone conversation. His tone suggested the other person on the line held an undeniable power over him. I caught a few phrases, the gist being that there was a due date approaching and there would be consequences for tardiness. My partner sounded terrified, apologetic, and oddly resigned. The first real sign that something was horribly wrong came during a photo shoot for a new marketing campaign. One of our photographers showed me a series of images he had snapped in the boardroom. At first glance, everything looked normal, just me and my partner in our suits forced smiles. But behind us, in the reflection of the glass wall, there were dark silhouettes. Not silhouettes of people standing behind us. These shapes were elongated, twisted, and they lacked any semblance of a human outline. Their heads were misshapen, their limbs too long, too spindly, worse. Yet these forms seemed to be leaning in as if eavesdropping on our conversation. When I called my partner to look at the photographs, he refused. He stood a few feet away, refusing to make eye contact with me or the images, claiming he was in a hurry. That evening I studied those pictures alone in my office, heart pounding with every flick of the arrow key on my keyboard. The shapes seemed to move closer, as if captured in the mid-approach. I thought I was losing my mind, but no matter how many times I blinked, the shapes were still there. I had the strangest feeling they were watching me. Even through the photograph, the next few days were a blur of anxiety. I wasn't sleeping, could barely eat. I started seeing flickers of movement in my peripheral vision, a black form darting behind a piece of furniture, a faint whisper of something brushing by me in the hallway. My chest felt tight. My breath was shallow and beads of sweat gathered at my temples. Whenever I had to review more contracts, I was convinced the symbols on those pages were shifting under the light, rearranging themselves into new shapes. Whenever I looked away, my partner, meanwhile, had grown more distant. He avoided me at every opportunity, deflecting any questions with one-word answers delivered through clenched teeth. One particularly long night, I dreamt of that watermark. It morphed into a gaping mem with rows of impossibly sharp teeth. In the dream, the paper itself wrapped around my arms, pulling me into that black mouth. I woke up gasping for air, my heart thudding like it was about to tear out of my chest. My hands shook and I realized I was gripping my bedsheet so tightly that my nails had left half-moon indentations on my palms. I decided enough was enough. I confronted my partner. I demanded an explanation. Told him I couldn't go on pretending everything was fine. He finally confessed haltingly that he had made a deal. Signed a contract with an entity that guaranteed our rapid success. I could see the panic in his eyes, the sweat on his brow. He mentioned an arrangement that was supposed to be simple money in exchange for the entity's support. But as the years passed, the terms twisted. My partner admitted he hadn't read the fine print carefully. Apparently, it wasn't just money. The entity demanded there was something intangible, some essence it wished to collect. He revealed that the deadline for payment was imminent. The shadows we saw, the symbols. Even the ominous presence in the photographs were all signs that the entity was growing impatient. My partner spoke in clipped, desperate phrases as though each sentence cost him. Physically, he said, we couldn't fight it in any ordinary sense. The only way to appease this force was to renegotiate to offer more, but the entity now wanted something far more valuable than money. My partner wouldn't specify what the possibility chilled my blood. I found myself unable to stay in the office after sunset. The building felt alive with unseen watchers. Corners of corridors seemed to pulse with quiet malevolence. The fluorescent lights in the corridors flickered at random intervals, drenching the walls in a sickly green hue. Every time I passed a reflective surface, glass doors, windows, polished tables, I caught glimpses of those unnatural forms. Once in the reflection of the large display window near the lobby, I saw what looked like a pair of eyes, glowing faintly red, hovering in the background. When I whipped around, there was no one there, just the thick silence of an empty foyer and my own ragged breathing at home. I was plagued by insomnia. My heart would start racing out of nowhere, a dizzying rush of adrenaline for no discernible reason. Paranoia set in. I scanned every shadow in my bedroom, convinced something was crouched behind the dresser or lurking under the bed. My partner called me late one night. His voice trembling, he said he'd encountered a physical manifestation of the entity in the elevator. He described it as a tall figure draped in black with a face he couldn't fully see. It spoke without moving its lips, an intrusive voice in his head that demanded immediate payment. My partner had stammered that he needed more time, and then the elevator doors opened onto a floor that didn't exist in our building's layout. He stepped out to find himself in a hallway with no windows, no exit signs, only pulsating lights in the ceiling. Eventually, the elevator slid open again behind him and he stumbled back in. Returning to reality, if one could call it that, I felt a sharp sting in my chest. Just picturing this scenario, my breathing went shallow and my limbs felt cold. I realized there was no simple way out. We were in too deep. The next day, I met with my partner in the boardroom in broad daylight. I refused to go at night. My partner explained that the entity had given him a final deadline, midnight 3 days away. If we failed to provide the additional payment, the cost would be unimaginable. The walls of the boardroom suddenly seemed too close, the air too thin. I could smell the stale coffee in the corner, the bitterness clashing with my mounting sense of dread. He told me he had a plan, a last-ditch effort to negotiate with the entity. He had discovered an obscure ritual that might grant us an audience under controlled terms. I thought he was losing his mind. But then again, so was I. The incessant shadows, the monstrous silhouettes, the sense of being watched by something well beyond human comprehension, they were all too real. Night fell far too quickly on the day of the ritual. My partner and I stayed in the office waiting for the stroke of midnight. The fluorescent lamps above us buzzed like angry insects, casting our jittery shadows on the floor. I couldn't stop wiping the sweat off my brow. My throat so dry it felt like sandpaper. Finally, we turned off all the lights, leaving only a single table lamp draped with a red-tinted cloth to create a dim glow. My partner began reciting words that made my skin crawl. Words that sounded wrong in my ears, as if no human mouth should ever produce them. The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath forming clouds in the darkness. Then I felt it, a presence heavy and suffocating. The air thickened and the lamp started flickering. I forced my eyes to the corner of the boardroom where the shadows congealed into a form. A slender, towering silhouette with joint angles that seemed broken, twisted. I couldn't see a face, only a blackness that seemed to devour the light. My partner's voice faltered and he let out a choked gasp. I didn't dare move. My teeth were practically chattering from both cold and terror. I heard a voice in my head, cold, commanding, ancient. It stated that the payment due was no longer monetary, that something much more precious was required. My heart thundered against my ribcage and my entire body quaked as if some terrible force was passing through me. I could sense the entity's impatience, a primal hunger radiating from it. My partner stammered an offer. He tried to bargain to buy more time. The presence seemed to laugh silently, an unearthly vibration that made every hair on my body stand on end. My vision blurred, and for a moment I thought I would lose consciousness. Then a wave of dread crashed over me as the entity's attention shifted to me. I tasted bile rising in my throat. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My legs felt nailed to the floor. The entity demanded something deeper than wealth or property, something intangible that struck at the core of who we were. For a fleeting moment, I saw a swirl of images in my mind's eye, my memories, my ambitions, my sense of self, all laid out. Like currency on a demonic marketplace, the entity threatened that if we failed to comply, it would claim what it was owed in ways we couldn't fathom. My partner tried to shout that we'd do anything to prevent that. But the presence vanished, leaving a crushing silence. We never completed the ritual. We didn't have to. The deadline was set the next day. We both refused to set foot in the office. The place had become a prison of nightmares. We holed up in a nearby hotel, sleeping with the lights on our suitcases. Half-packed in case we needed to flee at a moment's notice, my mind raced with irrational solutions. Could we leave the country, burn, the contracts disappear? Yet that voice in my head insisted there was nowhere to hide from a force that transcended any physical boundary. Midnight came again, and I felt the entity's pull like gravity. My partner seemed to reach some breaking point with shaking hands. He burned all the demonic contracts he had in his possession. Thick black smoke rose from the flames, and for a second I thought I saw a face in the billowing smoke leering at us with eyes that glowed like embers. My vision blurred with tears from the acrid smell. We coughed and stumbled back. Terrified by the time the flames died, the documents were reduced to a fine ash that clung to every surface. I tried to steady my breathing, wondering if this act had helped or only worsened our situation. The lights in the room flickered, and for an agonizing minute, everything was plunged into pitch-black darkness. When the lights came back on, I realized the shadows were gone. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted at least partially in the days that followed. I felt a lingering sense of unease, as if something was still watching from just outside my field of vision. My partner wouldn't speak about the incident anymore, except to say that we should never mention it again. We both resigned from the company, leaving the once promising empire to fend for itself. Without our leadership, we parted ways without fanfare, each two consumed by private horrors to maintain any semblance of friendship. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that the contract remains in effect, that the entity is still out there waiting for a loophole to drag us back into its orbit. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I hear faint whispers in a language I don't understand. My heart pounds like a frantic drum, and I feel that same old terror coursing through my veins. Even now, as I write this, the overhead light in my study flickers just once. The air grows uncomfortably cold, and I find myself shivering despite the warmth of the room. I can't help but wonder if I truly escaped, or if sooner or later the entity will come to collect what it believes is rightfully owed. The thought leaves my mouth dry and my pulse hammering in my ears, and despite all logic, I can't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a dark silhouette stretched across the wall, looming in patient silence. Story 8, I still remember the first sign that something was deeply wrong. The silence felt too thick, too suffocating, as if I were entombed in the train car rather than merely seated in it. The fluorescent ceiling lights hummed in a low pulsing drone that my ears couldn't escape. My skin prickled under layers of stale air, and every muscle in my body tensed, preparing for a threat I couldn't define. It was that primal sense, the one that triggers. When you realize there's a predator in the darkness, I recall blinking in slow motion at my own reflection in the window, noticing how the outside world was nothing more than a shapeless black void, as if our tracks led nowhere but deeper into the unknown. I had boarded this overnight train from a small station on the outskirts of a city I was just passing through for a work trip. It had been an unremarkable evening, just a typical business travel day with the usual stiff seat and half-empty carriage. I had told myself to catch a few hours of sleep, but rest never came. My mind drifted in a strange half-state of wakefulness and anxious anticipation, like I was waiting for the slightest shift to confirm that I should be afraid. I heard the gentle rattle of the wheels on the tracks, the squeaking of the overhead luggage racks, and the muffled coughs of the few other travelers who were still awake. At some point, I felt the train slow down. My immediate thought was that it was too soon to arrive anywhere. The lights flickered once, then steadied. My stomach did a little flip as the train lurched to a stop. Curiosity won over fatigue, so I stood and peered out the window. The station platform was dimly lit by erratic bulbs that buzzed in and out of brightness, casting sickly yellow patterns on the ground. The sign that hung overhead was impossible to read. The letters looked smeared or twisted as though the paint had melted in the sun, even from inside the carriage. The air felt colder, and the smell that drifted in was pungent, like stagnant water mixed with ash. My pulse quickened. I took out my phone to check my map app, but there was no recorded station in this area. The train had apparently pulled into a place that, according to every piece of technology I owned, simply did not exist. A chill snaked its way up my spine. I found myself swallowing hard, an inexplicable dryness invading my mouth. I told myself the network coverage might just be spotty, or that the station could be brand new and not yet updated on the maps deep down, though an unmistakable fear sank its teeth into my thoughts. I noticed other passengers around me growing alert too, but few seemed eager to step onto the platform through the windows. I watched as figures began to board. They moved in stiff, synchronized motions, and their faces were cast in half shadow. Their skin seemed pale, no more like gray, with a dull, lifeless hue. They glided past me, taking seats in various corners of the carriage. My heart was hammering in my chest by then, and I could feel a thread of cold sweat trickling down the back of my neck. I tried to assure myself it was just the eerie lighting or my own imagination playing tricks. Still, the way those new passengers settled into their seats with vacant stares and unnerving stillness made every hair on my arm stand on end when the train started moving again. The usual rocking felt oddly different. It was too smooth, almost as if the rails beneath us had disappeared and we were sliding along an invisible track. The conductor made an announcement over the intercom, but the words were garbled. Distant, I thought I heard mention of a schedule adjustment and unexpected stops, but the static swallowed the rest. The conductor's voice was calm, almost cheerful, but in a hollow way that turned my veins to ice. Looking out the window, I expected to see the countryside, or at least the faint glow of a distant town. Instead, the landscape appeared as shifting silhouettes, a patchwork of shapes that defied logic. Sometimes I thought I saw enormous leafless trees bending impossibly toward the train. Other times I glimpsed glimpses of weirdly angled rock formations looming against a horizon lit by a pulsing sky. It didn't look like night-day or any recognizable transition between the two. It was as if we were passing through a world that existed outside normal rules. I tried to quell the rising panic by telling myself I must be dreaming, that I had dozed off and fallen into a particularly vivid nightmare. My body told a different story. My heart pounded so intensely it felt like my ribcage might crack, and a sheen of cold sweat clung to my forehead. My breath grew shallow as though the air itself had thickened. Somewhere ahead, I saw the conductor emerging from a doorway. He passed by the newly boarded passengers, first speaking to them in hushed, clipped tones I couldn't fully decipher. Then he approached me, his expression unnervingly blank. He wore the standard uniform, but it was slightly discolored. The jacket faded to a greenish gray as though it had once been navy but had drained of color over time. He addressed me in a low voice, suggesting, though not outright stating, that we would be making a sequence of unscheduled stops and that I should remain in my seat when I asked him if everything was all right. He responded with an odd half-smile. It wasn't comforting. It was more like a reflex. His eyes, however, told me everything was far from normal. He seemed amused by my question, as though my fear was inconsequential or worse yet. Expected, I pressed for more information, but he just shook his head and repeated that we were continuing with our journey. A sense of dread swelled in my chest. I couldn't force the words out of my dry throat to question him further, so I nodded mutely and let him move on over the next hour, or what I assumed was an hour, since time began to feel malleable. I watched the train screech to a halt at station after station. Each stop had its own twisted architecture. One was shadowed by towering angular structures that resembled rows of broken teeth. Another glowed with a sickly violet light, its platform strewn with an oily substance that reflected swirling colors as though it was alive at each station. More passengers with that same lifeless gaze climbed aboard. Wordlessly taking seats without so much as blinking in my direction, I began to notice that some of the original passengers from earlier in the night no longer seemed present when I toured the aisles. With my eyes, I could not see certain individuals I had clearly observed before there was no sign of them. I recalled a man with a heavy winter coat, a woman with a floral scarf. They were just gone. My pulse hammered at my temples and I swallowed hard. A trickle of perspiration sliding down my temple. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I was clutching the edge of my seat with trembling fingers, knuckles turning. White in desperation, I summoned the courage to speak to a fellow traveler. He was a middle-aged man sitting 2 rows behind me, someone I had earlier seen reading a paperback novel. I tried to ask if he had noticed the disappearing passengers, or if he had an explanation for these impossible stations. He answered me indirectly, his voice shaky. He said he had noticed people vanishing too, and that each time we stopped, he felt something tugging at the back of his mind, a pull toward the platform that he struggled to resist. He muttered more to himself than to me that the train was looking for suitable replacements. His words echoed in my head, suitable replacements. A hot surge of panic spread through my chest and my breathing became more ragged. I could hardly keep my thoughts organized. My body felt as if it were betraying me. Every nerve jittered. Every muscle twitched as though I was on the verge of sprinting away from some predator. My vision seemed to tunnel, and for a moment I was afraid I might pass out. Yet something kept me alert, a primal survival instinct urging me to stay conscious. Soon the conductor returned, weaving through the silent, impassive passengers and stopping beside me. He spoke calmly, mentioning that the journey had a unique requirement. The train only ceased its loop when it encountered a traveler who could take on an eternal passage. In other words, this train of the damned needed a fresh soul willing or unwilling to bear its curse. As he spoke, there was a flicker in his gaze that suggested he'd been through this routine countless times. He seemed to imply that many of the passengers seated around us had once been like me. Alert, afraid, desperate for answers. Now they were husks, abiding by some eternal contract. I wanted to protest, to shout that I would never accept such a fate. But my voice came out as a rasp, my mouth too dry to form a proper objection. I saw no pity in the conductor's expression, only inevitability. He left me there drifting deeper into my seat, heart thudding so violently I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. The next stop was somehow darker than the others, a place veiled in swirling mist that crept through the open doors and licked at our feet. The train's lights flickered madly, painting the new arrivals in strobe-like flashes. Their eyes glowed faintly in the gloom, and I swear their irises were milky white, ringed with a faint luminescence. A wave of nausea twisted my stomach, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from retching my muscles. Tensed as if preparing for flight, but I forced myself to remain still. Fear tangling with the irrational sense that if I moved I would draw their attention, I decided then that I had to attempt escape. Staying on this endless route of horrors felt like a slow descent into some kind of living nightmare from which I might never emerge. The idea that these vacant-eyed strangers had once been normal travelers like me set every nerve on fire. I felt a prickling at the back of my scalp as I realized that if I didn't act, I might become as gray and void of life as they were in the small corridor between cars. I discovered an emergency lever usually meant to stop the train in dire situations. My fingers shook violently as I reached for it. The cold metal biting into my palm, I yanked it down with all the strength I could muster, expecting the screech of brakes, or at least some mechanical jolt. Instead, the train barely shuddered. It slowed only a fraction before continuing on its relentless course. A hysterical laugh threatened to bubble up from my chest, but I choked it back. My last shred of control felt tenuous at best. Still, the labor's effect must have signaled something. The conductor appeared yet again, his eyes drilling into me. Accompanied by two of those pallet passengers, I recall feeling a wave of dizziness and an urge to collapse. The conductor spoke in a stern, quiet tone, warning me that there was no escape, that the train only stopped for stations it chose. I felt my heart skip a beat, but I stared back at him, determined not to surrender to panic as I slid back into my seat. I forced myself to think of any possible exit. Windows seemed sealed shut. The doors locked firmly, but there had to be a moment. Maybe when the doors opened at the next station where I could slip off the train, I prepared myself by gripping the armrest so hard my fingers ached. My shoulders stiffened under the tension and a sharp pain shot through my neck. Sweat dripped down my temples and my mouth felt like sandpaper. My vision tunneled again, but I held tight to a single idea: I had to get out. When the train screeched to its next stop, I watched carefully as the automatic doors opened. A thick, swirling fog clung to the platform. The lights outside buzzed in odd frequencies, flickering in time with the frantic hammering of my heart. Shadows in the mist writhed like living things, contorting in ways that made my stomach churn. The new passengers stepped on board in a slow, unnatural rhythm, their eyes once again that same ashen glare. I counted to 3 under my breath on the third beat. Adrenaline surged through me. I leaped from my seat, lunged past 2 of the gray-skinned travelers, and threw myself out the door. My boots hit the platform with a jarring thud that sent vibrations rippling up my legs. My knees almost buckled from the impact, but I managed to stay upright. Panic seized me in an iron grip, urging me to run. The platform felt strangely rubbery beneath my feet, as though it was an entirely solid mist coiled around my ankles, making every step uncertain. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw those unsettling passengers standing at the threshold. Their gazes bore into me, but they didn't give chase. I didn't wait to find out if they would. I sprinted, ignoring the wild pounding in my chest and the searing burn in my lungs. The fog thickened until I could barely see more than a foot in front of me. The echo of my own footsteps bounced around as if the platform were an enclosed chamber rather than an open space. The darkness pressed in and a wave of dizziness washed over me. Suddenly, the ground beneath me vanished and I felt weightless for a split second, as if I were falling off the edge of the world. But then there was light. A warm, artificial glow, and I found myself stumbling onto familiar concrete flooring. The noise of a normal city station filled my ears, the metallic screech of a different train's brakes, the murmur of unsuspecting travelers. I breathed hard, nearly collapsing onto a nearby bench. My entire body trembled, drenched in sweat. my heart threatening to break through my ribs. I looked around wildly, expecting grayish passengers to burst through the swirling air behind me. Instead, I saw a very ordinary terminal complete with fluorescent lights, vending machines, and people hurrying about their business. My mouth hung open in disbelief. A station worker approached asking if I needed medical assistance. I couldn't even form proper words, so I simply shook my head. Heart still racing like a wild animal trying to escape a snare in the hours or days or minutes. I truly couldn't tell. Afterward, I made my way to a nearby cafe where I gulped down water and tried to steady my nerves. I patted my pockets to see if I still had my phone, my wallet, anything to remind me that I was real. They were all there, undisturbed, as if none of it had happened yet. The memory of that impossible journey clung to me with an iron grip. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the colorless faces staring back, the impossible landscapes flowing by outside the windows, the silent stations that existed in no map or timetable. I still cannot fully explain what I went through or why I was allowed to step off the train. Part of me wonders if in my frantic scramble I failed to notice an invisible contract snapping shut around someone else, or maybe I simply wasn't the right candidate. The more I think about it, the more I sense there was an intelligence guiding the train, orchestrating each stop in search of exactly the person it needed. Perhaps it found that person, or perhaps it's still circling, waiting. Even now, I feel the hush of that train in my nightmares, luring me into half-waking states. My body always reacts the same way my heart rate triples. Sweat beads on my forehead and the muscles in my arms and legs tense until they cramp when my eyes snap open. I can still taste that stagnant ashen air. A single question haunts me, echoing in the recesses of my mind. If that train comes for me again, will I have the strength or the luck to escape once more? I have no intention of traveling by night train ever again, but a gnawing dread reminds me that it may not matter. There's a sense that the train exists outside simple constraints like schedule or geography. It can appear wherever and whenever it chooses. Sliding between realities, on quiet evenings, I swear I can hear a distant whistle that calls my name, beckoning me to resume a voyage. I narrowly escaped, and each time my blood runs cold, my breath hitches, and I'm seized by a new wave of paranoia, convinced that somewhere a conductor is waiting. Arms folded, eyes hollow, ready to guide me back onto that eternal railway story 9. I remember the first time I felt genuine dread crawling under my skin like a cold, living thing. It was one of those nights when every shadow felt too long and every sound hung in the air, unresolved. I'd just gotten home from the most uncomfortable first date I'd ever had, an awkward dinner that began with false smiles and ended in a tense, wordless ride back to my place. I thought the worst part of the evening was the date itself, but I was wrong. The real terror began when I checked my phone and realized there was a message from myself. At first, I thought it must be some bizarre glitch. My dating app notification showed a message from a profile picture that was undeniably mine, yet I had no memory of creating any additional account. With a tightness in my chest and a growing sense of unease, I opened the conversation. The text said something eerily mundane, like a greeting. Only it addressed me by a pet name I'd never shared with anyone. It was something I had only thought of in fleeting moments. A private joke in my own mind. My breath caught in my throat. I felt my heart hammering as if it were trying to beat its way out of my ribcage. All the tension from the earlier date immediately drained, replaced by a deeper chill that seeped into my bones. I wanted to believe it was a friend pulling a prank, but I couldn't figure out who could possibly know that secret name. None of my friends had that kind of insight, and I'd never used it online. As I paced around my living room, my eyes darted to the phone screen every few seconds, expecting more messages to appear. The ceiling light above me buzzed with a faint, irritating hum that set my teeth on edge. My fingertips tingled, and I could feel a slow trickle of sweat gathering along the small of my back. The apartment felt silent, too. Silent as though it were waiting for something to happen. I tried to distract myself by fixing a quick snack. The refrigerator's fluorescent light was too bright, and when I grabbed the carton of milk, the handle felt freezing, almost biting into my skin. My mouth was so dry that I could barely swallow. The taste of fear lingered at the back of my throat, even as I poured the milk over a bowl of cereal. My hand shook, causing drops to splatter on the counter. I tried to force the food down, but every bite felt like a struggle. It was only after I put the dish in the sink that I heard my phone vibrate again. A new message. I rushed to it. Heart racing, hoping it was just a friend texting, but the dread returned the moment I saw that the sender was the same uncanny profile. My own face stared back at me from a tiny icon, but the expression looked off my photo had been taken from an angle I didn't recall, and the eyes seemed almost hollow. I felt a spike of panic as I opened the message. This time it referenced a regret from my past, a humiliating mistake I'd never spoken about to anyone. My stomach twisted. How was it possible that this phantom account knew such personal information? I remembered the sour taste in my mouth as I tried to calm myself by turning on some background noise. I flicked on the TV, but the screen froze, refusing to show anything but static. Every time I pressed a button, the remote seemed unresponsive. The static grew louder, distorted, as if hissing directly at me. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt my breath hitch as the lights in my apartment flickered. The more I tried to ignore it, the louder that static seemed to get, building a suffocating tension in the room. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the furniture made my body tense. Every whisper of air through the vents felt threatening. I lay there on my bed covers pulled up to my chest, eyes glued to the phone resting on my nightstand. I could see the faint glow of the screen whenever it lit up with a notification. Once or twice I reached for it only to find no new messages. Eventually exhaustion won and I drifted off, my body trembling with the last remnants of adrenaline. The next morning I woke to discover something that made my blood run cold. Photos of me sleeping. They appeared in my phone's gallery as if someone had snapped them in the dead of night. Each image was more horrifying than the last. My curtains were shut, my door locked, yet the pictures were taken from impossible angles. One showed me from directly above my face, contorted in fitful slumber, sweat beads dotting my forehead. Another showed a close-up of my half-open mouth, and I felt violated. To an extent I never thought possible. I couldn't recall hearing the shutter sound or seeing the flash. My heart thudded so hard I thought it would burst. I immediately checked every corner of my room. The windows were still locked from the inside and the door chain was in place. My closet stood half open, revealing nothing but clothes and boxes. There was no indication that anyone had broken in my phone. Remained on the nightstand exactly where I'd left it. Still, the pictures were there, and I couldn't deny what I was seeing. I felt my throat close up and my palms began to sweat. My mind raced through every scenario. Could it be some advanced hacking technique? But who would go to this extent, and why did this entity seem to know me so intimately? Desperate for a break from the claustrophobic atmosphere of my apartment, I decided to go to work early. Perhaps the bustle of the city would ground me in reality. The hallway outside my door felt unnaturally quiet. My steps echoed in the dim lighting, and the elevator ride down was punctuated by a flickering overhead lamp. I fiddled with my phone, half expecting it to light up with another unholy message. When I reached the lobby, the reception desk was unoccupied. The air was heavy, as if charged with static electricity, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prick up. I hurried out into the street, my heart still. Hammering away work was no relief. My coworkers, noticing my pale complexion, asked if I was ill. I offered a vague response, claiming I had trouble sleeping the entire day. The hum of fluorescent lights and the tap of keyboards seemed amplified. Drilling into my head whenever I tried to focus, my mind would slip back to the images on my phone, and I felt an unsettling shiver course through my body. By lunchtime, my shirt was damp with cold sweat. Occasionally, I glanced at my phone. Half terrified it would vibrate again. The first direct confrontation came that afternoon. My phone buzzed, and once more it was a message from that uncanny profile. The text was filled with intimate details of my life, family anecdotes, regrets, fears. I felt nauseous reading them. It was like someone had peeled away every protective layer I had. My pulse quickened. I felt my muscles tense. especially around my neck and shoulders as if bracing for an attack. My lungs constricted, making it difficult to breathe in the small privacy of a conference room. I tried to calm down, but the overhead lights were flickering. Just like they had in my apartment, the sense of being watched became so strong that I found myself checking the corners of the ceiling for hidden cameras, feeling cornered. I decided to reply, half hoping I would get some clue about who or what was behind this. I typed a brief message, something like, "Who are you?" My thumb hovered over the send button, the tension of the moment pressing heavily on my chest. When I finally pressed it, I felt a jolt go through my body as if crossing a line of no return. The reply came instantly, as though it had been waiting. It said something to the effect of, "I am you, only better." It wasn't quite that direct, but the words implied an entity that had taken my identity, amplified by something beyond normal comprehension. My breath caught my stomach churned. I turned off my phone only to have it turn itself back on. Moments later, a message blinked on the screen, a single word that cut deep into my psyche. My innermost fear, the specific phobia I'd never shared with a soul. My head spun and I felt a slow, nauseating roll in my gut. By the time I left work, I was in a daze. The evening sky was a sickly orange, and the streetlights buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. As I walked home, I kept my phone in my pocket, too terrified to look at it. Every so often, I sensed its screen lighting up against my thigh, vibrating like a frantic heartbeat. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and every passing car seemed to glare at me with flickering headlights. A feeling of growing paranoia gnawed at my mind. I imagined silhouettes watching me from windows, digital eyes analyzing my every move. Back in my apartment, I felt an immediate wave of unease crash over me. The hallway light was out, leaving everything swayed in a dull half-light. My footsteps seemed to echo unnaturally, as if the space had expanded and I was trudging through a tunnel. My apartment door stuck when I tried to open it, and my key jammed in the lock for a moment longer than it should have. Inside, the atmosphere was thicker than ever. I turned on the living room lamp only to have it flicker and cast eerie shadows on the walls. I sat on my couch, my lungs struggling to draw in air. The silence pressed against my ears, so overwhelming it bordered on a roar. I unlocked my phone, determined to rid myself of this terror by confronting it directly. Images filled the screen. Unfamiliar photos of me going about daily tasks, brushing my teeth, sitting at my desk, tying my shoes. Each picture was taken from a bizarre angle, as though from the perspective of someone standing just behind me. My breath hitched, my forehead broke out in fresh sweat. I could smell the sour tang of my own fear in the air. Suddenly, the overhead light exploded in a shower of sparks. Glass shards rained down, and I jumped off the couch with my arms thrown up to shield my face. My heart was racing so fast it felt like it might give out. In the darkness, my phone's glow became the only source of light, illuminating the scattered shards on the floor. I sensed a presence around me like static electricity, raising the hair on my arms. It felt like someone was there just at the edge of my peripheral vision, a digital specter made manifest. My breathing became ragged and my limbs quivered with adrenaline. I remembered the taste of copper in my mouth, like I'd bitten the inside of my cheek without realizing it. I was dizzy with terror, fighting the urge to scream. Then the phone buzzed in my trembling hand. Another message, instructions telling me to go to the bedroom, describing in detail what I would find there. My rational mind insisted I should just leave, but I felt compelled to follow the directive, as if some part of me needed to know. I navigated the dark hallway with shaking legs, the phone lighting my way. The door to my bedroom was slightly ajar. Even though I always kept it closed, a faint odor of stale air leaked out, and I could hear a faint scratching noise like fingertips across a window pane. Entering felt like stepping into a nightmare. My bed was stripped of blankets, and all my pillows were arranged in a pile on the floor. Across the walls were digital projections, my pictures cycling rapidly like a cursed slideshow, each image flickering across the wall in ghostly illumination. My chest tightened, my breath came in shallow bursts. I could barely think straight, my mind a swirl of disbelief and panic. The slideshow showed images of me at various points in my life. Some from years ago, some from mere hours earlier. Each one was accompanied by a flickering strobe effect that made me feel as though I was teetering on the edge of an epileptic fit. Then I caught sight of something that made my blood congeal, a live feed of my own face, contorted with terror. Staring at the phone screen, the camera angle was from the ceiling behind me as if I were being filmed. That very second, I spun around, shining my phone upward, but saw nothing except the bare ceiling. No device, no lens yet. The feed persisted. My mind buckled under the impossibility of it all. My pulse thundered, and I felt faint, like the floor might collapse beneath me. There was a moment when I questioned if I was hallucinating, if my exhaustion and anxiety had finally snapped my grasp on reality. Then something in me rebelled against the fear, as if a primal survival mechanism kicked in. I forced myself to think maybe this digital entity was feeding on my terror. I breathed in deeply, ignoring the dryness in my throat, ignoring the stabs of panic in my gut. My hands still shook, but I managed to navigate to my phone settings. If it could manipulate my devices from afar, maybe I needed to isolate it with trembling fingers. I activated airplane mode, then turned off the Wi-Fi router from a switch in the hallway. The flickering projections on the walls faded out, leaving me in near total darkness. I stumbled to the living room, rummaging in a drawer for a flashlight. The place felt oppressive, as though the very walls were pressing in. Even with the phone offline, I felt something intangible swirling around me. My head pounded, my throat was parched, and every breath was a struggle. The thought of leaving the apartment altogether flitted through my mind, but I worried about what might follow me outside. Still, anything felt better than staying locked in that suffocating darkness. Gathering my keys, I made my way to the door. My flashlight's beam shook erratically, bouncing off the walls as I tried to steady my hand. At one point, the beam landed on a mirror, and I caught a glimpse of my reflection. My eyes wide and haunted. I looked like a cornered animal drenched in cold sweat. A flicker of movement in the corner of the mirror made my heart skip, but when I jerked the flashlight over, nothing was there. I managed to step out into the hallway, locking the door behind me. The corridor lights were still dim and flickering. The air felt stale, and I could hear a strange whispering noise like static or a faint radio signal. My pulse refused to slow, and my muscles ached from the constant tension. Yet I forced myself to keep going, to walk away from my apartment and out of that building, one foot in front of the other. The street outside was eerily quiet. For this time of night, the city sounds muffled, as if I'd stepped into a parallel version of my neighborhood. I turned, looking up at my building's dark windows. It felt like the entire structure was watching me, silently mocking me for my futile attempt to run. A distant rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, but no rain fell. The air crackled with electricity, or maybe it was just my frayed nerves. I ended up taking a long walk, weaving through unfamiliar streets. Phone clutched in my hand like a lifeline, even in airplane mode. I kept checking the screen, half expecting to see that unsettling face again. Hours passed without a single new message. My heart rate began to settle, though my stomach remained in knots. Eventually, I found myself at a 24-hour diner, lights buzzing overhead, the linoleum floor giving off a harsh reflection. I slipped into a booth, trying to ignore how my entire body trembled whenever I thought back to the images. My mind questioned, everything. Was I losing it? Did any of this truly happen? Yet the memory of that digital feed haunted me, my own face staring back in real time. After some time, I mustered the courage to turn my phone's connectivity back on for several agonizing seconds. Nothing happened. Then one last message arrived from that same phantom profile. It was short, almost cryptic, hinting that it couldn't be banished so easily, that our bond was forged by the darkest recesses of my psyche. My hand clenched around the phone until my knuckles turned white, and I could feel my heartbeat thudding in my temples. A wave of claustrophobic terror swept over me, but I realized I was out in public now, away from the claustrophobic shadows of my apartment. That was the moment I decided I wouldn't flee from it anymore if it was part of me or claimed to be. Then I had to face it head on. The fear still gnawed at me, but something about being in that brightly lit diner steadied my nerves. Just enough I breathed in and out, slow and deliberate, focusing on the faint scent of old coffee and fried food. People around me were absorbed in their own worlds, oblivious to my internal horror. For the first time in 2 days, I felt a tiny pinprick of resolve in the pit of my stomach. To this day, I can't say for certain if that entity was supernatural, a manifestation of my anxieties, or some kind of malevolent hacker with impossible technology. All I know is that it still lingers like a presence lurking in every reflection, every piece of digital media I consume. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of my own face angled oddly in a photo I don't remember taking. Sometimes the lights flicker in a pattern that sets my teeth on edge, and once in a while I wake up drenched in sweat. Half convinced I see a silhouette in the corner of my room, yet I press on, determined not to let the terror swallow me whole. I can't pretend everything went back to normal. I still hear static. At odd moments, still worry that at any second my phone will light up with another impossible message. Part of me expects that one day I'll look in the mirror and see that entity standing behind me, smiling with my own stolen face. But until that day comes, if it ever does, I'll cling to the thin thread of hope that maybe I'm stronger than my fear, and if it tries to take control again, I will be ready. Even if my heart pounds in my chest like a war drum. Even if cold sweat trickles down my spine, I'll confront it, because what else can I do but stand my ground and refuse to let it devour me from the inside-out story? I felt the chill the moment I stepped into that old theater, a sudden wave of unease that gripped me in the chest and made my breath hitch. The corridor was lined with photographs of past productions. Their colors faded and edges curled as if even the paper itself were trying to withdraw from some unseen presence. My flashlight flickered unexpectedly, casting jittery shadows on the darkened walls. I couldn't shake the sense that something here was persistently observing me, lurking in corners, peering through the gloom, waiting for its moment to be known. And I had just arrived. My name is Thomas Cruise, and I'm a lighting technician by trade. I came to this historic theater, one I'd admired from a distance since I was a teenager, to help modernize its old electrical system. It had been closed for renovations, then reopened recently for a special series of performances aimed at celebrating its long and storied past. I was excited at first, proud even to contribute to the revival of a place that had housed so many legendary productions. The building had an unmistakable aura of grandeur, with ornate moldings and plush carpeting battered by decades of footsteps. But beneath that beauty lay something else, a pressure in the air, a tension that coiled around my spine. Whenever I stepped inside, as I walked through the backstage area, each footstep echoed against the battered floorboards. My equipment bag felt heavier with every step I took, but I told myself it was only nerves. The smell was a peculiar combination of sawdust rust and something stale like old perfume that had lingered for too long. I tried to focus on the task at hand. Electrical systems were my specialty. I knew how to rewire cables, replace bulbs, and make outdated rigging safe for modern shows. None of that could prepare me for the unearthly occurrences I was about to witness. It started subtly one evening after I'd finished aligning the stage lights and was preparing to leave. I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a person crossing from stage left to stage. Right at first, I assumed it was a cast member or a stagehand staying late to rehearse or organize costumes. But there was no sound, no footsteps, no rustle of clothing, just silent motion. When I angled my flashlight toward the stage, there was nobody there. My heartbeat quickened and I felt a dampness on my forehead that was definitely not from the summer heat. A faint hush seemed to drape itself over the entire stage, as if the wooden planks had grown wary of being discovered. My colleagues sometimes mentioned rumors of apparitions, actors from decades past who never truly left. I heard the stories in indirect whispers, a costume designer suggesting that the mirrors in the dressing rooms showed fleeting reflections that vanished when confronted, a caretaker claiming that once in a while he heard lines from old scripts echo under the arches. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself that older theaters often come with such legends, but the more time I spent in that building, the more convinced I became that these rumors weren't just folklore. Something was actually happening one night, while double-checking the rigging for a complicated lighting setup. I noticed a faint glow on the stage. It looked like a spotlight shining from some old fixture I hadn't installed. Curious and a bit wary, I descended from my ladder, crossing carefully to the side of the stage. My mouth went dry as I saw under that pale luminescence a pair of dancers. They wore costumes that seemed lifted from another era, flowing formal outfits with designs I'd only seen in antique photographs. Their movements were slow, methodical, and completely silent. Despite being only a few yards away, I heard no footfalls or breathing, just an ambient hush that weighed on my eardrums. At first, I doubted my own eyes. My chest felt tight, as though I were in the presence of something outside logic. I decided to take a step closer, heart pounding so fiercely that I heard the whoosh of blood in my ears. That single step was enough for them to fade like a reflection in disturbed water. The stage lights flickered, and suddenly I was alone in near darkness. I stood there, gasping, sweat trickling down my back. I wanted to flee the theater right then, but my own curiosity chained me in place. I needed to understand what I had seen and why it felt so real over the ensuing days. More bizarre sightings occurred. I'd catch glimpses of costumed figures rushing to their marks, voices murmuring lines just beyond the edge of audible comprehension. Their attire shifted, sometimes 1920s chic, sometimes 1950s formality. But always from another time, the experiences left me with chills that radiated through my arms and legs. My hands would tremble whenever I found myself alone, and each time the temperature felt as though it plummeted. Eventually, I learned from some old production logs, though no one told me directly, that the theater seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple eras. Certain scenes performed there long ago were trapped in a loop. The actors persisted as apparitions in an endless replay of their final performances. That was the speculation anyway. People avoided speaking of it openly, but the rumors flowed in indirect comments about the building's long list of chronological quirks. Most folks tried to dismiss them as illusions or stress-induced visions, but I couldn't ignore the evidence of my own senses. I reached a breaking point. One evening, when I was adjusting the overhead lights for the upcoming production, I was alone again in the theater, determined to finish my work quickly. As I positioned a spotlight, I caught sight of a shadow flitting across the seats in the auditorium. It was too large to be a single person. I climbed down, ventured into the rows, and noticed an entire scene unfolding. Figures in period costumes seemed to be rehearsing or performing. Their hushed tones were disjointed, reverberating like half-remembered echoes. My throat dried up and my palms grew clammy. Each breath felt like inhaling shards of cold air. Without fully grasping the implications, I impulsively aimed my flashlight at one of the figures. A man wearing a vintage suit at that moment. The figure locked eyes with me, and for a second I felt a surge of energy pierce straight through my core. The lights above flickered violently and I stumbled backward. My hands shook uncontrollably and a terrifying wave of vertigo nearly knocked me off balance. When I looked back, the seats were empty, but something had changed in me. Later that night in my apartment, an antique pocket watch lay on my kitchen table. I had never owned a pocket watch in my life. It resembled the style I'd glimpsed on that apparition, a burnished bronze surface with intricate scrollwork. My heart thudded with the realization that somehow I had carried a piece of that other time into my own home. The watch's ticking filled the silence of my apartment, and its methodical clicks felt like a countdown to something I didn't understand. Soon, more unfamiliar items started appearing. A program for a play from decades past. A costume accessory that looked handmade. A battered fountain pen. Each arrival jolted me with a fresh wave of anxiety. My mouth would go dry whenever I spotted a new relic on my coffee table or in my closet. It was as though the boundary between the theater's timeline and my life was disintegrating, and the nightmares began in my dreams. I was on stage under those hot lights, performing scenes I had never rehearsed but knew by heart. The audience was invisible, yet I felt hundreds of eyes on me, dissecting my every move. My pulse hammered, my lungs ached with shallow breaths, and I'd wake up drenched in sweat. Occasionally, I felt I wasn't alone when I opened my eyes. A sense of a presence lingered just outside my vision, like a shape hidden in the corner of the bedroom. I'd lie there, heart pounding so loudly I could hear each thump, wondering if it was real or just my mind fracturing under stress. I began experiencing fragments of old memories, but they weren't mine. Late at night, I'd smell stage makeup and hear the muted applause of an audience. Sometimes I'd find myself humming tunes from musicals that hadn't been performed in decades. My reflection in the bathroom mirror appeared off as if something behind my own eyes was a stranger. Fear gnawed at me constantly, a tension coiling in my stomach until I felt nauseated. I tried to share my concerns with a close friend over the phone, but she only remarked that I sounded exhausted. She suggested I take a break from the theater and get some rest when I dared to return to the theater. Compelled by my job and a strange fascination, I noticed that the stage lights would flicker as soon as I stepped in. It was as though the building recognized me, trying not to panic. I made my way through the labyrinth of hallways, listening to every creak of the floorboards, every distant echo that made my skin crawl. The air felt thicker now, as though saturated with the tension of multiple eras pressing in. At once my mouth was perpetually dry, and I had to keep swallowing to fight the tightness in my throat. In hushed tones, the director of the current production confided that some staff had witnessed phenomena reminiscent of old performances, seamlessly blending with present rehearsals. She avoided looking at me directly, as if fearing that acknowledging my experiences would confirm something too frightening to articulate. I nodded, feeling sweat collecting at the base of my neck, wanting to say something about how real these apparitions were, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. My voice felt trapped in my chest, lodged behind the pounding of my heart. One particular night, I set up additional spotlights for a new scene. Determined not to make contact with any apparitions, I moved methodically, checking cables and adjusting angles. Then I saw a faint glow emanating from the wings with each step toward that glow. The hair on my arms stood up, the stage seemed to warp under my feet. The boards creaking in an endless echo. I peered around the curtain and found another scene in progress. A man and a woman conversing in frantic whispers, dressed in clothes from many decades ago. Their voices were distant yet urgent, as if trying to solve some crisis in their storyline. I knew I should leave them to their loop, but I couldn't help stepping forward. My pulse throbbed at my temples and my breathing grew ragged. An overwhelming compulsion to intervene coursed through me. Something deeper than curiosity, almost a primal urge to help them break free, or maybe it was me wanting answers, so I leaned in just enough to be seen, and the moment our gazes met, I felt a rush of cold air tear through the space. The lights above sparked, then dimmed for a heartbeat. I thought everything had gone dark, but I was wrong. They vanished, yet I felt their presence within me, as if I'd opened a door that could never be sealed. My body trembled violently and sweat stung my eyes. I ran out of the theater, my breath coming in desperate gasps. I sprinted down the street, half expecting something to chase me. Even after I shut my apartment door behind me, I sensed an unnatural stillness. My own living room felt like a stage set in the following days. More bizarre artifacts appeared, old theater tickets scattered near my sofa, a hand-sewn vest in my closet, a script from a production long before my time, and the visions intensified while waiting for the elevator in my building. I glimpsed a reflection of a corridor behind me that didn't match my reality. It looked like an aged version of the hallway with faded wallpaper and flickering lanterns. My heart pounded so fiercely that my knees wobbled when I turned around. There was only the modern corridor I knew, but the pit in my stomach told me I was only half in the present. Now I realized I couldn't continue like this. Anxiety had me jumping at every noise. The tension in my neck and shoulders made me constantly ache. Nights were worse, filled with nightmares that bled into my waking hours. Finally, I decided to confront the theater head-on, hoping to sever whatever link I'd forged. Gathering my tools, I returned late one evening, determined to remove every piece of lighting equipment I'd installed, as if that might break the cycle. Inside, the building felt more oppressive than ever. Every corridor was dimly lit by dying bulbs. A low hum resonated through the walls, and it felt like stepping into a giant maw. I forced myself onto the stage, grappling with the spotlights and cables, Determined to undo my previous work the moment I started unscrewing a fixture, I heard footsteps behind me, modern heavy boots. This time, not phantom echoes from the past. A stagehand approached in the darkness, saying in subdued tones that the director had told him to leave me alone for the night, but that if I needed help, he'd remain nearby. I thanked him with a nod, trying not to let my trembling hands show in the glow of his flashlight alone. Again, I removed each light with slow precision, focusing on every twist of the screwdriver. My mind spun. I felt as though time itself was pressing against me, each second reverberating in my ears, each minute marked by a surge of adrenaline. The building groaned around me, or maybe that was just my imagination. My breath rattled in my chest and sweat trickled down my temples. Yet I persisted, dismantling everything piece by piece. After what felt like hours, I finished. A sense of uneasy calm washed over me, and I stood center stage, gazing at the shadows of the auditorium. My heart hammered as I declared, mostly to myself, that I was done. No direct response came, only a distant creak of wood. Then a curious stillness settled over the space. I backed away slowly, refusing to turn my back until I was at the exit. A week passed and no new relics appeared in my apartment. The pocket watch still ticked ominously, but I stashed it in a drawer out of sight. My dreams, although still uneasy, began to fade back into mundane images of daily life. Yet the memory of that theater with its overlapping timelines remained an open wound in my psyche. My sense of normality was forever changed. I still jump at random flickers of light or unexpected reflections in mirrors. If there was a victory, it was that I preserved my grip on reality just enough to carry on. But I can't fully escape the feeling that part of me is still in that theater, trapped in the cycles of old performances. Sometimes late at night, I think I hear the faint tune of an ancient musical score drifting through my apartment walls. My heart races and a cold sweat prickles on my skin. I close my eyes and remind myself to breathe. Whatever force binds that theater exists just beneath the surface of what we call real. I manage to pull most of myself out, but I suspect a fragment remains forever locked in that place where past and present blur into a single haunting performance. And every so often I can almost feel it calling me back. Story 11. The rain hammered on the windows with such intensity that it felt like an attack from the outside world, a warning that something in the atmosphere had shifted. My pulse throbbed in my ears and a prickling sensation crawled up my arms as I stood in my living room, staring at the rivulets of water snaking down the glass. There was a pressure in the air. Thick, suffocating, my skin felt clammy and the light around me dimmed, as though the electricity itself had lost its will to illuminate. Even the lamp in the corner flickered erratically, revealing the corners of the room with unsettling shadows. The day I first sensed this pressure, I knew my life would never be the same. A few weeks prior, I had managed to avoid a potentially horrific accident. I had been driving along a familiar highway on a sunny afternoon, feeling carefree, my mind wandering to trivial errands without warning. A crushing certainty spread through my chest. I saw with terrifying clarity an image of twisted metal, broken glass, and my own arms pinned beneath the crumpled dashboard. My heart started pounding so violently that I actually pulled over onto the shoulder, shaking and drenched in sweat. Seconds later, a truck sped by, losing control on the exact stretch where I would have driven if I hadn't stopped. The truck skidded, scraping the guardrail, filling the highway with a deafening screech of steel on concrete. My entire body was trembling. I tasted bile in my mouth as my adrenaline surged. I realized with a cold wave of fear that I had somehow foreseen the accident. In the days following that experience, my perception of the world changed in ways I could never have anticipated. It started with subtle flashes at the edges of my vision, little sparks of light, glimmers of color dancing around people's bodies. Once I was walking through a grocery store when I noticed faint halos hovering around the employees, shimmering like heat waves off asphalt. My breath caught in my throat and my pulse accelerated. I told myself it was fatigue, maybe a visual trick from the fluorescent lighting. Yet the more I tried to dismiss it, the more persistent these colorful outlines became. It was as though I was seeing something that hovered just outside the normal spectrum of sight. Then came the day when I noticed lines almost like threads of light weaving around strangers on the street. If I focused, I sensed them radiating from each person, branching out in dozens of directions, all drifting into the distance. When I closed my eyes, the same lines lingered in the darkness behind my eyelids, pulsing with an uncanny vibrancy. I walked around in a constant state of hyper-awareness, my heart fluttering like a trapped bird in my ribcage. Every noise, every flicker of motion felt amplified. My skin tingled with apprehension, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was standing on the threshold of two worlds. At once, the tangible reality and something deeper, more arcane. Gradually, these visions intensified. I began to see shapes, silhouettes, or something akin to echoes outside my window at night. Whenever I turned my head, they vanished, leaving me gasping in alarm. My apartment, once a sanctuary of comforting stillness, felt haunted by an otherworldly presence I couldn't sleep without the lights on my chest, seized with dread whenever darkness enclosed me. The sense that I was being observed lurked in every corner, making my palms sweat and my heartbeat hammered loud enough to keep me awake. I recalled how after the premonition on the highway, my life was spared by what felt like a cosmic intervention. Now I wondered if something had noticed that intervention one night as I tried to settle into the worn-out cushions of my couch. I sensed a flicker in the air as though the space in front of me warped momentarily. My temples throbbed and I felt a wave of nausea along with a tingling along my spine. I blinked and realized that I could see my living room in two versions at once. In one version, the lamp in the corner was glowing. A steady, soft yellow in the other, the lamp's light flickered and pulsed with a sickly greenish hue, casting crooked shadows on the walls. As I looked down at my hands, I saw them superimposed over each other in slightly different positions. My breath caught and my vision blurred for a second, forcing me to grip the edge of the couch until my knuckles turned white. A cold sweat formed on my forehead, and my heart pounded against my ribcage. This shift, this split in reality, lasted only a moment when it passed. I was left with a deep sense of unease and an unshakable panic. Despite my utter bewilderment, I tried to continue my daily routine. I went to work pretending that my smiles and polite nods were genuine, although inside my nerves were fraying. At times, my body would feel so tense that my shoulders ached and my breath came in shallow bursts, as if I were constantly bracing for an invisible impact I confided in. No one, how could I explain that I was seeing alternate realities flicker in and out of my vision? How could I tell anyone that sometimes I glimpsed a shimmering aura around them? Lines of possible futures stretching out from their shoulders like the legs of a sprawling spider. No words could accurately capture the dread that crawled through my veins. Before long, these multiple realities began to bleed into one another more frequently. I would be sitting at my desk trying to finish a mundane task when I would see a second desk overlapping the first, or a second version of my own hand turning the pages of a notebook that wasn't actually there. My ears started picking up faint whispers, muffled voices that seemed to be calling to me through layers of static. My heart rate skyrocketed each time, pounding so loudly I thought everyone in the office must hear it, but no one seemed to notice the silent chaos unfurling inside me at night. The sense of being watched grew unbearable. I perceived indistinct figures outside my window when I mustered the courage to approach the glass. They weren't there yet. A lingering tension in the air convinced me I hadn't imagined them sometimes in that liminal zone between waking and dreaming. I heard a faint scraping against the window, or a rustling just beyond the curtains. I'd bolt upright. Chest-tight hair standing on end. My throat would feel dry and a hollow ache would gnaw at my stomach. In those moments, my vision would briefly split again, revealing another version of my room, one where shadowy silhouettes stretched across the ceiling in unnatural angles, pulsating gently like they were breathing days blurred, and my consciousness seemed to slip in and out of these overlapping realities. Without warning, I soon noticed that certain shapes, perhaps they were entities, were following me. Whenever I was out in public, I felt an overwhelming sense of being observed. Sweat prickled beneath my clothes and a rowing dread swelled in my gut. In a crowded street, I noticed the same tall figure in my peripheral vision when I turned my head. I caught only the faintest glimpse of a form that seemed vaguely humanoid, yet lacked distinctive features. It evaporated the instant my gaze focused on it. My mind raced with the implications had my expanded perception alerted something to my presence. Was I now visible to them? Just as they were becoming visible to me, I became consumed by the idea that these watchers were not benevolent. Perhaps my near miss on the highway had awakened a potential inside me, an ability to sense the hidden architecture of reality, and in turn to be sensed by powers beyond normal comprehension. Each night I tried to calm myself, telling my reflection in the mirror that I was simply tired, overworked, imagining impossible scenarios, but a tight knot of panic remained coiled in my stomach. Impossible to ignore my hands. Trembled at the thought of going to sleep, unsure if I would find myself witnessing yet another fracturing of my own surroundings. It was during one of these fitful nights that the lines of possible futures around me flared with astounding intensity. I had been lying in bed, sheets soaked with my sweat, when suddenly the entire bedroom glowed with an otherworldly light. Dozens, maybe hundreds of luminous strands extended from every piece of furniture, from every corner, swirling and crossing in elaborate patterns. My pulse became thunder in my ears, and I struggled to breathe. I sat up disoriented, watching as the walls themselves seemed to ripple. That was when I truly saw them, entities drifting in the spaces between these threads of light. They were elongated, indistinct, and their eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with a faint luminescence. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and my scalp tingled so intensely it felt as though insects were crawling over my head. I felt them studying me, their gazes piercing through my physical form and into my mind. My heart was pounding so violently that my vision blurred at the edges. I couldn't move or speak, an invisible weight pressed against my chest. In that moment, my perceptions fractured further, and I saw multiple overlapping versions of my room. One room had the lamp shining with a comforting warm glow, while in another, everything was dark, except for the faint outlines of these entities. In a third, I saw shimmering lines of possibility dancing in the air like ghostly ribbons, desperate to ground myself. I clutched the bed frame nails, digging into the wood. I felt tears in my eyes, not from pain, but from sheer terror. Inside my head, I could almost sense them communicating in low vibrations, trying to warn or threaten me. I wasn't sure which. My breathing grew ragged, my chest heaving in short gasps. Sweat poured down my forehead, and my shirt clung to my back. I tried to scream, but could only produce a strangled wheeze. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, making my limbs shake uncontrollably. Eventually, the night receded, and I woke up the next morning with an aching body, my head pounding as if it had been used as a drum. Every muscle felt stiff, as though I had been tensed in place for hours. My eyes stung with fatigue, and my mouth was bone dry, as though I had been parched for days. I stumbled to the bathroom, half expecting to see those same haunting silhouettes behind me, although nothing was there. The weight of their observation never left me. I splashed cold water on my face, hoping to snap myself out of this nightmare. But the memory of those multiple realities overlaying each other remained vivid. Scorching my mind's eye as the weeks went on, I decided I needed to confront the phenomenon, or at least understand it enough to navigate my life without constant, paralyzing fear. I sought out books on auras, astral projection, esoteric knowledge, any scrap of information I could find that might explain my new ability. According to one obscure tome, individuals who narrowly escape grave accidents sometimes develop an extended perception, a rift that allows them to glimpse parallel existences. However, it warned that such a shift in consciousness could attract the attention of non-human entities that exist between these realities. Reading that made my stomach twist, my entire body tensed with dread as I recognized the severity of my predicament. I realized that my uncanny luck in avoiding that highway disaster might have opened a doorway, and that door wasn't just letting me peek out, it was also letting something else in. I stopped sleeping for more than an hour or two at a time. Each small noise at night jolted me awake, heart racing, every nerve in my body on high alert. My dreams were laced with creeping shadows and labyrinths of fractured reality. During the day, I saw double images of everyday scenes, a sidewalk turning into a spiraling path, an office corridor leading to an endless hallway in another dimension. My head felt perpetually light, and I was haunted by the notion that my mind was splintering under the strain of seeing too much simple tasks became exercises in focus. I had to remind myself which reality I was operating in, telling myself that the coffee mug in front of me was real, while the shimmering half-faded mug overlapping it might be from another timeline. One afternoon, I caught sight of one of those entities standing just inside my peripheral vision in broad daylight on a sidewalk near my office building. My pulse thudded in my chest and I froze mid-step. Pedestrians brushed past me, but no one seemed to notice the tall, indistinct shape the air around me felt. Electric crackling with unseen energy. My breath came in shallow gulps. I sensed it was a silent threat, or perhaps a warning. I swallowed hard, feeling my throat tighten, and forced myself to keep walking, telling my legs to move, even though they felt like sacks of sand. The figure didn't vanish this time. It lingered a moment longer before fading out like a mirage, dissolving in a heat wave. That night, locked in my apartment with the doors double bolted and every light blazing, I confronted a choice: remain paralyzed by fear or attempt to face these watchers. My hands trembled as I lowered myself onto the living room floor, crossing my legs in a makeshift meditation posture. I inhaled through my nose, exhaled through my mouth, repeating the process until my pulse steadied just enough to remain coherent. Closing my eyes, I focused on the swirling darkness behind my lids. Almost immediately, a kaleidoscope of lights flared, revealing those luminous threads of possibility beyond them. I perceived shapes and shadows flickering. I concentrated on a single question repeated in my mind like a mantra: "Why are you watching me?" There was no spoken response, no clear voice. Instead, a crushing wave of emotion and imagery broke over my senses as though I was experiencing a fragmented transmission. My body shuddered violently and goosebumps prickled across my skin. I felt a presence press in on me from all sides, pushing the air from my lungs. Then for an instant, I glimpsed what lay behind the veil: an endless network of timelines branching out in every direction like roots of a colossal cosmic tree. At the edges of these roots dwelled numerous entities, drifting between realities, their forms constantly shifting as they observed me, curious yet seemingly cautious. When I opened my eyes, tears streamed down my cheeks and my breathing was ragged. Still, a curious calm settled over my chest. My heart was racing, but not in blind panic. This time it was more like anticipation. I sensed that these watchers weren't necessarily malevolent. They had noticed my expanded perception the moment I swerved away from fate on that highway, and now they were studying whether I would succumb to terror or evolve beyond it. Slowly, I pushed myself up from the floor, wiping the sweat from my brow. A faint trembling persisted in my hands, but I felt a newfound determination in the days that followed. I experimented gingerly with my ability whenever I saw the overlapping realities. I tried to breathe steadily, acknowledging them rather than recoiling. Strange as it was, I realized each timeline was like a ripple in a vast ocean. I could feel the shifting currents, the gravitational pull of events that might happen, might never happen, or were happening in parallel. The watchers appeared less frequently, perhaps because I was learning not to panic at every flicker in the air. I still felt them there, lingering at the edges, but they seemed more like silent guardians than hunters. I won't pretend that everything has become easy. I still have nights when I wake up drenched in sweat, convinced I see one of those tall silhouettes in the corner or sense them outside my window. My heart still jackhammers in my chest. My mouth dries up and a cold flush scuttles along my spine. But now there's also a small spark of defiance inside me, a realization that I am capable of navigating the labyrinth of these multiple realities. My fear, while ever present, is tempered by a cautious curiosity. I survived that highway incident for a reason. It wasn't just luck, it was the opening of a door in my consciousness. I'm learning slowly to walk the line between terror and acceptance, to stay grounded in one reality. Even as I sense countless others, the watchers remain their presence, an unsettling reminder that I've stepped into a realm beyond ordinary human awareness, But if they expected me to collapse under the weight of my new perception, they might be disappointed. I may still quake with dread when I feel them near, but I refuse to lose myself to horror sometimes. In the hush of midnight, when the rain batters my windows and the shadows on my walls stretch to impossible lengths, I sense that unsettling pressure in the air. Once again, my heart picks up pace and my palms sweat, but I whisper inwardly that I'm still here, still fighting to keep my grip on the fragile thread of normally, and in that whisper there is resolve. Because no matter how many versions of reality I see and no matter how many entities lurk at the perimeter of my vision, I have chosen to remain in my original reality. Whatever that truly means, the Watchers might observe me indefinitely, but they cannot take away my will to stand firm. Eyes open, determined to face each new fracture and distortion without surrendering. I learned that facing the unknown can be both terrifying and liberating. I carry the weight of my expanded awareness, and I feel the Watcher's curious, unwavering attention. Every time my reality splits in two, yet I'm here caught between multiple worlds. Living proof that sometimes the veil can be lifted and still one can find the courage to persist. And though I may never banish the fear entirely, I've accepted it as part of my existence in this twisted, shimmering tapestry of possibilities. Story 12, I still remember the first night I sensed something was off in that cramped dorm room. The ceiling light flickered in a rhythmic pulse, like a dying firefly, casting distorted shadows on the walls. My heart pounded so heavily I could feel its vibrations through my ribs, and there was a sudden chill in the air that had no business existing in that overheated college building from that moment. Dread seemed to seep into every corner of my life. I had transferred to this university at the start of the semester, eager for new experiences and better opportunities. My roommate Colin appeared ordinary enough. A quiet guy who mostly kept to himself. He was majoring in ancient studies, a discipline I hadn't even known existed. We shared polite greetings, a few jokes, and typical small talk. But there was a strange quality to our interactions that I could never quite define. Initially, I dismissed it as social awkwardness. I remember shrugging it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, that everyone in a new environment feels some level of discomfort. I couldn't have been more wrong. It started subtly. I'd wake up in the middle of the night because of strange mutterings from Colin's side of the room. My initial thought was that he was simply talking in his sleep, as many people do, but his tone and inflection were unsettling. Low, guttural, laced with an otherworldly cadence. Sometimes it would sound like a chant. Other times it was a single phrase repeated with increasing urgency. There were nights I thought I caught the syllables sliding into something that resembled Latin or maybe Greek, though I couldn't place any exact words. The next morning when I asked him indirectly if he had nightmares, he would blink in confusion and say he didn't recall any dreams at all. His calm demeanor almost convinced me I had imagined everything. The real terror began the night I woke up to the bed creaking in an odd rhythm. The sound was like someone shifting their weight, but it went on for too long to be a normal toss and turn. My eyes adjusted to the darkness and I saw Colin hovering. Yes, literally hovering an inch or two above his mattress. My vision seemed to shake at first. I thought I was seeing illusions born from sleep deprivation, but when I rubbed my eyes and focused, the image remained chillingly real. He was elevated just enough that the gap beneath him was unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat. Fear lodged itself in my chest, making my pulse hammer so loud I could practically hear the blood rushing in my ears. I wanted to turn on the lamp, but found myself frozen in place. My fingers gripping the edge of the sheets with such force that my knuckles turned white. My lips felt chapped and I was sweating in the cold night air. Then in one horrific moment, he spoke in a voice that didn't belong to him. It was a low hiss, layered with a whisper that seemed to resonate from somewhere deeper, older. I caught only fragments of meaning. Something about unholy gates, and the Watchers beyond the rest felt like words from an ancient text drenched in malice. The next morning, Colin didn't remember anything, and there was a bruise on his arm. He couldn't explain. He asked why I looked so pale. I pretended I had pulled an all-nighter, and he gave me a sympathetic nod. His eyes seemed vacant, as if something had hollowed them out that day. I tried to focus on my classes, but my concentration fractured. With every stray thought of the previous night, my mind replayed the image of Colin's body hovering above the bed. I nearly dropped my pen when I realized my hands were trembling so badly I couldn't keep a steady grip late that afternoon. I stopped by the campus library searching for anything that might illuminate what I had witnessed. Books on folklore, possession, demonic manifestations. All of it seemed too bizarre for my rational mind. I began to question my own sanity. Perhaps I had been half asleep, or maybe it was a hallucination triggered by stress. Still, some old texts I skimmed referenced phenomena eerily similar. Ancient tongues spoken in the dead of night, floating bodies, cryptic knowledge that no mortal should possess. By the time I left the library, darkness had settled and the walk back to the dorm felt like navigating a labyrinth of shadows. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, certain I was being watched by something I couldn't see that night. Things escalated. I woke up coughing, my throat feeling scorched. An overpowering smell of sulfur drifted through the room. Colin was upright on his bed, eyes wide and unfocused. Chanting the words were guttural, intermixed with deep rasping sounds that seemed too loud for a human throat. Though I didn't understand the language, I sensed it was ancient. Older than anything I had encountered in my research, a faint trembling crawled through my limbs, leaving me gasping for air. Then abruptly his voice changed. It dropped an octave and seemed to echo the entity, or whatever had taken hold of him. Started referencing my childhood events. No one else could possibly know it. Mentioned a time I had an accident in a neighbor's backyard and the sensation of guilt I carried for a secret. I'd never shared. My stomach roiled in fear as if a cold hand had squeezed my insides. I could taste acid rising in my throat, and my forehead was slick with sweat. The next morning I discovered something new. Symbols, strange symbols, had appeared on the wall near my bed, twisting lines and jagged shapes drawn in a substance the color of dried blood. My lungs clenched in panic when I saw them. They looked like they had been scratched into the paint. Yet when I touched them, the substance felt wet and sticky. A metallic odor lingered just beneath the surface, but the moment my fingertip made contact, the stain evaporated. It vanished into thin air, leaving not even a smear. My pulse throbbed in my wrists. I stared at my trembling hand in disbelief, feeling like my reality had snapped out of joint. In the days that followed, those symbols reappeared with maddening frequency, sometimes on the ceiling, other times on the underside of my desk or even on the door. Always that same dark, rust-cold liquid that would disappear at the slightest touch. I tried to tell myself it was some elaborate prank, but the campus was hardly known for occult enthusiasts. More importantly, I couldn't figure out how anyone could get into our locked room so consistently without leaving a trace. As my suspicions grew, so did the sense of being watched. I began noticing subtle movement out of the corner of my eye. Dark forms that would vanish. The moment I looked directly at them in class, I found it impossible to focus. My heart would race without warning, and a persistent chill clung to my skin. No matter how many layers I wore at night, I lay awake bracing myself for the next unnatural occurrence. I considered sleeping in the lounge area or requesting a dorm change, but I was half convinced that I carried the threat with me, that whatever was tormenting Colin had extended its reach to me. The tension coiled tighter each day. Colin grew paler, the circles under his eyes darkening to a bruised purple. When I asked if he was feeling unwell, he answered in clipped phrases that somehow had a hollow ring, like a recording that had been played too many times. He would occasionally glance at me with a perplexed expression, as though trying to recognize my face but failing. I caught him studying the same ancient texts I had spotted in the library's restricted sections. Their titles were etched in archaic scripts I couldn't decipher whenever I approached. He'd slam the book shut and mutter something about me interrupting his research. His attitude was unnerving. He seemed present yet distant, like an echo of the person he used to be one evening while brushing my teeth. I noticed the lights in the hallway flickering again. A soft hum filled the air like an electrical surge. My stomach churned with an instinctive dread. When I returned to our room, I almost gagged at the smell. It was a pungent mix of sulfur and decay, overwhelming my senses. Colin was standing by the wall, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, eyes so wide they looked ready to burst. He whispered something I couldn't fully catch, but it sounded like an ancient invocation. Then his body jerked forward as though some invisible hand had seized him. I stumbled back against my desk, heart hammering as I tried to quell the rising panic. The overhead light buzzed, casting a sickly yellow glow across his rigid figure. He spoke again in that foreign tongue, and I recognized a few repeated phrases from the previous nights. I trembled, uncertain whether to run or stay. A voice in my mind screamed that I should get help, but I couldn't tear myself away from him. My mouth went dry. Every breath was a shallow gasp that failed to calm me. Suddenly, his expression shifted. It contorted into a semblance of recognition, and he told me, though not directly, more like a statement spat out between guttural sounds, that the entity inside him was hungering for more, that it thrived on fear and secrets. I took a step back, heart pounding so violently it felt like it might burst through my chest. I realized then that my fear was feeding whatever was tormenting him. I forced myself to inhale deeply, though my lungs felt as though they were wrapped in ice. At that point, I tried to confront the phenomenon. In a fractured whisper, I called out to whatever resided within Colin, demanding it leave him. My voice quavered, my throat tight, but I didn't stop. I stammered some half-remembered words from my research. Though I had no idea if they held any real power, the entity reacted by contorting Colin's body, and he collapsed to the floor, letting out a ragged exhalation. The moment he hit the ground, the entire room seemed to vibrate with a low hum, then fell eerily silent. He lay there, breathing shallowly, eyes shut. My hand shook so badly it took me a moment to kneel beside him. All the color seemed drained from his face, but he was alive. He stirred, murmuring my name when he looked up. His eyes were suddenly clear, like he was fully himself. For the first time in weeks, he asked what had happened. I could only shake my head, tears threatening to spill as I felt a rush of both relief and lingering terror. For the next several days, I hardly left his side. Every once in a while, I caught glimpses of those symbols creeping onto the walls, faint and flickering. But they would fade as soon as I noticed them. I began to suspect there was some sort of tenuous struggle unfolding within. Colin, each time the symbols or the chanting threatened to emerge, he seemed to fight it off with a grimace of pain. I'd find him gripping the edge of the bed, sweat pouring down his face as he tried to maintain control. Eventually, we agreed, though, in hushed, anxious undertones, that he needed help beyond what any of our textbooks could provide. I considered contacting a professor who specialized in ancient languages, but the risk of being dismissed as delusional was too great. Instead, I decided it might be better to take a short leave from the dorm. A friend of mine had an off-campus apartment, so I asked if I could crash there for a few days. My friend obliged without pressing for details, perhaps sensing the desperation in my voice. My last night in that room, I was packing up some essentials when I heard a faint rasp behind me. Colin stood by his bed, arms limp at his sides, eyes locked on me with an intensity that made my stomach twist. He said, though not exactly in direct words, that if I left, it would follow me. A wave of nausea hit me. The threat was clear. The entity wasn't confined to him alone. My spine prickled with cold sweat as the sense of being trapped swelled in my chest, but something in me refused to bend. I told him quietly that I needed air, needed to clear my mind, and that I would return once I figured out a plan. He gave a slow-weighted nod, like he understood but couldn't promise anything would improve. Walking out of that dorm felt like walking away from a nightmare, yet the dread followed me. Every sound in the corridor echoed off the walls, making my skin crawl when I finally stepped outside. The night air felt freezing against my damp skin, but I breathed in as much as I could, feeling my heart thrash in my chest. I remember wiping the sweat from my brow, my arms trembling from adrenaline and fear at my friend's apartment. I tried to sleep on the couch, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard the echo of those ancient whispers, felt that unnatural chill on my skin. My heart would start racing. my mouth turning as dry as sand. Paranoia drilled into my thoughts. Maybe the symbols would appear on this very wall. Maybe I would start speaking in that guttural voice. The idea took root, and I couldn't stop shaking. I paced around the small living room until dawn, feeling more like a cornered animal than a college student in the morning. A fragile resolve hardened within me. I realized that ignoring or fleeing from this horror only tightened its grip on me and possibly on Colin. So I returned to campus, my pulse spiking with every step closer to the dorm. The hallways seemed darker than usual, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. When I opened the door, I half expected to find more of those blood-like symbols scrolled across the walls. Instead, I found Colin sitting quietly at the edge of his bed. The room was immaculate, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet the odor of sulfur lingered faintly in the air. Pricking at my nostrils, Colin looked up his eyes, carrying a weight of resignation. He admitted indirectly that the presence wasn't gone, but it had weakened. He believed that acknowledging it, confronting it, had broken some portion of its hold. My heart clenched with cautious relief, though my body still pulsed with the memory of fear. The quiet that followed was heavy, not peaceful, like a lull in the midst of an ongoing storm. Classes continued as usual, but my life never returned to normal. I started wearing headphones everywhere, not to listen to music, but to block out the hush of unseen footsteps or the faintest echo of chanting that might drift through the corridors. I kept a small notebook scribbling down every unexplained detail. I noticed the fleeting shadows, the goosebumps, the unnerving hush that sometimes fell over a crowded room. Whether the entity still lurked in Colin or followed me, I couldn't say, but I felt its presence like a pressure in the back of my mind the final weekend of the semester. I woke up early, drenched in sweat. My heart hammered as I saw those symbols again, faintly visible on the mirror across from my bed. Nearly transparent in the morning light, I forced myself to reach out and touch them. My fingertips came away clean and dry, the markings vanishing as always. A surge of defiance welled up inside me. I wasn't going to let this thing break me. If it thrived on fear, I would offer as little as possible. Still, the sense of unease never truly left me. Colin and I both decided to move out at the semester's end, but we avoided describing our experiences to the housing staff. We feared we'd be labeled as disturbed or worse, that our story would draw more attention from those dark corners of the world we had glimpsed on the day I left that dorm room for good. I paused before stepping into the hallway. My skin tingled with the memory of countless sleepless nights, whispered incantations, and the sight of a body floating inches above the bed. I could almost taste my own anxiety, bitter and metallic on my tongue. I don't know if whatever plagued that space was truly gone even now. In my new apartment, I sometimes notice the faint outlines of symbols on the edges of my vision dissolving into nothing. The moment I blink, my hands still tremble occasionally, and my pulse can spike without warning, as if my body anticipates something lurking behind the veil. Normally, there are nights I sit straight up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, convinced I hear the guttural chanting in the distance. I've tried rationalizing it: stress, leftover trauma, and overactive imagination. But deep down, I suspect the entity remains drifting in unseen realms watching me. Colin and I still keep in touch, mostly through cautious text messages. Neither of us admits we've truly escaped that lingering darkness. We just maintain a silent understanding. We survive something that defies explanation, and that survival comes with a price, an imprint of dread etched into our minds, a permanent crack in the safe bubble we once called reality on. Especially quiet nights. I'll find myself staring into a dark corner of my room, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end, the shadows twisting into shapes I can't quite describe. My breath grows rapid. My eyes water, and I'm left with the distinct and inescapable sensation that something is there, waiting, biding its time. Even though I made it out of that dorm, the echoes remain a suffocating reminder that some horrors never truly music and story. 13. I remember the first time it happened. The silence of my apartment at 4 in the morning felt like a physical weight pressing against my chest, and I swore something was breathing in the darkness with me. The soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant drone of traffic outside seemed strangely magnified, as though the world had become a distorted echo chamber in that suffocating hush. My instincts told me something was there, watching, waiting, and poised to reach out. I wish I could say that moment was fleeting, but it was only the beginning of a series of events that would leave me questioning my own sanity. My name is Daniel, and I've spent years climbing the corporate ladder in Espalo. Negotiations, frantic meetings, and perpetual networking have always been my environment. I used to relish the chaotic pulse of the city, the congested streets, the honking horns, the bright neon signs that blinked all night. Somehow the overload of sensory input comforted me because it reminded me I wasn't alone. That was before I started dreaming about the samurai. It began as a recurring nightmare. I don't recall every detail, but the focal point was always a lone figure clad in ancient armor plates of metal and strips of worn leather intricately tied together, his hands resting on the hilt of a long blade. His face was mostly hidden behind an imposing helm, yet I could sense his eyes fixed on me. Night after night, I'd see him standing in a moonlit field under a sprawling cherry tree with withered blossoms. Despite the armor, his presence emanated a silent urgency as though he were fighting against the boundary of my dream. To deliver a warning over time, his silent form began to speak without words. It felt like thoughts echoing in my head, urging me not to travel. At first, it was unclear where he was forbidding me to go, but soon it became obvious my company had been planning to transfer me to Tokyo for several months. A huge opportunity, one that I had enthusiastically pursued in these nightmares. The samurai's intent was unmistakable. He wanted me to stay away. I tried to brush it off as subconscious anxiety. Moving to a foreign country was obviously stressful. But each morning I woke up drenched in cold sweat, my heart hammering so violently that it felt like it might burst through my ribs. The worst part was the paralyzing terror that remained. Once I opened my eyes, I'd stare into the shadows of my bedroom, convinced the samurai might step out from some corner of the room. My pillow and sheets would be damp, and my chest would ache from shallow breathing. I remember wanting to dismiss these dreams as random nightmares, yet something in me couldn't shake off the dread. 3 weeks before my scheduled relocation, my boss called to say the transfer was canceled. He used indirect, almost apologetic language, explaining that the Tokyo office had decided to scale back expansions. I should have been devastated. Instead, I felt an uncanny flood of relief. My dreams had grown more frantic in the days leading up to that phone call, and part of me believed this was exactly what the samurai had wanted from that moment. Something shifted. The nightmares continued, but the tone changed. I still found myself in the moonlight field, but the samurai no longer stood rigid and menacing. Instead, he lowered his head in what felt like gratitude. If I tried to run toward him to demand answers, my feet sank into the earth and I always jolted awake. The relief I felt about not traveling to Tokyo mingled uneasily with confusion about why I was so certain he had saved me from something. Life didn't return to normal. In fact, the sense of unease deepened one night while brushing my teeth. I felt a presence behind me. The reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed off, the faint overhead lighting flickered, and I was sure I saw the silhouette of armor just behind my left shoulder before I could spin around it. Vanished. The sudden shift in my reflection sent a shiver so intense it rippled through my entire body. My mouth went dry instantly and I bit my tongue in shock, tasting the metallic tang of blood. My breathing quickened and I gripped the edge of the sink with whitening knuckles. My heart was pounding like a desperate fist on a locked door, urging me to flee over. The next few days, my apartment turned into a labyrinth of reflections where I caught glimpses of that same shadowy figure in the polished surface of my coffee table, in the tinted windows of my office building, even in the water pitcher at a friend's dinner party. Each time it appeared for the briefest instant, a flicker of armored shape behind me. Whenever I tried to pinpoint it, the figure vanished. The fleeting nature of these sightings might have left some room for doubt, but the dread in my gut was real. I felt a constant trickle of cold sweat along my spine, an itch of paranoia that made me look over my shoulder. More often than I cared to admit, it wasn't just reflections, objects from Japan, gifts from colleagues who had traveled there. Items I had collected in anticipation of my move started shifting in inexplicable ways. A decorative katana I kept on my wall would tilt slightly at odd angles as if someone had jostled it. A lacquered wooden box I used for tea supplies once ended up on the floor across the room, its contents spilled. Late one night, I heard the distinct rustle of fabric near the corner of my living room, only to find a small Japanese tapestry lying on the ground. Nobody else was in my apartment. It felt like something was drawing attention to these items, manipulating them to remind me of Tokyo, a place I was no longer going. Fear took on a physical dimension. My heart rate stayed elevated throughout the day. Sometimes I had to step into a quiet hallway at work and lean my forehead against the cool wall just to regulate my breathing. I'd close my eyes and count my breaths. Feeling the sweat trickle down the back of my neck, I kept telling myself I was losing it, that this was all stress-induced hallucination, but deep down I knew something unexplainable was happening. One afternoon I decided to photograph my apartment, hoping to capture any oddities. I wondered if I might see the silhouette that kept dogging my reflections when I checked the pictures on my computer. Later I felt my stomach lurch and twist in every image where a mirror or reflective surface was visible. I saw him a faint outline the shape of armor behind me. His body was always angled slightly as though he was guarding me from behind, or perhaps looming over me. Yet with my own eyes, I had seen nothing. In the moment the shutter clicked, confronted by this evidence, a wave of nausea rolled through me. My vision blurred and I found myself gasping for air, the room spinning with a dread that was almost overwhelming. I thought about deleting the photos, pretending they never existed, but a part of me wanted answers, so I tried to research historical samurai old folklore or anything that might explain a protective spirit or vengeful apparition. I pored over websites in Portuguese and English, skimmed through legends of warriors bound by honor ghosts that appear in times of crisis and stories of curses that followed families for generations, but nothing felt specific enough to my situation. A colleague who I told the bare minimum mentioned I should speak to someone knowledgeable about Japanese history or spiritual customs. I tried to do so indirectly, careful not to seem unhinged. My colleague relayed a message from an acquaintance. Spirits tied to objects or locations often remain to guide or warn. That was all I got. It didn't really calm my nerves. Instead, it deepened the sense that I was wrestling with something beyond my understanding. The paranoia grew. Nights became unbearable. The hush of my apartment transformed into a threat I couldn't see. I started hearing faint footsteps in the hallway, though I lived alone and the corridor was locked. The air seemed perpetually chilly, as if a draft was blowing in from nowhere. My throat went dry at random moments, as though fear itself was choking me. At times, my hands would shake so violently that I struggled to handle basic tasks like pouring coffee or checking my phone. It was as if my body remained in a perpetual fight or flight mode, pumping me full of adrenaline one night. I tried to calm myself by making tea in that wooden box that had once moved on its own. My mind drifted to the possibility that perhaps the spirit was grateful I had heeded the warning, but if that were true, why was I still experiencing these unnerving manifestations? Rational voice in my head reminded me that no real harm had come to me. Just fear and the intangible presence of something that consistently hovered in reflections. Perhaps the samurai was still trying to protect me, yet every time I caught sight of him, my chest seized as though I were in mortal danger. I hated the sensation of being trapped in my own skin, my breath hitching, heart pounding on one particular evening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from every reflective surface. The tension had gotten so suffocating that I decided to drape sheets over mirrors and turn every reflective object face down my laptop screen. The glass frames on my walls, even the polished surfaces in my kitchen. Anything that could hold a reflection had to be covered. I spent hours rearranging my apartment until it looked like a stage after a show with dust sheets and dropped curtains everywhere. I tried to convince myself that the emptiness would help me sleep. Instead, the oppressive stillness of the place only amplified the sound of my heartbeat echoing in my ears. In the middle of that night, I had a dream, or something more like a vision. I was standing in my darkened living room with the sheets still covering everything. The samurai stood there too, his armor faintly outlined by moonlight leaking through my window. I felt as though he was communicating gratitude and reassurance without uttering a word. But there was an undercurrent of warning as well, like he was telling me this wasn't over. When I woke up, I found myself clutching the fabric of my bedspread so tightly, my fingers tingled my pulse, a roaring thunder in my ears at work. The next day, a coworker asked if I was all right. I forced a weak smile and said I hadn't been sleeping well. The coworker suggested I visit a specialist, maybe a therapist. I only nodded absently. I couldn't bring myself to recount all the bizarre phenomena. I could already imagine their concerned faces, the inevitable recommendation for medication, and the underlying suspicion that I had broken under corporate stress. My final straw came a week later. I had just returned home from a particularly long day, exhausted and desperate for some semblance of normalcy. I flicked on the lights, dropped my briefcase by the couch, and sank down onto the cushions. That's when I noticed movement in the far corner of the room. My decorative katana, which I usually kept mounted on a wooden stand, was upright on the floor, its blade gleaming in the glow of a nearby lamp. It stood at an angle that defied any logical explanation, as though an invisible hand were holding it in place. I froze, every muscle in my body rigid with adrenaline. My throat tightened and my breathing came in ragged bursts for several seconds. I just stared, incapable of blinking. Sweat beaded on my forehead and slid down the sides of my face. Then, as if relinquishing its grip, the katana toppled with a soft clang onto the wooden floor. I felt a surge of something defiance, maybe desperation, boiling up inside me. Instead of running, I picked up the katana and carefully placed it back on the stand. My hands trembled and I could feel my heart pounding so fiercely that I had to clench my jaw to steady my breath. I muttered under my breath that if this was the spirit's doing, I needed a sign of intention or an end to the torment. I wasn't sure to whom I was speaking or if it would help. That night I removed the sheets from the mirrors, feeling an odd determination to confront whatever was happening. My pulse was a relentless hammer inside my chest and my palms felt slick with sweat. But I braced myself. I stood in front of my largest mirror, the one in my bedroom, and stared into my reflection. Initially, I saw just my exhausted face and tense shoulders. Then slowly, as though forming from a swirl of fog, I saw his shape materialize behind me. He stood in silent acknowledgement, imposing but not threatening in that moment. It felt like our gazes locked. Even though I couldn't see his eyes through the helm, I thought I sensed relief radiating from him. The longer I stared, the more my terror turned into a grudging acceptance. He was there for a reason, perhaps bound to me by my decision not to go to Tokyo or by some unseen cosmic thread. My muscles gradually unclenched and my breathing steadied. I closed my eyes, half expecting him to vanish when I opened them. The mirror was empty except for my own tired face. In the following days, the activity lessened. The photographs still show his presence, but I've stopped photographing my home. The sense of being watched remains, but it no longer paralyzes me. I can walk around my apartment at night without feeling like every shadow is trying to swallow me. Occasionally, that wooden box shifts a few inches or the tapestry rustles in a draftless room each time my heart skips a beat, but I no longer crumble under panic. I've come to believe that the samurai's warning saved me from some unknown fate in Tokyo. I still don't understand why he lingers, but I suspect he's ensuring I honor the path I've chosen sometimes, especially in the hush before dawn. I feel him behind me and I remember the field in my dreams, the cherry tree, the moonlight. My chest still grows tight from apprehension, yet there's also a certain strange comfort in knowing I'm not entirely alone. I can't say I've made peace with this reality. I live in a constant state of heightened alert. My nerves frayed to the edge. I've tried to explain to myself that it might all be psychological, but the evidence suggests otherwise. The photos, the moving objects, the mirrored reflections that still occasionally reveal his outline. Whatever is happening, it's beyond rational explanation. For now, I remain in São Paulo. I haven't traveled to Japan, and I doubt I ever will. Some nights I sit in my living room with the lamp turned low, sipping tea from that wooden box, and I feel a presence near me. My hand trembles a bit, but my resolve stays firm. If this spirit or entity is truly thankful, I listened, then perhaps it's granting me a chance to live without regret. The future holds a creeping uncertainty, a lingering tension that hums in my walls. I carry it with me everywhere like the faint echo of footsteps following just a few paces behind. And although I can function day to day, I know I will never again dismiss that quiet sense of warning when something feels off. I've caught myself glancing into windows and mirrors in public spaces, half hoping and half dreading to see him standing there watching over me from the other side of the glass. Sometimes my heart jolts when I see a flicker, but it's always just my reflection or a trick of the light. Then again, it might be him stepping back into the shadows. Just as I turn my head, the thought sends a ripple of cold through my veins, but it also keeps me vigilant that watchfulness has become my new normal, and a part of me believes that as long as I respect this unseen boundary, I'll remain under his silent protection, even if it means never truly being free of his watchful gaze. Wherever this ends, I'm certain of one thing. The line between reality and the unknown isn't as clear as I once believed. I can't forget the oppressive sense of danger, the dryness in my throat, the chills crawling down my spine. I feel it's still a constant reminder that something watches from beyond the veil. Perhaps it's a warning I heeded just in time, or maybe it's an invitation to remain perpetually alert forever, aware that certain doors once open can never be fully closed. Hello everyone, I am the narrator and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. The first time I heard it, I dismissed it as the wind through the old ventilation system, a whisper barely perceptible yet somehow intimate in its familiarity. Sparky. No one had called me that in over 30 years. I stood frozen in my kitchen coffee mug, suspended halfway to my lips, listening to the silence that had swallowed the sound. The digital clock on the microwave blinked 3:17 a.m., its green glow the only light in the darkness. I'd been working late again. A habit that had earned me my corner office at Meridian Financial but cost me a marriage. This house, a modernist monument of glass and steel perched on the edge of Blackwater Lake, was supposed to be my reward. Now, as I stared into the shadows pooling in the corners of my kitchen, I felt the first tremor of unease ripple through me. I told myself it was the stress of the merger, the 8-year weeks, the ambient I'd been taking to force sleep. My rational mind offered a dozen explanations, each more plausible than acknowledging I'd heard a childhood nickname whispered by an empty house. I drained my coffee and shuffled back to my office, determined to finish reviewing the quarterly projections before dawn. 3 days passed without incident. I settled into the rhythms of the house, learning its sounds, the expansion and contraction of new materials, the hum of high-end appliances, the whisper of the lake wind against the windows. I convinced myself that night had been an anomaly, a brief hallucination born of exhaustion and too much caffeine, until I found the baseball card. It was tucked between the pages of the Wall Street Journal I'd brought in from the driveway that morning. Mickey Mantle, 1956. Tops. Not just any card, but my card. The one with the bent corner and faint blue ink stain on the reverse where my uncle had started to write my name before thinking better of it. The card I'd traded away in the summer of 1988, I recognized it instantly. My fingers trembling as they traced the familiar damage. My throat constricted as I struggled to breathe, a cold weight settling in my stomach. This wasn't possible. This card should be halfway across the country in the hands of Bobby Winters, who traded me his prized fossil collection for it. A collection that had sparked my brief but intense childhood fascination with paleontology. I dropped the card as though it had burned me, watching it flutter to the imported marble floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, a rhythm of panic I hadn't felt since the '08 crash when I'd nearly lost everything. There was no rational explanation for this, no logical path that led to this artifact from my past appearing in my newspaper. That night I double-keyed every lock, activated every section of the state-of-the-art security system that had been a non-negotiable feature of the purchase. I poured 3 fingers of Macallan 25, hoping it would dull the creeping dread that had settled over me. As I raised the glass to my lips, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow sliding across the wall where no shadow should be. I turned sharply, whiskey sloshing over my hand. But there was nothing there. Just the pristine white wall of my minimalist living room, decorated with a single abstract canvas that had cost more than my first car. "Lowing your mind, old man?" I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice providing momentary comfort in the oppressive silence. But as the words left my lips, another voice answered, distant yet crystal clear. "Sparky, remember the oath." The whiskey glass shattered on the floor, my hands suddenly numb and unresponsive. The voice had come from everywhere and nowhere, seeping through the walls like toxic gas. I backed away my heel, crunching on broken crystal until my spine pressed against the cold glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, Blackwater Lake was a sheet of obsidian reflecting a waning moon. I felt exposed, watched from both within and without. My breath fogging the glass behind me as my lungs worked overtime. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice an octave higher than normal, stripped of the authority I'd cultivated over decades of boardroom battles. No answer came, but the temperature plummeted. My exhaled breath, now clearly visible in the moonlight. The sophisticated climate control system showed 72 degrees on the wall panel, but my skin prickled with gooseflesh, a deep chill settling into my marrow. I spent that night with every light ablaze, sitting rigid in a leather armchair, a golf club clutched in white-knuckled hands. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was an elaborate prank, perhaps orchestrated by rivals at the firm or disgruntled employees affected by the latest round of strategic workforce reductions. I'd overseen. I called a security company and scheduled a full sweep for surveillance devices. They found nothing. The next day brought the photograph, curled and yellowed with age, tucked into my briefcase between financial reports. Me at 13, standing before a crude structure of sticks and stones in the woods behind my childhood home. My hands were bloody in the image, though I couldn't recall why I was smiling, but there was something wrong with my eyes. They reflected the camera flash like those of a nocturnal animal. Behind me, partially obscured by shadow, was something I couldn't quite make out. A shape tall and impossibly thin, with elongated fingers resting on my shoulder. A shape I'd convinced myself I'd invented. My head throbbed as suppressed memories threatened to surface. The woods, the abandoned well, the voice from the darkness that had offered to make me special, make me successful. If only I would promise something in return, a promise made with childish solemnity, sealed with blood from a palm sliced with a rusty pocket knife. A promise I'd buried so deeply in my psyche that it had become just another childhood fantasy, indistinguishable from imaginary friends and backyard adventures. I burned the photograph in my kitchen sink, watching the flames consume the image, expecting to feel relief. Instead, the smoke seemed to coalesce, hanging in the air longer than it should have, forming shapes that my mind struggled to interpret. When I finally waved it away, opening windows despite the autumn chill, I noticed my reflection in the window glass. Gaunt, haggarded eyes sunken with exhaustion and fear. Behind my reflection, for just an instant, I saw another face, ancient and hungry. I didn't go to work the next day or the day after I stopped answering calls. The house began to feel like a living thing, breathing around me, watching me with unseen eyes. The walls seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm like a massive heart, beating just out of sync with my own. I found more artifacts scattered throughout the house, a pocket knife with my initials carved clumsily into the handle, a torn page from a book of folklore I'd checked out repeatedly from the library, a smooth riverstone I'd once believed was magical because of its perfect oval shape and the strange symbols that seemed to appear on its surface when wet. The whispers multiplied, no longer just my childhood nickname, but a chorus of voices speaking words I could almost but not quite understand. They emanated from heating vents, from drain pipes, from the spaces between floorboards. The voices were insistent, urgent, their unintelligible demands creating a constant background noise that made concentration impossible. Only 2 words came through with clarity, repeated with increasing frequency. Blood oath. I tried to leave once. Packed a bag, stumbled to my Tesla parked in the garage. The engine wouldn't start. Neither would my phone. The landline was dead. I considered walking out, hiking to the main road 3 meters away. But when I opened the front door, I found only a solid wall of impenetrable darkness. Not night, not fog, but an absolute void that roiled and shifted like something alive. I slammed the door, sliding down against it until I sat on the floor, head in my hands, terror a metallic taste on my tongue. The dreams began that night. Dreams of the ritual of the entity I'd encountered as a young boy, drawn to it through a combination of loneliness, ambition, and the reckless courage of youth. In the dreams, I saw what I had promised in exchange for my future success. Upon reaching the apex of my achievement, I would complete a second ritual, one that would open a doorway. I hadn't understood then what kind of doorway or what might come through it. Now, as the memories returned with brutal clarity, I understood all too well. I found the instructions the following morning scrolled in my own childish handwriting on the back of my Harvard Business School diploma, which had been taken from my office wall and placed on my bed while I slept. The requirements were specific and bizarre, symbols to be drawn, words to be spoken, and yes, blood to be offered. The final line chilled me to the core. Then he shall come through, and the oath will be fulfilled. The rational part of my brain, the part that had navigated complex financial regulations and orchestrated billion-dollar deals, screamed that this was madness. I was having a psychotic break or being drugged or experiencing some complex hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But deeper, older instincts recognized the truth. I had made a bargain as a child, and the time had come to pay. For days I resisted. I tried to outlast it, to outthink it. I went without sleep until I collapsed from exhaustion, only to wake to new artifacts, new manifestations. The walls began to bleed, a black viscous substance that evaporated when touched. The rooms rearranged themselves when I wasn't looking, so that doors led to unexpected places and familiar hallways stretched into impossible geometries. Time itself became unreliable. My watch might show hours passing in minutes or minutes stretching into days. The boundaries between this world and somewhere else were growing thin. It was the mirror that broke me. Not its shattering, but what I saw in it on the 7th day of my ordeal. My reflection hadn't been my own for some time, always slightly out of sync, smiling when I frowned, reaching for things I wasn't touching. But that morning it showed me 2 futures with perfect clarity, one where I completed the ritual and one where I continued to resist. Both were horrifying in their own ways, but only one left anything recognizable of the world. I knew I understood then that this was not about me. The entity had used me. Yes, used my ambition, my drive, my willingness to sacrifice anything for success. But the price was far higher than just my soul. What waited on the other side of that doorway wanted entry to this world, and I had unwittingly agreed to be its usher. That night, as the voices reached a fevered pitch and the walls of my beautiful home rippled like water, I made my decision. I gathered the artifacts that had appeared, the baseball card, the knife, the stone, and a dozen other fragments of my past. I placed them in the center of the living room, arranging them in the pattern described in the instructions I spoke, the words ancient syllables that felt like broken glass in my mouth. Then, instead of offering my blood to complete the ritual, I did the one thing the entity hadn't anticipated. I changed the terms of our agreement. I can't explain how I knew it would work. Perhaps some vestige of knowledge from that first encounter, or perhaps simple desperation. but I understood with sudden clarity that while such entities are bound by the exact words of a bargain, the interpretation of those words can be fluid. I had promised to open a doorway, yes, but I hadn't specified where that doorway would lead. As the air in the center of the circle began to shimmer and distort, I focused every ounce of my will on a different destination. Not our world, but the void I had glimpsed outside my door. The space between spaces a prison rather than a gateway. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. A howl of rage tore through the house, shattering every window and light bulb simultaneously. The floor beneath the artifacts cracked open, revealing not the concrete foundation but a swirling abyss. The pull was tremendous, a vortex that dragged at the fabric of reality itself. I was thrown against the wall, pinned there by forces beyond physics, as the entity, now partially materialized as a writhing mass of shadows and angles that hurt the eyes to perceive, was sucked toward the opening. Its resistance was tremendous. The house groaned around us, timbers splitting glass, melting the very air electrified with its fury. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we were locked in stalemate. The portal pulling the entity resisting myself caught in between. In that frozen moment, it spoke directly into my mind, promising new bargains, threatening cosmic retribution, offering knowledge beyond human comprehension. I closed my eyes and whispered a single word, a name I hadn't spoken since that summer day 30 years ago. Not my nickname, but the entity's true name, given in a moment of careless pride during our first encounter. The name I had carefully omitted from my childhood memories along with everything else. The effect was like a thunderclap without sound. When I opened my eyes, the portal was gone, the artifacts were gone. The damage to the house remained. Broken windows, cracked floors, walls warped beyond repair. But the presence, the whispers, the distortions in reality all had vanished as though they had never been. I stood in the ruins of my perfect house, my body shaking with exhaustion and residual terror. Outside, through the shattered windows, I could see Blackwater Lake reflecting the first light of dawn. The world looked solid again, real and ordinary in the growing light. I knew it wouldn't last. Such entities don't surrender easily. And while I had won this encounter, I had no illusions that it was gone forever, but I had bought time and understanding. I left the house that morning with nothing but the clothes on my back and the knowledge in my head. I didn't look back as I walked down the long driveway toward the main road. Some prices are too high no matter what's offered in return. Some debts can't be paid without losing something essential. I don't know what will happen when the entity finds another way to reach me through another bargain, another ritual, another door left carelessly open. But next time I'll be ready. Some promises are meant to be broken. In story 2, there's a moment when you realize your house no longer belongs to you. It happens quietly, a door or knob turning when no one is there, the subtle click of a latch releasing somewhere in the empty hallway. That's how it began for me. Small disturbances at the periphery of awareness, too easily dismissed as settling foundations or old pipes expanding. But houses don't reach for you, houses don't breathe, and houses certainly don't. Hunger. At least that's what I believed before I broke through the walls. I've lived in this Victorian for 15 years. My sanctuary, my refuge from the world. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a study where I spent most evenings all arranged in a logical floor plan. I could navigate blindfolded. Each creaking floorboard was familiar. Each drafty corner known, or so I thought. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday evening in late October. I was alone in my study, the radiator clanking as it fought against the autumn chill. The noise drew my attention to the hallway where I glimpsed the brass doorknob of my bedroom slowly rotating clockwise. My breath caught in my throat. I watched paralyzed as it completed a full turn before stopping. No door opened. No one entered or exited. Just the silent, deliberate rotation of metal that should have remained still. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, or perhaps a mechanical anomaly caused by temperature changes. The house was old after all, but the next night it happened again. Then again each time. Different doorknobs throughout the house, sometimes turning completely, sometimes just jiggling slightly as if someone on the other side was testing whether the door was locked. My logical mind grasped for explanations, even as my skin prickled with goosebumps. Every time I passed a door, I began avoiding looking at door orc knobs altogether, averting my eyes when moving from room to room. The contractor I hired to check the house found nothing unusual. He suggested maybe the old hardware was just loose, and the slight tilt of the floors common in aging houses might be causing the mechanisms to turn. So I decided to renovate, starting with the upstairs bathroom, which had always been too small and outdated. Anyway, the contractor removed the old fixtures, tore down the moldy drywall, and exposed the framework. That's when I first noticed something odd about the dimensions. The bathroom was narrower inside than it should have been given the exterior measurements of the house. The contractor shrugged it off as typical for old construction. Nothing was ever square or properly measured, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was space, unaccounted for space, hiding behind the walls. The renovation was completed in 2 weeks. New tiles, new fixtures, fresh paint. I should have felt satisfied. Instead, a new unease settled over me. The bathroom felt wrong somehow. Not just unfamiliar, but fundamentally incorrect, as if it had been assembled slightly out of alignment with reality. That night, I woke to the sound of rushing water. Stumbling to the bathroom in the dark, I found the faucet running at full blast, the water nearly overflowing from the sink. I hadn't used the sink before going to bed, I was certain of it. My hands trembled as I turned off the water, and when I looked up into the mirror, my reflection seemed delayed by a fraction of a second. As if struggling to catch up with my movements, I backed out of the bathroom, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I turned to head back to bed, I noticed the bathroom door hadn't been fully closed. It swung open wider, revealing not the hallway I expected, but a corridor I had never seen before, dimly lit by what appeared to be gas lamps along the walls. My throat constricted. Sweat beaded across my forehead as I stared into this impossible space. The corridor stretched at least 30 feet far beyond where the exterior wall of my house should have been. The wallpaper was an ancient floral pattern I had never selected. The floorboards were wider, darker, and worn in different places than my own. I shut the door, firmly pressing my back against it, breathing in ragged gasps. When I finally gathered the courage to open it again, the familiar hallway of my house had returned. I convinced myself it had been a vivid dream, the product of stress and an overactive imagination triggered by the renovation. But the next night it happened again. This time, when I opened my bedroom door intending to go downstairs for a glass of water, I found myself looking into a version of my living room that wasn't mine. The furniture was arranged differently. The colors were wrong, all deep reds and browns instead of the blues and grays I had chosen. And worst of all, there was someone sitting in the armchair by the fireplace, someone with my face, but not quite right. The eyes too wide. The smile stretched too far across features that seemed subtly elongated. I slammed the door shut, my body shaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked through my t-shirt. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening for movement on the other side. Nothing. When I finally worked up the nerve to open it again, my normal upstairs hallway had returned. I began to map these anomalies. They seemed to center around the renovated bathroom, but were spreading. Certain times of day were worse than others. The hour just before dawn and again at dusk when the light was uncertain. Sometimes doors would open to where they should, and sometimes to elsewhere. I started carrying a notebook documenting which doors led to which impossible spaces. At what times I developed a system testing each door before fully committing to step through. My research revealed patterns. The dining room door, when opened between 3:17 a.m. and 3:42 a.m., led to a version of my dining room where everything was covered in dust and cobwebs, as if abandoned for decades. The front door, if opened precisely at sunset, revealed not my porch, but an endless hallway lined with identical doors. The basement door sometimes opened onto a cavernous space filled with machinery. I didn't recognize, tended by figures who moved too quickly to properly see, and everywhere in every alternate space I would catch glimpses of the others, the not quite right versions of people I knew. My neighbor with eyes that reflected light like a cat's. My ex-wife, her movements too fluid, as if her joints bent in places. Human joints, shouldn't my brother, speaking in a voice that seemed to emanate not from his mouth but from somewhere behind him. I began to understand that my house existed in multiple dimensions, simultaneously that the renovation had somehow damaged the barriers between these realities, that doors were not just passages between rooms but between worlds. I consulted specialists, architects, structural engineers, even a self-proclaimed paranormal expert. I described the phenomenon in vague terms to avoid sounding insane. The most helpful was an elderly professor of theoretical physics who spoke of multiverse theory and quantum superposition. He suggested, hypothetically of course, that spaces could exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed just like subatomic particles, that perhaps old houses, having been observed for so long by so many different observers, might develop thin spots between dimensional planes. I didn't tell him that the entities in these other dimensions had begun to notice me watching them. The first time one of them acknowledged my presence, I had been observing a version of my kitchen where all the proportions were slightly wrong, the counters too high, the doorways too narrow. A figure that resembled my father, who had moved to Florida years ago, stood at the sink, his back to me. Suddenly he went rigid, then slowly he turned his eyes. When they met, mine were completely black. His mouth opened in what might have been a smile or a grimace revealing too many teeth. He raised one hand in greeting, then pointed directly at me before making a beckoning gesture. I retreated, slamming the door shut, my lungs burning as I realized I'd been holding my breath. But something had changed. They knew I was watching now. And worse, they seemed increasingly able to affect my reality. Objects began to move when I wasn't looking. I'd set down my coffee mug and find it across the room. Seconds later, I'd wake to find furniture rearranged. The doorknobs now turned constantly. Even when I was staring directly at them, doors would swing open by themselves, revealing glimpses of those other spaces before slamming shut again. The boundaries were weakening. I could feel it. Sometimes I'd be sitting in my living room and suddenly the wallpaper would ripple briefly, revealing that other pattern underneath before settling back to normal. Sometimes the floor would seem to shift beneath my feet as if the house itself was breathing. I began hearing voices from inside the walls, muffled conversations in languages I didn't recognize, punctuated by laughter that sounded almost but not quite human. I considered abandoning the house, but something told me the phenomenon would follow me, that once the connection had been established, distance wouldn't matter. Besides, I had nowhere else to go, and part of me, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, had grown fascinated by these other dimensions, these other versions of reality layered atop my own. One night, after weeks of deteriorating conditions, I made a decision. Instead of continuing to document and avoid these anomalies, I would confront them directly. I would step fully through one of these doorways and explore what lay beyond. I chose the bathroom door where it had all started. I waited until 3:33 a.m., the time when, according to my notes, the phenomena were strongest. I stood before the door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Sweat trickled down my spine. Despite the chill in the air, I grasped the doorknob, which felt unnaturally cold, and turned it. The door swung open to reveal not my bathroom, but a vast cathedral-like space, impossibly contained within the dimensions of my house. The ceiling soared at least 30 feet high, supported by columns that looked like they were made of bone. The floor was tiled in a complex geometric pattern that seemed to shift when viewed peripherally, and at the center of the room stood what appeared to be a scale model of my house. Every detail perfect down to the color of the curtains and the crack in the front step. Surrounding this model were figures, dozens of them. Some resembled people I knew, others were strangers, and still others barely looked human at all, their proportions wrong, their features fluid and unstable. They all turned to look at me as I entered, their movements synchronized, as if choreographed. One stepped forward, a version of me but older with gray hair and deeply lined face. His eyes, unlike the others, appeared normal, almost kind. He gestured toward the model house. In a voice that sounded like mine but distorted as if speaking through water, he explained what I had already begun to suspect. That reality was not singular but multiple, that certain locations like my house existed as nexus points between dimensions, that the renovation had damaged the barriers allowing bleed-through between worlds that should remain separate. He didn't speak these words directly. Rather, I understood them as impressions forming in my mind as he gestured toward the model. He showed me how each room in the house connected to a different dimensional plane, how entities from these other realities had become aware of the weakening boundaries and were attempting to cross over. Some, he implied, had benign intentions, others did not. I asked, my voice barely a whisper, if the damage could be repaired. The response came not from my doppelganger, but from the assembled crowd, a saturation of voices that merged into one. They explained that the barriers could be reinforced, but it would require understanding and acceptance of these other realities, that by acknowledging their existence, by learning to navigate between them consciously rather than accidentally, I could help restore the natural separation. The alternative, they warned, was complete collapse, the merging of all possible versions of my house and perhaps beyond reality itself. Unraveling from this central point of weakness, I returned to my dimension with a new purpose. Over the subsequent weeks, I learned to control the passages, to open doors intentionally to specific realities and to close them properly afterward. I reinforced the boundaries through rituals the others had taught me, burning specific herbs, marking symbols at thresholds, speaking words that didn't sound like they should be able to form in a human mouth. Gradually, the manifestation subsided. Doorknobs stopped turning on their own. Rooms stopped shifting when I wasn't looking. The voices in the walls grew quieter than silent, but I know they're still there. All those other versions of my house, my life, myself, existing simultaneously, separated by barriers thin as paper. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel the gentle pressure of those other realities pressing against mine like fingers, testing the strength of a membrane. I've made peace with it, this house that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. This home that is also a crossroads. I maintain the boundaries, diligently performing the necessary rituals at the prescribed times. I've even started renovating again, carefully, consciously, with respect for the spaces between walls. I live here with my other selves now, though they keep to their own dimensions. We've reached an understanding of mutual non-interference pact. Sometimes I glimpse them through windows or mirrors, going about their lives that are almost but not quite like mine. And sometimes when the light hits just right, I can see through the solid surfaces of my house to the complex multidimensional structure that exists beneath perception, the true form of my home extending in impossible directions through realities stacked like pages in a book. I no longer fear the turning doorknobs. Now I listen to what they're trying to tell me. Story 3. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the usual comfortable silence of a home at rest, but the hollow, expectant quiet that seems to hold its breath waiting. I should have recognized it then, the way time felt stretched and distorted in the corners of my home. But hindsight offers clarity that the present cruy withholds. That night, surrounded by laughter and the warm glow of wine, I had no idea that reality was beginning to fracture around me. The time itself had developed a taste for moving backward. It was a Friday evening in late October when it began. I had invited 3 friends over for dinner, a simple gathering to break the monotony of my increasingly isolated existence since the separation. The meal had gone well. My cooking skills hadn't deteriorated as much as I'd feared. We sat around the dining table, glasses filled with a Cabernet I couldn't afford, but had splurged on anyway when the sound cut through our conversation like a blade. The crash was unmistakable, the distinctive crystalline shattering of glass against a hard surface. All 4 of us froze conversation, halting mid-sentence. My apartment wasn't large, and the sound had clearly come from the living room not 10 yards from where we sat. Aaron raised an eyebrow, silently questioning if I was expecting anyone else I wasn't. I pushed back from the table, a strange heaviness settling in my chest as I stood. Friends followed behind me as we moved cautiously toward the source of the noise. The short hallway between dining room and living area seemed unnaturally long, the air thicker than it should have been. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the warm temperature. What we found made no sense. In the center of my living room carpet stood a wine glass, one from the set I'd been using for dinner. It stood perfectly upright on the beige carpet, completely intact, not a crack or chip visible. A perfect, pristine glass where there should have been shards. None of us spoke for several seconds. I circled the glass, cautiously examining it from all angles. No liquid inside or around it, no signs of disturbance, just a wine glass standing impossibly on soft carpet, precisely where we had all heard something shatter. Sarah was the first to speak, suggesting a neighbor might have broken something. I knew immediately she was wrong. The sound had been too close, too present. But I nodded anyway, desperate for a rational explanation. We returned to dinner, but the conversation had shifted, become stilted and artificial. The incident hung between us like an uninvited guest. Within an hour, they had all made excuses to leave alone in my apartment. I returned to the living room and stared at the glass still standing where we'd found it. I reached out, half expecting my hand to pass through it like a hologram, but my fingers met solid crystal. When I picked it up, it was ice cold to the touch. Despite the warm room, I nearly dropped it when I saw what was underneath. A small puddle of red wine seemingly pressed upward into the bottom of the glass rather than spilled beneath it. An impossibility, of violation of physics. That night, lying in bed, I could hear my own heart beating, each thud painfully distinct in the quietness of my bedroom. Sleep evaded me as my mind replayed the incident, seeking explanations where none existed. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard it again, the sound of breaking glass, this time from the kitchen. My body tensed, muscles coiling tight as I sat upright. Sweat had already formed on my forehead and upper lip, my breathing shallow and rapid. The darkness of my bedroom suddenly seemed malevolent. Hiding things just beyond my perception, I fumbled for the lamp, nearly knocking it over before flooding the room with harsh yellow light. The journey to the kitchen was an exercise in controlled terror. Each step on the hardwood floor seemed to echo unnaturally, as if the sound were traveling backward to meet my foot, rather than radiating outward. When I flipped on the kitchen light, I found my favorite coffee mug, the one I had accidentally knocked from the counter and shattered that morning, sitting perfectly intact beside the sink. I approached it slowly, my legs trembling so badly I had to steady myself against the counter. The mug was immaculate without a single crack. More disturbing were the coffee stains around and inside it. They seemed to be moving ever so slightly, flowing upward against the ceramic rather than downward with gravity. When I touched the handle, images flashed through my mind, my own hand knocking the mug off the counter, but backward. The shards flying up from the floor and reassembling in my grasp. I recoiled, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. My pulse hammered in my ears as I backed away from the counter. This wasn't possible. None of this was possible. The following days brought escalating incidents. The bathroom mirror, which had been cracked for months after I'd slammed a cabinet door too hard, was suddenly flawless when I went to brush my teeth. As I stood before it, toothbrush frozen halfway to my mouth, I watched in horror as a spiderweb of cracks appeared and then disappeared in the glass, over and over like a video playing in reverse and then forward again. My reflection remained static while the mirror itself seemed caught in a temporal loop. My hand shook so violently I couldn't hold the toothbrush. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shock myself back to rationality. But when I looked up, the mirror showed not my face, but the bathroom from 3 months earlier. Different towels, different soap dispenser, even the paint a shade darker from before I'd redone it. For an instant, I saw movement behind me, a blur of familiar features before the mirror snapped back to normal. By the end of the week, I had mapped out the affected areas of my apartment. The northwest corner of the living room, most of the kitchen parts of the bathroom. These were places where time had become untethered, moving forward and backward like a tide. I avoided them when possible, but my apartment wasn't large enough to stay completely clear. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Each time I drifted off, I would wake to find objects rearranged, not by someone breaking in, but by time itself, restoring things to where they had been days or weeks or months before. My throat was perpetually dry. My eyes burning from exhaustion, I began documenting everything, taking photos with my phone, trying to establish some objective record of what was happening. Most of the pictures came out blurred or distorted, but some captured the impossible. A broken plate reforming in midair, the pieces hovering above the floor, a tear in the sofa cushion sealing itself as I watched. What terrified me most were the glimpses fragmentary, airy visions of past events that played out around the restored objects. Standing in the kitchen, I would suddenly see translucent figures moving about. My self-friends, occasionally my ex. These apparitions never acknowledged my presence. They were recordings, echoes of time doubling back on itself. I hadn't told anyone what was happening. How could I? The words themselves seemed to disintegrate before I could form them. My friends texted asking why I'd gone silent, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. What would I say that time was unraveling in my apartment, that I was witnessing the past bleed into the present through broken things made whole again? 10 days after the initial incident, I realized the phenomenon was accelerating. The temporal anomalies were growing more frequent, more intense, and affecting larger areas of my apartment. The visions lasted longer, showed events from further back. Worse, I began to notice a pattern. The loops were contracting, showing the same events repeatedly, but with less time between them. My past was folding in on itself, compressing like an accordion being squeezed by invisible hands. On the 12th day, I was in the bathroom when it happened, the most vivid episode yet. The mirror clouded over not with steam, but with a milky opaqueness that seemed to swirl and pulse. My reflection disappeared, replaced by a clear view of the bathroom as it had been nearly a year ago. I could see myself standing at the sink, eyes red and swollen, a razor in hand as I contemplated shaving off the beard I'd grown during the darkest days after the separation. But this time, unlike the previous visions, the past version of me paused. His head tilted slightly as if listening. Then slowly, deliberately, he turned toward me, toward the present, his eyes focusing on the exact spot where I stood watching. A jolt of pure terror surged through me. My heart slammed against my ribs as if trying to escape my chest. Past me opened his mouth to speak, and though no sound came through, I could read the words on his lips. "It's contracting." I fled the bathroom, a scream lodged in my throat. My entire body shook cold sweat, plastering my shirt to my back. The implication was clear and horrifying. Whatever was happening wasn't just affecting objects, it was affecting me. The loop was becoming aware of itself. Past and present were beginning to communicate. That night, I packed a bag. I needed to get out to see if the phenomenon was tied to the apartment or to me. As I threw clothes haphazardly into a duffel, my hands trembling so badly I could barely zip it closed. The lights flickered, not the usual electrical stutter, but a rhythmic pulsing that seemed synchronized with my heartbeat. The air grew thick, resistant, like moving through water. I made it as far as the front door before it happened. The biggest reversion yet. The entire apartment shifted around me. Furniture rearranged itself. Paint changed color. Objects appeared and disappeared. I stood frozen, watching months of time roll backward in seconds. When it stopped, the apartment looked exactly as it had the day I moved in after the separation. Empty except for the few boxes I brought with me, but I wasn't alone. There in the center of the living room stood another version of myself. Not a vision or apparition this time, but solid, real. He? I looked exhausted. Eyes sunken, face gaunt. He wore the same clothes I had on, held the same duffel bag in his right hand. When our eyes met, I saw my own terror reflected back at me. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. I understood with sudden crystalline clarity what was happening. Time wasn't just moving backward in isolated pockets, it was folding, collapsing. The loop I had feared wasn't a cycle, but a spiral, tightening with each iteration, bringing temporal versions of myself closer together with each contraction. The other me raised his hand slowly, reaching out. I mirrored the gesture, driven by some instinct beyond conscious thought. As our fingers neared each other, the air between us seemed to vibrate, to ripple like the surface of disturbed water. A high-pitched whine filled my ears, growing louder as our hands drew closer. The moment our fingers touched, everything stopped. The sound cut off abruptly. The apartment froze in mid-transition between past and present. Even the dust motes hanging in the air remained suspended, motionless. Then, like a tape being rewound at high speed, I experienced everything again. Every moment since that dinner party, but backward. The terror, the discoveries, the isolation. I felt myself being pulled through my own timeline, experiencing my memories in reverse. But not just my memories, his as well. I saw cycles I hadn't lived yet, iterations of the loop where I had made different choices, spoken to different people about what was happening, even tried to document it scientifically. When the backward rush finally stopped, I found myself seated at my dining room table, surrounded by my 3 friends. The conversation flowed around me, ordinary and mundane. Sarah was in mid-sentence describing a work conflict I'd already heard about. Aaron was refilling his wine glass. Everything was exactly as it had been that first night. A cold certainty settled in my stomach. I knew what would happen next. The crash from the living room, the intact wine glass, the beginning of the loop. But knowledge creates possibility. As my friends continued talking, unaware of what was about to occur, I made a decision. When the sound came, and it would come, I was certain I wouldn't investigate. I would break the pattern. The minutes stretched painfully as I waited. My nerves stretched to breaking point. My hands gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white with tension. My friends noticed my distraction, exchanging concerned glances, but continued their conversation. Then it happened, the distinct sound of glass shattering in the living room. Everyone froze, looking toward the hallway, then back at me. Aaron raised his eyebrow in that familiar, questioning look. They expected me to lead them to investigate. Instead, I forced a smile, my facial muscles stiff with fear. "It's nothing," I said, the words tasting foreign on my tongue. "Just the neighbors, let's continue." Confusion flickered across their faces, but after a moment of uncertainty, the conversation resumed. I participated mechanically, my attention divided between the present moment and the hallway leading to the living room. Part of me expected reality to fracture, to force me into the predetermined path, but nothing happened. Hours later, after my friends had gone, I stood at the entrance to the living room. Heart pounding in my chest, I hadn't turned on the light, hadn't looked to see if the glass was there. Now the moment of truth had arrived. I flicked on the light switch, flooding the room with harsh brightness. The carpet was empty. No wine glass stood impossibly upright on its surface. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave. I had broken. The loop changed the pattern, escaped. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A small dark stain on the beige carpet where the glass should have been. I knelt down, examining it closely. A perfect circle of red wine already drying at the edges. As I touched the stain with my fingertip, I felt it cold, almost vibrating with potential energy. And in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty the loop hadn't been broken. It had merely been reset. Time would try again and again until it got what it wanted. I'm still waiting to find out what that is. Story 4, I still remember the exact moment I first sensed that something was off. The fluorescent light in my bathroom flickered, casting the space in a pale, sickly glow that made my skin crawl. It was late, and the kind of heaviness that settles over a silent house pressed in around me. But there was something else in that air, an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite name. My eyes locked on a single black tile nestled among the glossy white ones on my newly renovated bathroom wall. It seemed to pulse under the light as if it were trying to draw my attention. In that initial moment, I felt a surge of apprehension so strong that I almost turned around and fled. But I didn't. I took one step closer, my heart pounding in my ears. And that was the beginning of everything that followed. I had spent weeks supervising the renovation of my bathroom. I wanted a space that felt modern and sleek with a touch of boldness. The contractor had shown me an array of standard white tiles, then suggested a contrasting black tile set randomly for a contemporary aesthetic. It seemed like a nice idea, visually striking nothing more, but from the day the renovations ended, the entire bathroom felt wrong. At first it was subtle. The lighting seemed too dim no matter how bright the bulbs were, and the air felt stale as if it had been trapped there for decades. Sometimes the smell of wet concrete mingled strangely with a faint metallic tang that no amount of air freshener could eliminate, and always there was that single black tile perpetually drawing my attention. Whether I wanted it or not, I started feeling compelled to look at it more closely. Each time I passed by the bathroom door, I'd peek in just to see it glinting dully in the gloom. It seemed to absorb the light around it, creating a small distorted reflection of the bathroom and of me. Each day I found myself spending an extra second, then an extra minute standing in front of it. The reflection in the tile never quite matched the rest of the room. The angles felt subtly skewed like a fisheye lens capturing the shapes. My own face looked slightly stretched eyes, wide features too elongated. It was disturbing but also impossible to ignore. I remember leaning closer, afternoon pressing my cheek near the chill porcelain of the neighboring white tiles and letting my gaze fill with that single black square. In those seconds, I swear I saw a flicker of something else, somewhere else. It was almost like there was a horizon in that reflective surface, a shimmering line of light bending and twisting. My breath caught in my throat and I jerked back, stumbling against the sink. A wave of intense discomfort washed over me, sending goosebumps along my arms and making my scalp tingle. The rational part of my mind insisted it was just a trick of the eye. But no matter how hard I tried to reassure myself, I couldn't forget the unsettling sense that I had glimpsed another landscape through that tile. Over the following days, my obsession deepened. My nights became restless, filled with half-remembered dreams where I wandered across alien deserts under two suns. The sky tinged a dark bruised purple. I found myself sweating through my sheets, my heart racing as I jolted awake, convinced that I was hearing whispers from the bathroom. The dreams were vivid, packed with unsettling geometry, sharp angles that twisted upon themselves, rock formations that breathed in unison, and swirling lights overhead that seemed to pulse in time with my own hammering pulse. When morning came, I'd drag myself into the bathroom, hands trembling, and see that black tile shining in the artificial light as if inviting me to stare deeper. Eventually, I couldn't resist the pull. I would stand there practically nose to the glossy surface, trying to discern shapes beyond my reflection. The more I looked, the more convinced I became that there was indeed some foreign realm hidden behind the tile's mirror-like sheen. On one particularly tense evening, I turned off the overhead light, letting only the soft glow from the hallway filter in the black tile seem to glow faintly from within. As my eyes adjusted, the room around me felt less familiar. The corners seemed to stretch unnaturally, and a low hum reverberated through the silence. A sudden wave of vertigo nearly knocked me off my feet. It felt as if the tile was opening, encouraging me to fall inside. In that moment, my breath was ragged. My heart thudded so violently in my chest that I could feel it in my throat, and a bead of sweat trickled down my temple. I became certain the tile was a gateway. The knowledge filled me with equal parts dread and a twisted sort of curiosity. I began to notice changes in the rest of the bathroom. The white walls weren't exactly white anymore. There was a faint grayish tint that seemed to creep across them like mold, though no actual mold was present. The corners where the tiles met lost their neat alignment. They were subtly skewed, tilting at angles that made my eyes ache when I stared too long. The single window on the bathroom wall seemed smaller, its frame slightly warped. Each time I entered, I had the feeling that the space was no longer obeying the normal laws of geometry or physics. I stopped inviting people over to my home. I found excuses to avoid letting anyone near the bathroom, afraid they might sense something or ask about the bizarre changes. My anxiety flared whenever I passed that door, an almost tangible fear that something might be waiting on the other side, and yet I felt compelled to keep checking it. Several times I woke in the middle of the night covered in cold sweat, convinced I'd heard a soft chanting. My mind told me I must be hallucinating from stress, but the chills rippling through my body didn't care about rational explanations. Late one night, I stood in the bathroom doorway, the hall light at my back, and observed the steady transformation. The mirror above the sink reflected an unfamiliar room instead of the usual neat arrangement of toothbrush and hand soap. The reflection hinted at shapes that writhed and pulsated. The air smelled of ozone and something damp, reminiscent of a cave. Even the ceiling looked slightly bowed, as though it was breathing in tandem with the walls. I felt my stomach flip, and a rising panic threatened to consume me. My skin was clammy, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, yet I couldn't bring myself to look away. In the reflection, the black tile had doubled in size. Confusion overtook me. I was certain only one tile had been black, but within the mirror I saw two black squares side by side, each emanating that same unsettling shimmer. When I turned to look at the actual tiles, though I still saw just one, was the reflection lying, or was it showing me an inevitable future, a preview of what was creeping into our reality? The possibility that my mind was fracturing under stress haunted me. My heart hammered, and I ran a hand through my sweat-damp hair, telling myself I must be exhausted, that I needed rest. But I knew in my core that no amount of rest would dispel the creeping sense of dread. I began to hear a faint voice or multiple voices whenever I lingered in the bathroom. They didn't speak in a language I could decipher. The intonations rose and fell like a sinister melody, reminding me of murmured chanting heard through a thick wall. The sounds seeped into my consciousness, prodding my paranoia. My hands would shake whenever I turned the doorknob, and my legs felt like lead as I stepped over the threshold. At times, I caught myself murmuring words in an unfamiliar language under my breath, only to jolt in horror at the realization of what I was doing. It was as if the portal, or whatever it was, had started to take root in my mind. The transformation of the bathroom accelerated. Small cracks appeared in the white tiles, but instead of normal fractures, they formed swirling patterns that glowed faintly. On some days, I'd see them crawl across the surface in real time, as though living vines were under the ceramic, spreading their roots. The standard bathroom fixtures began to look warped. The sink's basin was no longer a neat oval, but an elongated shape with edges that seemed to ripple under the light. Even my reflection became alien. My eyes looked sunken. The skin around them stretched taut, and the darkness beneath them seemed to deepen daily. I was losing myself to this other dimension. Slowly but surely. My nights were hellish. I often dreamed of stepping into the bathroom and finding it transformed into a vast corridor of black tiles that led onward infinitely. In these dreams, the walls pulsed like organic tissue, and overhead lights flickered in and out of existence. The floor beneath my feet felt spongy, as though I was treading on a giant creature's back. Always the same indescribable voices echoed around me, urging me forward. There was no sense of safety, only the overwhelming certainty that something waited at the end of that corridor, something enormous and ancient that had taken notice of me. One evening I caught sight of my own reflection in the black tile, but it wasn't exactly me. The figure's features were distorted, cheeks sunken eyes, much larger and darker than my own. Its lips moved, forming words I couldn't make out. I felt my chest tighten and a lump formed in my throat. Despite my terror, I leaned closer, ignoring the tears burning the corners of my eyes, ignoring the sweat dripping down my face. My reflection appeared to beckon me, arms outstretched, a silent invitation to come through to wherever it was. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I felt my knees threaten to buckle. At some point, my desperation drove me to attempt to rip out the tile altogether. I grabbed a hammer and chisel, marched into the bathroom, and aimed the chisel's point at that obsidian square. But as soon as I touched the chisel to the tile, I was seized by a violent wave of vertigo. The walls seemed to lurch inward, the tiles rippling like water. My vision blurred, and I heard those voices pitch into a discordant roar. The chisel fell from my trembling grip as I collapsed against the bathtub, panting and shaking. When the dizziness subsided, I found a small hairline crack where the chisel had struck, but the tile itself seemed intact. It felt almost alive, guarding itself against my intrusion. Realizing brute force was useless, I toyed with the idea of abandoning my apartment altogether, but a grim curiosity kept me tethered. Part of me needed to know what was on the other side of that tile. Whether it was an actual gateway or just a manifestation of my deteriorating mind, I resolved to face it. My body trembled with fear each time I stepped inside the bathroom, yet I returned again and again, drawn like a moth to the flame. The changes continued, corners twisted further. The tile cracks glowed brighter and the fixture surfaces pulsed like living tissue. The chanting voices became louder, no longer muffled but echoing as though just behind a thin veil. I started to notice my own heartbeat syncing with that rhythmic chant, a throbbing tempo that resonated in my bones. On the final night of my ordeal, I found the bathroom fully transformed. The walls were a patchwork of shifting geometry, each tile appearing to breathe in slow, deliberate patterns. The air was thick and humid, carrying a strange metallic taste that made me gag. I could see faint lights flickering inside the black tile like distant stars in a violet sky. My heart thundered in my chest and my breathing came in sharp, shallow gasps. My body tingled with an unsettling combination of fear and fascination. As I stepped forward, the tile's reflection in the mirror no longer hid the truth. There were now 3 black tiles aligned like a doorframe. In the dim overhead light, they glistened with an otherworldly sheen. A sudden pressure wave coursed through the room and the walls pulsed in unison as if they were exhaling. The voices swelled in volume, swirling around me from every direction. Then, almost like a gentle breeze, I felt something tug at my consciousness. A seductive call to enter. My entire body shuddered, drenched in cold sweat. Heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. It was then I realized that I stood on the threshold of an irrevocable decision. I could flee never to return, or I could heed that haunting call and step through. My muscles tensed, resisting every urge to be drawn further, but part of me was desperate to look straight into that alien sky I'd glimpsed so many times in my fevered dreams. I lowered myself onto trembling knees, brought my face inches from the black tile, and whispered in a voice I barely recognized as my own. There was no direct reply, but I felt the intensifying hum behind the tile, a rising vibration that rattled my teeth. My reflection in the tile stared back, twisted by the swirling energies on the other side, beckoning me onward. Just as I thought I might give in, I remembered how it felt when I nearly destroyed the tile. The wave of vertigo, the raw panic, the sense that the portal itself was fighting back. It confirmed that whatever lay beyond wanted me, and not for any benevolent purpose. Summoning every ounce of resolve, I forced myself to stand. My knees almost gave out, but I managed to reel back step by step away from the tiles. Mesmerizing glow, I felt the air grow heavy with disappointment, as though the presence lurking just beyond the portal recognized my refusal. I staggered out of the bathroom, slammed the door, and fled my apartment that very night. I found refuge in a small motel a few miles away, heart still hammering, nerves frayed. In the silent darkness of that cramped room, every part of me quaked with lingering terror. I felt violated, as if something had wormed its way inside my mind. The hours stretched on, but I knew I couldn't return to that place if I wanted to remain sane. Yet the need for closure gnawed at me. In the morning, when the first rays of sunlight broke through the cheap blinds, I came to a bitter realization. The portal might remain lingering in that lonely bathroom, growing stronger, or maybe it would wait for me or another unfortunate soul to come across it. But I couldn't destroy myself trying to stop it. Not when it seemed to possess its own horrifying will. I left the apartment soon after cutting my losses. I'd like to claim I found peace, that my nightmares ended. But every time I close my eyes, I still see that stretch of alien horizon shimmering in my mind, feel that unearthly call vibrating in my bones. At times, my chest tightens for no discernible reason, and I recall the suffocating atmosphere of that bathroom. My thirst for answers still nags at me, but I refuse to sacrifice the last shards of my sanity. Even now, I can't be sure if the portal truly bridged two realities or if I stumbled across something far more insidious. Sometimes I'm convinced I only escaped physically, that part of me remains in that other dimension. The memory weighs on me like a sickness, leaving me haunted by the knowledge that no door truly stays shut once it's been opened. And I pray in the silent spaces of my restless mind that the nightmares remain just that, and not a prelude to something worse, lurking on the other side of the mirror waiting to break through. Story 5. The first time I noticed the shifting shadow, I was standing by my living room window, gazing out at the neon-lit skyline of the city. A foul electric hum seemed to buzz in my ears, though I couldn't pinpoint its source. My skin crawled as if my nerves had been charged by a sudden jolt of static. Then I saw it lingering in the far corner of the ceiling like a smudge of soot that kept expanding, devouring the palette light of the overhead lamp. Instantly, an uneasy knot formed in my stomach and my lungs constricted in a shallow breath. It was as though my body sensed something dangerous long before my mind could register the threat. I tried to brush off the experience as a trick of the eyes or an unusual play of shadow. But later that night, as I was brushing my teeth, I glimpsed that same dark stain huddled behind the shower curtain. My heart pounded loud enough to reverberate in my ears, and cold sweat trickled down my temples. I threw the shower curtain aside, convinced I would catch some intruder. Yet there was nothing, only the ordinary pastel tiles and a quietness so heavy it seemed to press down on me. My rational mind insisted it was just paranoia, but the goosebumps on my arms refused to settle. Over the following days, small details in my apartment began to unnerve me. The lights flickered randomly even though I replaced the bulbs. The corners of my rooms felt darker and more oppressive at night, as if the shadows themselves were thickening. I heard a dull scraping sound coming from the walls, like nails dragging along concrete. On 2 separate occasions, I'd wake in the early hours of the morning with a sense that someone had been standing at the foot of my bed. Each time I bolted upright, heart thundering, only to find emptiness and the echo of my own startled breathing. A neighbor mentioned in passing that people around the building had been feeling somewhat drained lately, complaining of fatigue and weird dreams. He sounded hesitant, as if he didn't want to admit it outright, but he alluded to the notion that something might be off in our old complex. I remember noticing how his eyes appeared dull, as if the light behind them had dimmed. The next day, I ran into another resident who spoke about hearing voices in the stairwell at odd hours. Her story came to me in fragments of anxious rumor. She claimed that at night the hallways felt narrower and the walls seemed to vibrate with an unsettling frequency. These whispered stories amplified my own sense of foreboding. My gut churned whenever I returned home. After dusk, I often found myself lingering in my car or in the lobby, forcing myself to push forward only when I had no other choice. Each time I inserted my key into the lock, I swore I felt a slight suction from the other side, like the apartment itself was inhaling. My palms would sweat and my heart rate would spike for no apparent reason. Sometimes in the silence of the living room, I sensed a presence behind me, an odd displacement of air, a faint whisper of movement. But whenever I turned, there was nothing but a flicker in my peripheral vision. Eventually, that murky blot in the corners began to coalesce into a vaguely humanoid shape. At first, it was just an outline that glimmered with dark tendrils flickering in and out of sight, like some half-real phantom. My breath would catch whenever I realized it was there. Perched along the ceiling or crouched in a shadowy part of the room, I tried to deny its existence, telling myself it was my imagination. But the more I ignored it, the more tangible it became. Bit by bit, it grew limbs, several elongated arms and legs that appeared too long for any natural creature. The moment I recognized the formation of those limbs, my blood went ice cold, and an involuntary shudder ran through me, as if my body wanted to shut down rather than confront this impossible thing. I felt my strength waning at around the same time. Waking up in the morning became excruciatingly difficult. Each day I dragged myself out of bed feeling as though I hadn't slept for months. My eyes stung, my limbs felt heavy, and my thoughts were sluggish. It was more than just exhaustion. There was a numbness beneath my skin. I caught myself forgetting simple things like whether I had locked the door or taken out the trash. Sometimes I'd stand in the middle of a room with no recollection of what I had been about to do. It was as though chunks of my memory had been snatched away by an invisible hand. That's when I started suspecting that the shadow creature was feeding on me, somehow draining my energy, my memories, or perhaps my very sense of self. My reasoning sounded absurd even to me, but I couldn't ignore the pattern. Every time I sensed that black figure looming around, I'd feel an immediate wave of dizziness followed by an almost electric weakness coursing through my body. My tongue would go dry, my muscles would tense up, and the hair on the back of my neck would stand erect as though it were siphoning my vitality. And after each encounter, I felt a little less like myself. Desperate for answers, I began talking with other tenants more frequently. I rarely quoted their words, directly preferring the vague retellings of their experiences, partly because I didn't want to sound like I was accusing them of anything, and partly because it felt safer to keep these dark rumors indirect. Some hinted they had glimpsed a hazy silhouette crawling along their walls. Others admitted feeling as though something watched them from the ventilation system. One person described a bizarre moment when the walls in his hallway seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in subtle pulses. He confided that he'd been plagued by spells of forgetfulness too, along with bouts of inexplicable anxiety. Through these scattered confessions, I pieced together a disturbing theory. Whatever this entity was, it existed in the spaces we rarely noticed, the gaps between our apartments, the neglected corners behind walls, the crawl spaces above the ceiling. It was like a parasite weaving itself throughout the building, nibbling away at each resident's energy and sense of reality. And alarmingly, I started noticing that some neighbors no longer looked or behaved like their usual selves. They wore the same faces and had the same voices, yet there was an eerie vacancy in their expressions. Their movements were a fraction slower, almost mechanical, as if they were incomplete imitations of human beings. One evening, I was returning home and passed by the man from 2 doors down. He was standing in the corridor, body stiff as a mannequin, staring at a wall. His eyes seemed lost, his mouth slightly. Ajar, I called his name, but he didn't even flinch. Minutes later, he turned around slowly and offered a polite greeting, though his voice was flat. My heart pounded as I recognized something fundamentally wrong in his gaze. I quickly muttered a response and hurried into my apartment, chest constricting. The whole episode left me drenched in cold sweat. That same night, the black cloud in my living room grew larger. It unfurled itself until it stood about 8 feet tall, its multiple arms angled in unnatural curves. A shapeless head darker than a starless sky seemed to tilt and track my every movement. My legs trembled so violently I could barely remain upright. A ringing sensation drilled into my ears, and I felt short of breath, as if the air had turned poisonous. In that moment, my fear erupted into something almost violent. My fight-or-flight response flared, and I tensed like a cornered animal. It didn't attack me physically. Instead, it leaned toward me in a slow, fluid motion, its limbs contorting with an elegance that was both mesmerizing and horrifying. I felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over my body, and my vision blurred. I struggled to remain conscious, clenching my teeth so hard my jaw ached. The next thing I remember, I was sprawled on my living room floor, gasping for air, unsure how much time had passed. My limbs tingled as though thousands of pins and needles jabbed at my flesh. The days that followed were a haze. My short-term memory was riddled with holes. I would find half-eaten meals left on the kitchen counter and discover that I had missed phone calls from coworkers without recalling hearing the phone ring. At one point, I tried recounting my experiences to a friend on the phone, but my words seemed to vanish mid-sentence. I could feel the presence of that thing looming in the periphery of my consciousness, stretching its tendrils deeper into my life. I sought refuge in the basement parking lot, hoping that being away from the apartment walls might offer me some respite. But even there, the overhead lights flickered incessantly, and I heard muffled scraping sounds echo through the cement pillars. Fear twisted my stomach, and my breathing became ragged. It felt like the entire building was steeped in this malignant force, a living organism that pulsed with hidden malevolence. I tried knocking on the door of another neighbor's apartment, intending to share my suspicions. But when he opened the door, his pupils were so dilated that his eyes looked nearly black. He asked if I was feeling well, voice disturbingly calm, and suggested that I should stay in my own unit until I felt more like myself. That was the moment I realized I might be the only one left who hadn't been fully consumed or replaced. I retreated to my apartment, slammed the door behind me, and pressed my forehead against it, heart pounding like a jackhammer in my chest. My thoughts raced, and every nerve in my body screamed for me to run, to flee the building entirely. But something told me if I left, I might never be free of it. It had my scent, my essence. It was connected to everyone here, using them as conduits to track me and feed on me no matter where I went. Night fell, and the storm outside battered my windows with relentless wind and rain. The lights in my apartment flickered until they finally died, plunging the rooms into murky darkness. The only illumination came from intermittent flashes of lightning, which revealed quick snapshots of that towering mass in the corner. Each flash etched the creature's elongated limbs and featureless head into my vision. My skin prickled with dread, and I felt a rolling wave of nausea. My breath came in short, shuddering gulps. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribcage as though it wanted to burst free. Then I heard a soft scraping on the inside of my walls. It sounded like long fingers slowly being dragged across the plaster, searching for a way in. Panic seized my body, and I staggered backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. My chest felt tight, and my vision swam with dizzying spots of black. It was in that moment, crouched in the darkness, that I realized I had to confront this entity. Running was impossible. Reasoning with it was absurd. But if I stood there passively, it would complete whatever twisted transformation it had planned, robbing me of my memories and ultimately replacing me with some unfailing copy. I pulled open the door to the hallway, certain I would find the same pitch-black gloom. But to my surprise, the quarter lights were still on, casting a sickly yellowish hue over the walls. The patterns in the carpet seemed alive, swirling with each of my steps. I heard a faint buzzing like fluorescent bulbs on their last legs, but louder and more menacing. As I moved, my knees wobbled and my teeth chattered. The atmosphere felt thick, claustrophobic, as though the building itself were breathing down my neck. I marched toward the stairwell. Every landing and every corner felt tighter than before, the air clogged with an invisible heaviness. My own pulse roared in my ears. Eventually, I reached the top floor, a place I'd never explored. The door was ajar, and from the darkness beyond, I sensed the presence of that shape. Bigger now, spreading itself across the walls, I forced my trembling legs forward, ignoring the sweat that slicked my palms and dampened my shirt. A single overhead lamp blinked, revealing glimpses of black tendrils woven through the ceiling, like grotesque roots. In those flickering moments, I saw them, people from the building standing motionless. They appeared half-transparent, each face frozen in a mask of numb acceptance, as if their minds had been hijacked. I recognized a few neighbors. Their bodies flickered in and out of solidity like ghosts tethered to the entity's influence. Their eyes glowed faintly, a sign that this thing had merged with them. I felt a surging terror, my breath coming in ragged gasps that stabbed at my lungs. At the center of the room, the black cloud formed its main body. It stood tall, arms stretched wide, limbs branching out like a hideous tree. In an erratic flash of light, I saw that it was studded with faces of the tenants who had been consumed, each one an imprint smoldering in the darkness. Every face was locked in an expression of silent horror. My insides twisted in revulsion and my vision blurred momentarily. I stood there, fists clenched at my sides, unsure if I could do anything at all. Yet I felt an urgent impulse to resist. I remembered the fragments of my memory that it had taken, the hours and days that vanished, and the sense of self it was devouring. Summoning all my will, I glared at the entity. My chest burned with fear and anger, and I could feel my own heartbeat pounding so fiercely I thought I might collapse. A sudden thunderclap resonated through the building, shaking the walls. For a second, the light surged back to full brightness. That flicker of energy seemed to startle the creature, and I saw it recoil, limbs spasming in confusion. Sensing a tiny window of opportunity, I rushed for the stairs. The entity's arms flailed, and the watchers in the corner moved in unison, their heads snapping to face me. My breathing turned frantic, each exhale searing my throat, but somehow I tore past them, nearly stumbling over my own feet. My heart slammed into my ribcage so hard I could feel it pulsating in my neck. I fled down the stairwell, certain that darkness and those impossibly long arms were mere steps behind me. My muscles felt like they were on fire, and the building's walls seemed to ripple with each footfall. Reaching my floor, I refused to stop at my apartment. Instead, I sprinted straight to the lobby. The old security desk was abandoned, the night guard's radio left spitting static into the musty air. I forced the glass doors open and burst out into the rain-soaked street. The sudden chill of the night struck me like a slap, and my lungs greedily drank in the cold air. Despite the suffocating sense of being watched, I didn't look back until I was halfway down the block. In the faint glow of a distant street lamp, I saw the faint silhouette in one of the top-floor windows. It seemed to press against the glass, limbs contorting as if longing to break free into the world beyond. The building itself glowed with a sickly pallor, and though I shuddered under the wet onslaught of rain, I felt a small triumph in my core. I had escaped for now, yet even as I backed away, I couldn't ignore the persistent tug on my consciousness. Part of me sensed that the thing would never truly release me. It had fed on my essence, stolen fragments of my memory, and bound me to its grotesque hive. My heart hammered in grim acknowledgement that no matter how far I ran, it could still reach out from that labyrinth of walls and vacant apartments. That realization lingers with me. Sometimes on dark nights, I wake to a shapeless presence in my peripheral vision. My heart stutters, and I feel a damp chill spreading over my skin. More than once, I've glanced at my reflection in a mirror and seen a faint shadow flicker behind me, too quick to identify. My breath catches in my throat, and a cold sweat slicks my palms. I don't know if it's truly there or if my trauma has stained my perception. Either way, the knowledge eats away at me. It's out there, pulsing in the interstices of that building, feeding on unsuspecting tenants, replacing them with versions under its control. I remain vigilant, though I can't be entirely sure of what is real and what is a phantom conjured by fear. Every so often, I recall the sensation of those elongated limbs brushing against my mind, siphoning my vitality. I feel my pulse race, my breath growing shallow as if a piece of me still belongs to it. Trapped in that hollow space between walls, I suspect that escape is a fragile illusion. The real horror is understanding that once it touches you, it never quite lets you go. The building stands unchanged and silent to any passerby, but inside its walls, that festering presence sees waiting for the next faint spark of life to claim as its own. And for those of us who have seen it, that awareness is a forever burden, an unending question of whether we're truly free or if we've already been replaced by hollow reflections of ourselves. Story 6, Darkness, enveloped my office at the university the night I truly understood that silence can be a living thing. My usually placid workspace with its rows of academic journals, dim lamp, and solitary window overlooking the courtyard suddenly felt charged with static. The dust mote swirling in the faint light seemed to cling to the air, hanging ominously as though they bore witness to something unseen. I felt a hollow thump in my chest, my pulse accelerating with no rational explanation. That was the precise moment I realized my sanctuary was no longer just mine. My name is Thomas Lambert. I teach comparative literature at a small, prestigious institution known for its Gothic architecture and labyrinthine hallways. Each polished corridor has a personality. Some feel solemn, others mysteriously inviting, but my office always felt neutral, almost comforting. The stack of papers needing grading was always present. A testimony to my routine. Professors typically find peace in their clutter and organized chaos that only we understand. Yet 1 week ago, I began noticing a subtle shift. The energy in the room was different, as if someone had rearranged the furniture in the dark without moving a single piece. At first, I brushed off the unsettling impression. I told myself I was simply tired, that my imagination was running wild after too many consecutive late nights. But I knew deep down something else was going on. Late one evening, I was gathering research notes on symbolic representations in ancient texts. My office door creaked with every breath of wind in the hallway. I remember feeling an unexplainable sense of being watched. My body responded before my mind could rationalize the feeling. My shoulders tensed, sweat forming along my hairline. I paused in the middle of scribbling a note, listening. The overhead fluorescent light hummed dully, flickering every now and then. Then a sharp clatter broke the quiet. I jerked upright, heart hammering so violently it felt like it was trying to escape my ribcage. Across the room on my old wooden bookshelf, one of my ceramic bookends was lying on the floor, spinning slowly as though it had been propelled by force. I stared at it for what felt like minutes, unable to tear my eyes away. The shelf itself looked untouched. The books were neatly in place, arranged according to my personal system. After the shock subsided enough for me to move, I lifted the ceramic piece. My fingertips trembled and I swallowed hard in an attempt to steady my breathing. I placed it back on the shelf, convinced it had simply toppled off on its own. Yet the force with which it had fallen suggested something else entirely. It hadn't slipped. It had flown. The following night was worse. I was hunched over my desk, scanning an old manuscript when a dull scraping noise startled me. It originated from behind me near the row of decorative statuettes I'd collected over the years. Replicas of mythological figures, each holding a distinct significance in my comparative literature classes. One by one, I heard them tip over. My heart pounded with such intensity that I felt dizzy. Trying not to let panic swallow me, I turned slowly, fully expecting to see all of them on their sides. To my terror, they weren't just toppled. They were levitating, quivering in midair as if suspended by invisible strings. For a moment, my vision blurred from the raw adrenaline surging through me. Sweat trickled down my temples. My breath ragged my lips dry and parted in disbelief. Then, as if an unseen hand had lost interest, the statuettes plummeted onto my desk and rolled across it, eventually settling in a pattern that seemed too orderly to be random. The near silence afterward was deafening. My heart thrashed like an animal trapped in a cage, and I found myself wishing for a rational explanation. A gust of wind, a misperceived reflection, anything that would ground me in the reality I once knew I spent the rest of that night trying to rationalize. Perhaps it was stress-induced hallucinations, I told myself. Perhaps I dozed off without realizing, but the sweat on my shirt, the tension in my muscles, the trembling in my hands, these were real physical symptoms. I tried to recall anything I'd consumed, any medication or unusual substance that might induce these visions. Nothing came to mind. As the late hours stretched into early morning, I found myself walking the hallways, flinching at my own distorted reflection in the tinted windows. The next day, while I was away delivering a lecture, I left my office locked. To quell my growing paranoia, I decided to mention my unsettling experiences to a colleague in a vague, roundabout way. I found him in the break room. I implied that unusual things had occurred in my office, objects moving, unnerving sounds. He suggested I might be overworked. He told me that sleep deprivation can cause vivid illusions. I nodded, opting not to reveal the more bizarre details. Even in that moment, my heart thumped uncomfortably in my chest as though warning me not to share too much. He patted me on the shoulder and said something encouraging, but I barely registered his words. My mind was anchored to the memory of those statuettes hanging in midair. In the evening, I mustered enough courage to return. Pushing open the office door felt like stepping onto the stage of an abandoned theater. My skin prickled with unease as though 1,000 tiny needles were pressing against me. Flicking on the light, I surveyed the room with care. The statuettes seemed to be back in their rightful places, the shelves orderly. Perhaps the days normally had reset the stranges. With shaky relief, I began my nightly routine of grading and research. But soon the flicker in the fluorescent light caught my eye again. A ripple of tension coursed through my body. I steadied my breathing, forcing a slow inhale and exhale, determined not to let fear consume me. After a few minutes, I detected a faint rustling like paper being shifted. I turned heart-pounding and froze. My textbooks stacked neatly near the door had moved. They were lined up in a bizarre pattern, forming an arc shape that ended at my desk chair. The progression was so deliberate I nearly lost my grip on reality right then. My pulse pounded in my ears loud enough that it seemed to drown out the hum of the light. I bent down to examine the pattern, each step feeling like I was trespassing on sacred ground. The volumes formed a neat letter-like shape, as though spelling something with their spines. My vision blurred with fear, my throat dry. I asked myself if an intruder could have done this, but the locked door and the office's relative security made that unlikely. Besides, the precision of the arrangement felt too purposeful. It wasn't just letters, it was an entire coded message waiting to be unraveled. Over the next few nights, I became consumed by deciphering these bizarre formations. When the statuettes or books moved, I documented every shift in position, every angle, every alignment. My senses were on constant high alert. My heart rarely returned to a normal rhythm, and my hands were perpetually clammy. The entire time, I fought a suffocating sense of being watched by the inanimate objects themselves. At certain moments, I even believed I heard them whisper a faint clicking or droning just beyond the range of human hearing. As I continued to obsess, the manifestations escalated. I would enter my office to discover the antique lamp near the window, flickering in rhythmic pulses as though it were signaling Morse code. The newly rearranged manuscripts on my desk seemed to represent star constellations I had never seen. My knees threatened to buckle each time I recognized a coherent pattern, as if the world around me was unraveling one cryptic symbol at a time. Nausea gripped me and goosebumps erupted along my arms. Despite my overwhelming fear, I couldn't tear myself away. Something about these patterns demanded comprehension, as if my mind was the only one that could unlock their meaning. Night after night, I pored over the arrangement of objects, transcribing each configuration into notebooks with shaking fingers. The words "invisible intention" reverberated through my head, summoning an acute paranoia. My hair stood on end whenever a shift in the air made a page flutter. I knew I was too close to something monumental, something that defied conventional logic. I also noticed a creeping dread that this thing, whatever it was, might be using me as a conduit. Every muscle in my body stayed tense for hours on end, to the point where I could hardly remember what it felt like to be calm. My teaching began to suffer. Students commented that I seemed withdrawn and distant. A staff member quietly suggested I see the campus counselor, noticing my bloodshot eyes and jittery movements. I avoided direct conversation instead, offering vague excuses about a busy schedule and important research deadlines. In truth, every part of me was focused on the messages forming in my office. I was convinced that if I ignored them, something far worse would be unleashed. Eventually, the patterns started resembling a complex system of communication, ancient runes, bits of code, geometrical symbols. My long nights of comparative literature and linguistics gave me tools to interpret them. It became clear that something non-human, yet possessing immense intelligence, was orchestrating this. The objects, books, statuettes, lamps, chairs seemed to have melded into a single collective entity, bending to a will that was beyond my comprehension. The realization sent waves of icy terror down my spine. I could feel my skin clammy and taut, my breath shallow with dread. It was as if the entire room was alive, a singular consciousness that demanded my understanding. One evening, after countless hours wrestling with the arrangement, I finally cracked the rudimentary outline of the message. The code referenced an imminent rupture in reality, a fracture that would begin right here in my office. My palms turned slick with cold sweat as I grasped the implication. I read the lines over and over each time, feeling my heart thunder as though it might explode. Every inch of my body screamed to flee, to leave this place and never return, but an urgent instinct kept me anchored. This Bizarre collective of objects seemed to be warning me, not threatening me. They wanted me to act to prevent or at least prepare for some catastrophic event. I told no one, deciding that no colleague would believe me. Even if they did, how could I possibly convey the seriousness of a cosmic tear in the fabric of reality without sounding deranged? My nights turned into a half-sleep plagued by nightmares of the office walls pulsating, collapsing into a void. In those dreams, I was neither fully awake nor asleep. My heartbeat was a constant frantic tattoo. Every time I woke, I found my clothes damp with sweat, my throat painfully constricted by fear. In the midst of this mental anguish, my self-doubt ballooned. Was I actually losing my mind? Could all of this be the feverish delusion of a man under too much pressure? The more I questioned my sanity, the more real the phenomenon seemed. The textual patterns were too elaborate to be imaginary. The cyclical alignment of the manuscripts, the constant rearranging of the statuettes, the flicker code of the lamp. They had a consistency that surpassed mere hallucination. My despair was so profound that my hands would shake even when I tried to drink water, and I often felt my heartbeat reverberate through my entire body in uncontrollable waves. 2 nights ago, the activity reached a crescendo. The door slammed behind me the moment I stepped inside. All around me, objects trembled, the bookshelf rattled, the papers on my desk fluttered with a frenzied life of their own, and the lamp in the corner flickered manically. My chest grew tight, my stomach churned, and I fought the urge to vomit. Summoning every ounce of courage, I confronted the center of the room as if facing an invisible presence. My legs quivered beneath me, my lungs fighting for air. Then, in an abrupt hush, everything stilled. I could almost feel the charge in the air recede, replaced by a suffocating heaviness. On my desk, the books formed a circle inside that circle the statuettes. Figures of ancient gods and creatures were positioned in a ring, each tilted at a precise angle. It was the final piece of the puzzle. My heart thundered in my chest, my breath ragged as I knelt to examine it. The arrangement revealed a date and time. Tonight, shortly after midnight, the pattern, now fully decoded, communicated a single dire warning. The rupture would happen then. In this exact spot, I felt a surge of cold adrenaline so potent my hands went numb. My entire body shook with the realization of what was about to unfold. I tried to steel myself to brace for an event that defies scientific explanation. The minutes slipped away while I stood there, a trembling figure in the gloom of my own office. At midnight, the light overhead crackled and died, plunging the room into near total darkness. My breath caught in my throat, chest tight with dread, as I groped for the small flashlight in my desk drawer. A metallic taste filled my mouth and sweat rolled down my spine. Then I saw them, the statuettes, glowing with a faint, otherworldly luminescence. The edges of the circle they formed seemed to blur and shift, as if space itself was fraying at the seams. My teeth chattered from raw panic. Yet I forced my gaze to remain fixed on the phenomenon. I expected some catastrophic tear in reality, an explosion of cosmic energy, or a horrifying spectacle that would annihilate me. Instead, the circle shimmered like a mirage. The walls appeared to breathe in tandem with my ragged gasps. Every object in the room seemed connected by invisible threads of thought. For a moment, I sensed an immense collective presence, a unity of consciousness that transcended physical form. My office had become an aperture, a pressure point in the fabric of existence. Just when I was certain I'd be pulled into this swirling distortion, a blinding flash erupted and then receded into darkness. My flashlight flickered back to life, revealing the office in its normal state. Books scattered on the floor, statuettes resting on the desk. The overhead light buzzed, resurrecting itself. I coughed, my lungs starved for oxygen, and pressed a trembling hand to my pounding heart. No rupture had claimed me or devoured the room, yet the space felt irrevocably changed, like a wound had opened and then sealed itself. Leaving an invisible scar behind, I sank into my chair. A rush of feverish relief mingled with lingering fear. The hush in the room was profound, more like a vacuum than mere silence. The weight in my chest remained a testament to the fact that something extraordinary had just happened. I wasn't sure if the rupture had been prevented or merely postponed. The objects no longer moved as though they had poured every last bit of their energy into that singular moment. Their message had been delivered. In the days since I've returned to my office with caution, the air still feels charged but quieter, as if the presence that once animated these objects has receded into dormancy. I've deciphered no new patterns, nor have I witnessed any more levitations yet. Can't shake the sense that this place is sitting on the edge of an unseen precipice. My nights remain sleepless, my heart rate never truly calm my imagination, haunted by the possibility that the warning might resurface in some other form. Even now, as I write these words, I feel a prickling at the nape of my neck, a subtle reminder that reality is not as solid as we like to believe. My reflection in the office window stares back at me with hollow eyes. I wonder if I have merely delayed the inevitable, or if the collective consciousness of these objects has sealed a fissure in time and space. Sometimes I catch myself listening for the faint hum of movement behind me. Adrenaline surging at every unfamiliar sound, I'm left with this final realization. Once you have witnessed the boundaries of reality begin to blur, you can never return to the blissful ignorance of ordinary life. Every room holds secrets, every silence conceals a voice, and every inanimate thing may harbor a watchful awareness. Though I emerged physically intact, the unease gnaws at me constantly. If reality threatened to fracture once, there's no reason it won't happen again. The objects may lie dormant, but I am forever marked by the knowledge of what they can do and what they can warn us about. And that knowledge, more than anything, is what keeps my heart thudding relentlessly in my chest. Night after sleepless night. Story 7. The moment my eyes snapped open, I sensed that something was profoundly wrong. A crushing stillness blanketed the air so thick it felt like I might choke on it. My bedroom, illuminated only by the ghostly glow of the nightlight I always kept on, appeared strangely elongated, as though the corners were gradually creeping farther away. My heart thudded against my ribs in an irregular beat, and my throat felt parched. Something about the silence set every nerve on edge. It was the kind of quiet that made one think the entire world had paused, or worse, that it was waiting. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, half expecting the floor to tilt or give way under my feet. My body trembled with an unexplainable anticipation. As I stood, the hairs on my arms and neck stood erect as if caught in a static storm. I listened carefully for familiar sounds. A distant heater rumble, a faint drip from the bathroom faucet, perhaps even the gentle hum of the refrigerator. Nothing. The entire house seemed to be holding its breath. When I reached for my bedroom door, I discovered it was locked from the inside. That alone made no sense. I lived alone, and I'd never installed any special mechanism on my bedroom door. It was just a simple wooden door with a standard handle that didn't even have a lock. My first instinct was to laugh at the absurdity, but the laughter died in my throat. This wasn't just a stuck door. The handle refused to turn at all, as though fused in place. My palms grew clammy and my heartbeat thumped louder, echoing in my ears. I began to yank and twist the knob, ignoring the sting in my wrist. The door rattled but wouldn't budge. Panic noted at my gut, and a faint sense of claustrophobia started to tighten my chest. I tried not to succumb to it, but the sweat gathering at my temples betrayed my growing fear. Eventually, with one heavy shove of my shoulder, the door swung open as if it had suddenly decided to grant me passage. The force threw me forward into the hallway, and I caught myself against the opposite wall. My relief was short-lived. The corridor before me looked altered. What had once been a short hall leading to the bathroom and living room seemed to stretch on and on. The overhead light flickered, casting frantic shadows that made the walls appear to pulse. As I tried to steady my breathing, I noticed something else unnerving. Every other door in the hallway was closed. Worse, I could see that each had a new heavy lock built into it, none of which had ever been there before. The sight of so many barricaded doors made my stomach knot. A sour taste rose in my throat. I touched the lock on the bathroom door, cold metal, seamlessly integrated into the wood as though it had been installed ages ago. My heart hammered at the realization that I was trapped in my own home by something impossible. My fingers felt shaky against the doorknob. I tested it. Locked. I tried a second door. Locked again. That's when I first heard the faint scraping sound like nails along wood. It came from behind me, from the direction of my bedroom. My pulse lurched and I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. The door I just come through was shut once more. The knob twisting of its own accord and a low rhythmic scratching reverberated through the wood. Fear surged in my veins and I pressed my body against the wall as if making myself smaller would help. The scraping eventually faded, leaving me with only the pounding of my pulse in my ears. Fighting to steady my breath, I pressed forward step by step down the elongated corridor. Every footstep echoed, though the hallway had always been carpeted. I tried flipping the light switch on the wall, hoping to restore normality, but the bulb flickered with a sickly glow before plunging me into semi-darkness. The corridor remained dimly lit by what looked like an impossible moonlight filtering through the closed blinds of a nearby window. My mind scrambled to make sense of it. Moonlight shouldn't have been that bright or that color. It was tinted a nauseating greenish hue. I approached the door at the very end of the corridor, one that in my memory led to a small storage closet. My mind conjured the image of boxes stacked in disarray, old coats and dusty tools, but I could sense it would be different now. Heart-thawing, I slowly turned the lock. A harsh click announced the moment I got it open, as though something on the other side had unlocked it for me. When I stepped through, I found myself not in a closet at all, but in a familiar living space, familiar yet profoundly wrong. The area resembled my old apartment from years back, complete with the lumpy armchair I once owned and the cheap coffee table where I had spilled drinks countless times. The air smelled stale, tinged with the faint stench of mildew and something metallic. The layout was eerily accurate. My breath caught in my throat. This was the apartment I'd lived in during a particularly rough period in my life. I recognized the stains on the worn-out carpet, the chipped paint on the walls. The memory of that time clawed at me. Isolation, deep loneliness, and nights spent pacing in silent dread. It felt as though the walls were watching me, or rather that the room itself was an extension of my mind, confronting me with a piece of my past I'd tried to bury. My heart pounded faster. I could almost hear my own anxious whispers from years ago, the ones I used to mumble whenever the weight of hopelessness pressed down on me. A sensation of being observed prickled across my back. Although I saw no one, the certainty that something was there sent icy tremors through my limbs. A single door stood on the far side, so I headed toward it, ignoring the growing sense that the floor might buckle. Each step was an ordeal. I felt light-aided, my vision narrowing at the edges. Even my breathing went ragged. The door knob was cold against my palm, just like the rest, and initially refused to budge. A low grinding sound emanated from inside the walls, as though metal gears were shifting behind the plaster, deciding whether to let me pass. Then abruptly, the door popped open. Beyond it lay a corridor again. Yet this one was unrecognizable. I stepped onto tiles that reflected my distorted reflection, the lines of my face twisting in the gleam. My reflection's eyes looked unnaturally wide, sunken and full of desperation. I pushed that image away from my mind and pressed onward. The corridor's ceiling arched overhead with stained glass panels. Murky shapes moved behind them, shapeless shadows that glided in silence. My heart rate quickened and I could practically feel my blood pulsing in my temples. The sense that I was being watched only heightened. I stopped when I came to another locked door. An eerie hush filled the corridor, broken only by the sound of my unsteady breathing. The metal lock clicked under my fingers and I felt a wave of dread surge through me as I pushed the door open. Inside was a room I immediately recognized but had never wanted to see again. It was the conference room for my old job, one where I'd once experienced a humiliating series of confrontations with colleagues. The overhead lights flickered, casting everything in a sickly fluorescent glare. The table was ringed with empty chairs, my throat constricted with the memory of sitting there feeling cornered, anxious sweat rolling down my back as I had been peppered with accusations about missed deadlines and lack of focus. Stepping into that space, I felt my pulse pounding against the inside of my skull. My breathing quickened, the dryness in my mouth intensifying until I feared I might gag. The walls stretched wide, far wider than that conference room had ever been in reality, and a constant droning hum emanated from the fluorescent tubes overhead. I heard what sounded like whispered accusations threading through the hum. My name criticisms, half syllables that barely rose above the static. I couldn't discern the exact words, but I felt their venom deep in my bones. My palms were slick with sweat, and a chill slid along my spine. There was no one in the chairs yet. I could almost sense them filled with silhouettes from my past, all leaning forward in silent disapproval. I fumbled my way to another door this time, a heavy black steel one at the back. As soon as I gripped its handle, a jolt ran up my arm as if the metal were charged. My vision blurred momentarily, and I swayed on my feet, my heart hammering. Then the door swung open, leading me into a shadowy corridor that smelled damp like earth and rusted pipes. My breath shuddered with each inhale. The walls were lined with flickering lights that gave off a faint buzzing sound. I forced myself to keep moving, wiping sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. My shirt clung to my skin, every inch of me soaked in cold perspiration. The hall turned left, then twisted right, then sloped downward in a serpentine path that made no architectural sense for my home. By then, I understood the truth. My house had become a maze of my own darkest memories, guided by some malevolent force. With each door I opened, I was traveling deeper into my own psyche. Each room a stage for my regrets and anxieties. The next door, a stark white panel, revealed a cluttered space reminiscent of an old storage unit I'd once rented. Boxes towered precariously marked with big black letters. My chest tightened at the thought of rummaging through them, certain they would reveal the remnants of a past relationship I'd locked away in cardboard and tried to forget. I inched forward, feeling as though I was trespassing in a museum of my own failures. My breath caught when I noticed the largest box in the corner with my name scrolled on it. It felt as if the walls were closing in, suffocating me with memory and guilt. I managed to pry the box open just enough to see personal items I had assumed were lost or thrown out. Battered notebooks filled with my old scribbles, a few photos, a broken necklace. I felt a flash of anger and embarrassment. My body trembled, and I could hear my pulse loud in my ears. The sense of being watched grew stronger, as though the shadows in the corners held living, hungry forms. I slammed the box shut and stumbled back, swallowing the urge to call out for help. There was no one to hear me anyway. As I turned to escape that room, I noticed another corridor had appeared on the opposite side, one that shouldn't have existed at all. Its floor was covered in what felt like thin, wet carpeting that squished under my shoes. The air was damp and heavy, making each breath more difficult. At times, the wall seemed to ripple like the surface of a pond, reflecting an image of my anxious face that distorted with every step. A sense of dread so powerful it practically roared, flooded my senses, and my heart pounded at a pace I feared was unsustainable. Finally, I arrived at a single imposing door marked by intricate spiraling carvings. Each swirl seemed to shift under my gaze, forming patterns that teased the edges of my vision. My palms were sweaty hard, thrashing in my chest. I felt compelled to open it, though every cell in my body screamed to flee. With trembling fingers, I pressed the handle. To my surprise, it turned smoothly and the door swung open without resistance. Inside was a version of my living room, except the furniture was arranged in a warped fashion. The walls angled impossibly corners, twisting into elongated points. The windows were covered by thick black drapes that seemed to breathe in and out with a silent rhythm. My living room table was in the center, and on it sat a single object, an old mirror I faintly recalled from some distant place in my life. Its tarnished frame looked corroded, as if eaten away by time and regret. My reflection was dim, as though I were looking at a version of myself from underwater. I saw not just my face, but flickering shapes behind me, shadows that stood upright, looming in silent condemnation. My chest tightened and I felt my breath falter, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. This was no ordinary reflection. I sensed an intelligence behind the glass, something that gazed back at me with ancient, callous eyes. For a terrifying moment, it felt as though the glass might fracture, unleashing whatever was behind it. I pressed my lips together to keep from crying out. The presence in the mirror felt intimately tied to my most buried fears, the pieces of my mind I'd tried hardest to repress. Each labored inhale seemed to pull that presence closer. I don't know how long I stood there staring into the reflection, sweat trickling down my temples, hands shaking. My body trembled under a crushing weight, a near certainty that this presence wanted something from me, or perhaps it was feeding on my anxiety, my guilt. When I finally found the strength to back away, the reflection in the mirror lingered a fraction of a second longer than I did. Lips parted as if in a silent sneer. My heart raced in terror at the realization that my reflection wasn't perfectly mirroring me. I stumbled toward another door, the door I recognized as the original front door of my house. I couldn't fathom how it was now inside the living room, but since it had abandoned me long ago, my head pounded. My breath came in ragged gasps. Every muscle in my body quivered, strung taut by fear, summoning every ounce of will. I reached out for the door knob, hardly daring to hope it would open. Behind me, I heard a faint hiss, something scraping along the floor as if to drag me back. The doorknob twisted under my hand, and with a final burst of desperate energy, I pulled the door open. A rush of cool air struck me like a jolt of electricity. Bright light flooded in, blinding me momentarily. My heart thundered in my ears. I half expected the door to slam shut again or the corridor to twist away, but it didn't. I stumbled outside, heart nearly exploding with relief and confusion. The oppressive silence was replaced by distant city sounds, cars, a faint hum of life. My legs shook so badly that I sank to my knees on the porch. My home, viewed from the outside, looked entirely normal, familiar siding windows and roof. But I could still feel it behind those walls, the shifting hallways and twisted rooms. A labyrinth of my nightmares manifested in real space. A breeze swept across my sweat-drenched shirt, causing me to shiver. My head spun, trying to process the impossible. I stood unsteady, leaning against the porch railing as I stared at the front door. In my mind's eye, I saw all the memories I had just confronted. The house still held them, rearranging itself to reflect each regret, every misstep. And I felt with a raw certainty that something inside there was alive, ancient, malevolent, feeding off my hidden shame. I don't know how long I stayed on the porch, just breathing, letting the cool air ground me. My heartbeat gradually slowed from a frantic hammering to something almost normal. I could feel my sanity slipping, or at least altering, as though I had glimpsed a hidden truth about the link between my psyche and the walls that should have been my refuge. Even though I was no longer inside, I felt the house's presence in every cell of my body, as if a piece of it had latched onto me. Finally, I forced myself to stand upright and face the door one last time. A nauseating wave of dizziness told me that the barrier between my mind and that grotesque interior might never fully heal. I sensed that if I opened the door again, the horrors would return more twisted than before. Yet part of me felt an unsettling pull toward it, as if unraveling its mystery had become my purpose. My muscles trembled with indecision. My mouth was dry as dust, and my lungs still struggled to regulate my breathing. In the end, I stepped back. I couldn't bring myself to cross that threshold again. The weight of the malevolent force inside pressed against my back as I turned away. My only consolation was the realization that whatever that presence was, it didn't fully own me. I had walked out, though my memories and regrets still felt painfully real. As I reached the sidewalk, it was as if the oppressive atmosphere dissipated slightly, yet a lingering dread haunted me. I knew the house was there, twisting its corridors, reshaping my past, waiting for the next moment I might dare to enter. The certainty that it wouldn't stay quiet for long gnawed at me. Even from the sidewalk, I felt a faint rhythmic thrum in the ground like a slow measured heartbeat. It pulsed against the soles of my shoes, an unspoken promise that the entity inside would continue to manipulate my memories and my reality if given the chance. My breath hitched, but I forced myself to continue walking, feeling both relieved and unhinged. Though my body had escaped, I couldn't escape the knowledge that some part of me was still entwined with that place. Whenever I shut my eyes, I felt the locked doors pressing in on my consciousness, reminding me that I was only ever a few steps away from confronting them again. A chilling thought took root, sending cold sweat rolling down my spine. Perhaps this wasn't over. Perhaps it never would be. Even now, I struggle to regain my composure to recall how everyday life used to feel. My heart is unsteady. My throat still feels like sandpaper and my hands haven't stopped trembling. The house behind me stands silent and unassuming, but in my mind it remains an endless maze of haunted corridors filled with the echoes of my own pain, manipulated by something I can't fully comprehend. I have no idea what would happen if I tried to sell this place or even burn it down. Maybe it doesn't matter. The house is in me now, a living testament to all the horrors I refused to face until it twisted them into living nightmares. I breathe in, tasting the faint tang of metal in the air. The sun creeps over the horizon, painting the sky with pale oranges and pinks, a stark contrast to the dark labyrinth lurking within those walls. My gaze flickers toward the front door again. Despite the light, the building's silhouette seems to loom thick with shadows as though waiting for my return. And that knowledge that it waits with infinite patience is perhaps the greatest horror of all. Story 8. The rain hammered against the warped window panes from the moment I arrived, like frantic fingertips begging for entry. Before I had the chance to properly cross the threshold, I felt my heart thudding in my chest, an inexplicable weight pressing against my ribs. The house, my uncle's century-old property, loomed before me with an air of silent menace, its pitched roof and stained glass panels whispering warnings I couldn't quite decipher. Even the wind seemed to carry a low, mournful sound as it curled around the gables, echoing in the eaves. I remember stepping inside and immediately sensing that the house had been waiting, watching and anticipating my arrival. My throat was uncomfortably dry, and I licked my lips in an attempt to muster some moisture. The old floorboards groaned beneath my feet, resonating with my mounting unease. I had come into possession of this house under circumstances I still find bewildering. My uncle had, in his own cryptic way, transferred ownership to me before moving on to some distant place. He kept sending me letters about the importance of safeguarding the legacy, but he never provided details on what exactly needed safeguarding. He simply vanished from my life, leaving me a thick ring of keys and a brief note that said I should explore every inch of the house before making any decisions about it. At the time, I assumed he just wanted me to continue the family's tradition of meticulously preserving antiques. I quickly realized, however, that he had left me something far more unsettling than a mere museum of old curiosities. From the first night, the house's atmosphere embraced me like a set of cold, clammy hands. My breathing came in quick, stunted gasps while I fumbled around in half-darkness to locate light switches. When I finally found one, a single weak bulb illuminated the foyer. Shadows stretched across the walls in twisted shapes that seemed to retreat. The moment my gaze fell upon them, I couldn't tell if the shapes were illusions triggered by my tired mind, or if the house was genuinely pulsing with some hidden life of its own. In the early days, the disturbances were subtle. I would catch a glimpse of a fleeting movement in the corners of mirrors I didn't remember hanging on the walls. Sometimes as I strolled down a corridor, I felt a gentle push against my back as though someone had brushed past me in a hurry. More than once, I would wake to the faint echo of footsteps in the hallway, or the muted scrape of what sounded like furniture being dragged across another room. My heart would pound so fiercely that I feared it might give out. I found it impossible to return to sleep after these episodes. My thoughts racing, my mouth so dry that every breath seemed to burn my throat. Morning brought little relief, for the daylight only served to highlight strange details, odd markings etched into the wallpaper, or old photos of relatives whose faces seemed to have changed overnight. Sometimes I noticed new objects on the shelves, silver candlesticks, dusty figurines that I had no memory of unpacking. Determined to figure out what was happening, I started an exhaustive exploration of the house. The building had clearly undergone several expansions and renovations over the decades, and the architecture seemed deliberately labyrinthine. Some hallways led me in circles, and certain doors opened onto dead-end passages. Along the ground floor, I discovered a narrow stairwell hidden behind a false wall in the pantry. The steps were so uneven that I had to grip a rickety railing with both hands, my palms slick with cold sweat. Every step produced a long, groaning squeak that reverberated through the darkness. An intense odor of stagnant air hung around me, thick enough to taste on my tongue. It was musty, laced with something like old incense that had gone sour. The stairwell led to a dusty chamber that housed a row of tall, ornate mirrors, each leaning against the wall at a slight angle. Their frames were carved with twisting patterns reminiscent of vines merging into animal shapes. Seeing my reflection in that dim, flickering glow, the only illumination came from a small barred window. I noticed something that made me freeze. In each mirror, my reflection looked subtly different. In one, my posture was slightly skewed, my head tilted as though sizing me up. In another, the expression on my face bordered on a sneer, faint but unmistakable. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a rush of goosebumps crawl over my entire body. I stepped closer, trying to rationalize the strange phenomenon. Maybe it was an illusion caused by the angle of the mirrors or the diffused light. But when I reached out to touch the surface, my reflection delayed its movement for just the tiniest fraction of a second. That discrepancy, that impossibility, sent a jolt of panic through my entire nervous system. I spun around, fleeing the chamber with my heart thudding. Back upstairs, I locked the pantry door behind me, hoping that would keep whatever I had seen contained. But the sense of being watched refused to leave. It felt as though every angle of the house was equipped with those elaborate mirrors concealed behind walls or hidden in corners, capturing glimpses of me whether I liked it or not. Later, while scouring the attic for anything that might clarify these eerie findings, I stumbled upon old journals and letters. They appeared to be in my uncle's handwriting, though some passages were penned by others from decades past. The more I read, the more I understood. The house was built on a foundation of secrets previous occupants had. Conducted elaborate rituals involving mirrors capturing and preserving reflections to gain insight into events that had transpired there. These illusions were said to act as a record, a living history of the house. The letters hinted that once a reflection was captured, it could exist beyond the confines of the moment in which it was formed, lingering in mirrors as a fragment of the past. My uncle's note suggested that he had taken this practice even further, attempting to harness these reflections as portals bridging the gap between what is and what was. The day I discovered the first hidden corridor running parallel to the main hallway was the day my perception began to crack. Walking through that corridor, I recognized small rectangular apertures set into the walls, vantage points through which one could peer into each room via the backside of a mirror. With the house's entire interior lined with these mirrors, it was as though the place itself was an observer, an all-seeing presence that watched inhabitants from every possible angle. The atmosphere in that narrow passage was suffocating. I heard the faint drip of condensation, the only sound to break the pulsing silence. The air was thick with the smell of damp plaster and old wood. The meager, flickering light from my flashlight danced across the cramped space, projecting my shadow onto the walls in elongated shapes that seemed to move independently of me. My heart pounded so loudly that it seemed to resonate off the walls, and my breathing turned rapid and harsh. As I looked through one of the apertures, I saw the living room from behind its mirror. At first, it was just the furniture in the same disheveled state I'd left it. Then, in the reflection, a figure emerged. It was me, or rather a version of me, walking into the room. But it couldn't be happening in real time because I was crouched in that corridor watching. The reflection of me looked older, or maybe just more haunted. The posture was unnatural, rigid shoulders, arms held stiffly at the sides, my jaw clenched tight, my lips curled downward in a scowl I'd never seen on my own face. When the reflection turned, I saw its eyes fixed right on the mirror, right on the vantage point where I was spying. My pulse hammered, and for a moment I thought I was going to be sick. I yanked myself away from the opening and leaned against the clammy wall, feeling beads of cold sweat sliding down my temples. In one of the attic journals, I had read a cryptic passage. The reflection unbound may claim the one who cast it. The words played in my mind, refusing to be dismissed as mere superstition. The house with its labyrinth of mirrors seemed to be performing a slow, calculated exchange. My reality for another, my identity for some alternate version. Each time I caught my reflection in a room, I noticed small changes in my own appearance afterward. Sometimes my hands would tremble uncontrollably, or my face would appear drawn and unfamiliar in the bathroom mirror. My heartbeat was a constant drum of anxiety, hammering every time I turned a corner or opened a door. Night became torturous, filled with the sensation of an unseen presence looming over my bed, pressing down on my chest until I jolted awake, gasping. When I tried to explain some of my experiences to a family acquaintance over a brief phone call, I used vague language, carefully avoiding direct mention of mirrors and reflections. They expressed alarm, suggesting that I should maybe step away from the house, but I just nodded in silence. Stepping away felt like surrendering the final shred of myself that still belonged to this world. I was possessed by a need to understand and, if possible, undo whatever was happening. During another conversation relayed mostly in hushed, stammered phrases on my end, they hinted that my uncle had been researching the intersection of time and reflection. That cryptic statement reinforced my suspicions. He had been attempting something too large and dangerous, unleashing these alternate reflections into the house. One evening, my sense of creeping dread escalated to outright terror. I was about to retire for the night when I heard a muffled scraping sound from somewhere behind the walls. It was a slow, deliberate noise, punctuated by quiet intervals that only amplified my pounding heart. I followed the sound to the second-floor hallway. There I discovered an entrance I had overlooked before another hidden doorway. It led me into a cramped space behind the bathroom mirror. In the darkness, I could see vague movement. My hands shook uncontrollably as I fiddled with my flashlight. The narrow beam sliced through the blackness, illuminating the reflection of a figure crouched on the other side of the mirror. It was a reflection of me, but more disheveled. My eyes ringed with deep shadows. A primal fear clawed at the back of my throat as I realized that this other me was reaching out, pressing a hand against the glass from the inside. Without warning, the mirror rattled and I heard a low growling hiss, not quite human in origin. My heart slammed so hard that spots appeared in my vision and I staggered back. I locked myself in my bedroom chest, heaving, and tried to calm my mind. Each breath felt like shards of ice slicing through my lungs. The door behind me rattled occasionally as though a gentle pressure was testing its strength. I pressed my ear against the wood, hearing a soft whisper or maybe just the house settling. My thoughts spun out of control. Was I hallucinating? All of this, was this some inherited madness, or was the house orchestrating these horrors to break my resolve, to weaken my sense of self, until I was ripe for replacement? As the day stretched on, I noticed the reflection in the bathroom mirror lingering even after I moved away. In other rooms, sometimes I'd walk past a reflective surface, and my image wouldn't register until a second later, as though it had to catch up to my movements. I began to feel physically ill, lightheaded, nauseated, my skin clammy to the touch. My anxiety level soared. I couldn't eat. I constantly felt like I was being observed from every angle, and my heart seemed perpetually on the brink of bursting. At times, my own footsteps didn't feel like they belonged to me, as if something else was controlling my limbs, yet I was determined to reclaim my life from the house's clutches. I decided that the only chance of resolving this was to confront the central location of these mirror anomalies. I returned to the chamber in the basement, the one with the ornate mirrors lined in a row, each harboring a reflection just different enough to make my stomach flip. The air was stifling, and I was sweating so profusely that droplets formed on my forehead and trickled down my back. My hands trembled around the flashlight, and my throat was so parched I could barely swallow. As I approached the largest mirror, I saw something move behind my reflection. A swirl of darkness, or maybe a figure passing by. My reflection's eyes seemed to darken, and its lips twitched into a mocking grin. A wave of dizziness struck me. My muscles tensed, and I felt an almost magnetic pull drawing me closer to the glass. I pressed my palm against the mirror's surface, feeling a sharp chill that spread through my hand and into my arm. Panic flared in my mind, but I forced myself to hold steady. My reflection began to shift its features, contorting into a more angular, sinister shape. It was as though it were no longer a perfect replica of me, but a version twisted by the weight of the house's hidden histories. My breath caught in my throat, and I let out a strangled gasp, my heart hammering in my chest. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the singular thought that I was me. I was the original occupant of this body, this life, this timeline. I mentally repeated my own name, my birth date, fragments of my personal history, anything to ground me in my identity. For a moment, the mirror's pull intensified, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. I gritted my teeth, locked my trembling knees, and forced myself to stay. Slowly, the reflection's grin faded, and the tension pulling me toward the mirror began to ease. It was as if I was wrestling with an invisible force that resided behind the glass. After what felt like an eternity of suffocating silence, the hold loosened entirely, and I staggered back, nearly collapsing onto the cold, damp floor. My heart pounded so violently that I could feel it in my throat. My breathing was labored, and my clothes were soaked in sweat. Yet something about my reflection now looked subdued, as though it had lost a portion of whatever malevolent energy it once possessed. In that moment, I understood that I wasn't free, but I had taken a crucial step. Perhaps I had shown the house shown those reflections that I refused to relinquish my place in the present. The system of mirrors throughout the walls still remained, each one a potential gateway or prison for the alternate reflections. The corridors were still there, waiting in the gloom, the vantage points still allowing glimpses of disturbing scenes from times long gone. But I sensed that I had disrupted some cycle. I no longer felt quite as defenseless. I left the house not long after locking every secret door I could find, covering the mirrors with blankets, turning off the lights. My hands trembled the entire time, and my vision swam with anxiety, but I managed to seal away the hidden corridors to the best of my ability. The sound of the front door shutting behind me was a dull thud that reverberated through my chest, and for a moment I thought I heard a distant sigh echo from the far reaches of the house. My relief was immediate, though tempered by the realization that the house still contained those reflections, still crouched within the labyrinth of glass and time. Even as I drove away, my heart thumping erratically, I felt eyes on me. My own eyes, or at least the eyes of another me waiting in the mirrors. For the rest of my life, I suspect I'll carry that sensation like a persistent phantom pain, always. Glancing over my shoulder to make sure it's really my shadow following me. At night, when I see my silhouette cast against a wall, I sometimes think it twitches an instant too late. And in the corner of my vision, I catch faint movements in reflective surfaces. Nothing as overt as a sneer or a beckoning hand, but enough to send a spike of dread through my veins. I am certain the house remains silent and watchful, a hidden network of glass corridors preserving 1,000 moments, 1,000 fractured versions of reality. And though I have escaped its walls, I know the reflection I left behind is still there, waiting for an opportunity to cross that threshold once more. It's an unsettling truth that refuses to let me rest, a lingering anxiety that seeps into the corners of my mind whenever I catch a glimpse of my face in a mirror. Something else shares my features in that old house anchored by centuries of dark curiosity. And I can't be entirely sure if I brought all of myself away when I left Story 9. I still remember the first time I felt that acute pressure in my chest, the creeping certainty that something was seriously wrong with this place. The cabin sat on the edge of a large, dark lake surrounded by towering pines that seemed to whisper at night. The air felt dense with unspoken secrets, and I couldn't shake the sensation that my every footstep disturbed more than just the dust on the floor. I'd come here for a break, a chance to distance myself from the noise of civilization. Yet the silence here was different. Alive in some twisted way, it crawled under my skin, set my nerves on edge, and made my heart pound so violently I could feel it echoing in my ears. My first few hours were almost tranquil. The cabin itself was modest, a single floor with creaking wooden planks, a small porch overlooking the water, and a cozy fireplace that looked like it had seen decades of usage. I took in the stale smell of old wood, the slight dampness in the air, the faint lingering fragrance of something like burnt pine. Initially, I felt a sense of peace. My plan was to rest, maybe do some fishing and read a couple of books, enjoying the solitude I rarely found back home. But that night, things started to feel off. I heard scratching noises on the walls, like branches scraping against the wood, but there were no trees close enough on that side of the cabin. Occasionally, I thought I caught a shape in my peripheral vision, something darker than the shadows cast by the dim yellow lamps. My hands trembled when I reached for my flashlight, and I could feel cold beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Each breath grew shallow, as though the air was too thick to inhale properly. Even though I tried to reason it away, maybe the wind had picked up, maybe my tired eyes were playing tricks. I knew deep down that these were not normal nighttime disturbances. The second morning, I woke up shuddering from a dream that vanished the moment my eyes opened, leaving behind only the echo of intense dread. A peculiar stillness blanketed everything. The lake's surface was mirror smooth, not a single ripple or sign of life. My mouth felt parched, my throat scratchy, and even after drinking a full glass of water, I couldn't shake the dryness in my mouth. I walked around the cabin's perimeter looking for any signs of an animal that might have caused the strange noises, but I found nothing. No footprints in the soil, no broken branches, not even a trace of wildlife. The forest itself felt unnaturally quiet, as if the birds and insects had all gone silent in fear. By late afternoon, I noticed the first real indication that this place was behaving in ways I couldn't rationalize. The wind began to swirl around the cabin, rustling the pine needles in a circular motion almost rhythmic. It reminded me of a slow, steady heartbeat. My own heartbeat pounded wildly. Racing in synchronization with that sound, I stood on the porch leaning against the railing, trying to take deep, calming breaths. But the persistent gusts only grew stronger. I caught a glimpse of movement in the woods, a vague humanoid outline that flickered like a broken image on a failing TV screen. My heart leapt into my throat when I pointed my flashlight toward it. The shape disappeared, replaced by the ordinary static of the forest. Yet the moment I turned away, I felt certain it was still there watching. That night, the scratching returned, but it moved along the walls more insistently, as if encircling me. Every rasping sound made my skin prickle with an icy sensation, and I had to force myself to swallow to remind myself to breathe. I tried to distract myself flipping through an old magazine I found in the cabin, but the words seemed wrong. They were out of order, sometimes repeated in loops, and I found lines of text bleeding from one page to the next, as though the boundaries of the pages were no longer fixed. My head began to ache. The ceiling beams groaned, the windows rattled in their frames, and I became certain that something wanted to get inside. I managed to drift off to an uneasy sleep near dawn, only to wake later to find the day almost gone. The clock on the wall read 9 a.m., yet the sky was already tinted orange with the approach of evening. My phone had lost its signal entirely. I rubbed my eyes, trying to piece together how so many hours had slipped away. My body felt weak, my muscles stiff as though I'd run a marathon in my sleep. I forced myself up, ignoring the trembling in my legs, and decided to check the surroundings again. That's when I discovered the same footprints I'd made the day before, still fresh in the dirt as if I had never disturbed them. Time had locked into some twisted repetition, preserving details that should have changed. Each time I dozed off, I awoke disoriented with the sense that entire weeks might have passed, or only minutes. The cabin itself seemed to be caught in a loop. The wind chimes on the porch, which initially moved in random patterns, now chimed in short repeating sequences. The floorboards squeaked in exactly the same rhythm every time I crossed them, even though I was stepping in different spots. My reflection in the window occasionally lagged behind my actual movements, as if I was being observed by a second me locked in a fraction of a second delay. My stomach churned with a deepening dread, and my heart would race until I tasted copper in my mouth from clenching my teeth so hard I began to suspect that this place existed outside normal chronology. It was an island in time repeating the final days before some catastrophic event. But the more I stayed, the more the cycle shortened. Each loop felt compressed events overlapping in disorienting ways. I found myself caught in the same patterns, rising, pacing the porch, hearing the same creaks in the same order. But each time the atmosphere grew heavier, the shadows more distorted. My chest would tighten as I heard that same scratching on the walls intensifying each time it recurred. Sometimes it sounded like claws, sometimes like desperate fingers trying to tear through the wood. Then the entities began to show themselves. At first I caught them in reflections, just flickers of elongated limbs behind me when I stood by the bathroom mirror. My peripheral vision would pick up angles that didn't make sense, as if something was bending light in ways not meant for our dimension. Once, while looking out at the lake, I saw the surface twist, forming shapes that rose above the water for the briefest second, then dissolved. It felt like these things were testing the boundaries, waiting for the right moment to emerge. My palms would clam up, a cold sweat trickling down my spine. My breath came in ragged gasps as I clutched the windowsill, forcing my gaze to stay on the water, even though every instinct screamed at me to run. Eventually, I found a journal hidden under the cabin's single bed. Its pages were yellowed, the writing faint, but I could make out references to the temporal fold cycles accelerating and an anchor. It talked about a recurring loop in which whoever set foot in the cabin would become a magnet for something beyond reason. The journal's final entries described reality thinning out with time capes overlapping and unstoppable forces crossing the threshold. The writer mentioned that only through direct confrontation could one break the cycle, but it never explained what form that confrontation should take. With every passing hour, the environment deteriorated. The walls felt like they were pulsing with unseen veins. The floors vibrated under my feet as though an earthquake were contained just beneath the foundation. Outside, the wind no longer followed a natural rhythm. It had become a chaotic roar, and the pines swayed violently in a bizarre synchronized motion. My anxiety reached a fever pitch. My heart hammered so relentlessly in my chest that my entire ribcage felt bruised. When I tried to steady my breathing, I was met with nothing but frantic gulps of air that did nothing to ease the tightness in my lungs. I decided to confront whatever was happening. Perhaps it was desperation or madness, but I couldn't just sit and wait for these looping days to devour me. In a moment of shaky resolve, I repeated to myself that I had to gather evidence, find some clue about how to break free. My voice trembled when I muttered those words, sounding almost foreign in the suffocating hush of the cabin. My plan was to set a camera on the living room table, record every bizarre occurrence, and then watch the footage for patterns. When the next cycle began, I felt it immediately, a sudden disorientation followed by the sensation that the day had reset itself. I looked at the camera screen, and to my astonishment there was a flicker of time-lapse. Images, me pacing the porch, me flipping through that old magazine, me sleeping on the couch. Images I didn't recall filming. The timeline jumped erratically, but each segment showed me performing the same actions over and over. More disturbingly, in the background, faint shapes appeared, growing more distinct. With each loop, they were tall, thin silhouettes with elongated arms, their features just outside of focus. My pulse raced as I watched them gather closer, occasionally reaching out in my direction as though longing to touch me. The loops continued to shrink. Days compacted into hours, hours into minutes. I felt like a marionette yanked through the same motions, forever tethered to this cursed place. My paranoia spiked to terrifying heights. Every time the cycle restarted, my vision blurred at the edges. The boundary between waking and dreaming dissolved. I would see the walls stretch, the furniture rearrange itself, or the windows warp into impossible shapes. My reflection in the mirror sometimes broke into dozens of fractured images. Each piece gazed back at me with an expression I couldn't recognize. Wide, unblinking eyes filled with silent horror. I felt my own heartbeat pound in my head so loud it was almost deafening. At times I heard a voice not quite human whisper from behind the walls. It never said a full sentence, just fragments of some alien language. Other times I thought I heard my own voice echo back at me, but mangled and reversed as if mocking every attempt I made to break free. The dryness in my mouth intensified and my throat would tighten as though invisible hands were squeezing my airway. My skin felt clammy, the hair on my arms perpetually raised. I worried that one morning I would wake up and find myself permanently trapped in a single moment, unable to even blink. As these interdimensional forces crept closer, I realized I was an anchor. The journal had alluded to the cabin drawing people here to serve as a link between the fabric of our reality and that which lurked outside. Whatever was hidden behind the thinning veil needed me, and that knowledge made my stomach twist. They needed a host, a beacon, a point of entry. Every time I existed through another loop, the boundary weakened a fraction more. My presence seemed to accelerate the unraveling, and no matter how often I told myself I wouldn't participate, I couldn't escape the cyclical momentum. My body would move against my will, repeating tasks as if possessed by a script I couldn't rewrite. Panic seized me when I noticed the final stage of the distortion happening right before my eyes. The sky turned a pale gray shot-through with jagged streaks of static like an old television losing reception. The forest flickered trees shifting in and out of alignment, creating momentary glimpses of landscapes I couldn't recognize, frozen tundras, alien deserts, endless seas of black water. Every time the world flickered, my heart jumped. My fingers tingled and cold sweat trickled down my back. The humming in the air became a roar vibrating through the windows and walls. I felt unsteady, as though gravity itself was losing its hold on me. Desperate, I remembered the journal's hint about a confrontation, trembling, and with my heart thundering, I pressed my palms against the cabin wall. I closed my eyes, focusing on the sensation of that rhythmic pounding beneath the wood. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard those interdimensional entities scraping at the edges of reality, testing the tears I had inadvertently helped create. In a single burst of willpower fueled by raw terror, I forced myself to challenge the loop. I slammed my fist against the wall and demanded it release me. My voice shook, my lungs burned, but I kept shouting that I would not be their anchor, that I would find a way out. Almost instantly, everything blinked. For a breathless moment, I was suspended in a place of absolute silence and darkness. Then, with a violent lurch, the world around me exploded back into reality. I collapsed onto the cabin floor, gasping for air. My vision swam and my chest felt like it might burst from the rapid pounding of my heart. Slowly, the shapes around me settled into something close to normal. The walls were no longer throbbing. The sky outside looked clear, the faint glow of sunrise peeking over the horizon. When I checked my phone, I saw it had a signal. The clock on the wall ticked forward in steady, measured seconds. My hands still trembled as I gathered my belongings, stumbling out of the cabin. The forest was quiet, but in a way that felt genuinely serene, as if the world had exhaled a long-held breath. The tension in the air had lifted, though I still felt a near unbearable tightness in my chest. My head throbbed and sweat soaked the back of my shirt. I could hear my heartbeat echoing in my ears so loud it nearly drowned out the gentle rustle of the pines. I packed my car in a frantic rush, choking on the fear that if I lingered, I might feel that pull again and be yanked into another loop. The last thing I remember was driving away, watching the cabin's outline shrink in my rearview mirror. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting the horizon to split open, or the trees to twist into unnatural shapes once more. My stomach was still in knots and my breath felt shaky, but part of me sensed that I had broken the cycle, at least for now. And yet I couldn't dismiss the possibility that some piece of that place clung to me, hidden beneath my skin, waiting for the right moment to manifest again. Sometimes at night, I can still feel the walls vibrating and hear the wind chimes ringing in that looped sequence. I'm haunted by the sense that time isn't as stable as I'd like to believe, that something out there is just biding its time. I don't know if I truly escaped or if I'm still caught in one last extension of that looping day, allowed to roam freely for a little while before being dragged back. The cabin remains etched in my mind, a permanent question mark in the map of my memories. Even now, when the lights go out and the world falls silent, I wonder if I'm seconds away from hearing those scratching sounds again and feeling that oppressive weight crushing my lungs. Despite telling myself it's all over, I can't help but sense the presence of something just beyond my field of vision. Always watching, always waiting for the right moment to breach our fragile reality. Story 10, I remember that night as if I were standing in it. Still a suffocating darkness, broken only by the headlights of my car illuminating a lonely stretch of crumbling asphalt. The moon was hidden behind a shroud of heavy clouds, and the air smelled like damp leaves and stagnant water. The feeling was immediate and invasive, a pressure on my chest that made breathing difficult. My hands trembled against the steering wheel, and I was gripped by the certainty that I should not be there. I could not have predicted how right that instinct was, nor how deeply it would haunt me long after I left that deserted road. But at the time, I just wanted to get home. If only I had turned around and taken my chances in the darkness. Instead of asking for directions from the stranger, I found I had been on a road trip for work. The kind of long-haul drive that stretches into the late hours of the night. I had been dozing off behind the wheel, jolting awake to the rumble of my tires crossing onto the shoulder. When I opened my eyes, I realized I was utterly lost. My GPS had long since lost its signal, and my phone's battery was nearly dead. The only thing I could do was keep driving until I found a gas station or a diner, anything with a sign of life. The engine hummed beneath me, and a chill crept in through the windows, even though I had turned the heating on full blast. Then I spotted him, an old man standing at the roadside, barely visible under a flickering street lamp. He leaned on a crooked walking stick, his silhouette unnaturally rigid. My heart pounded as I pulled over. There's something instinctively alarming about encountering someone alone on a desolate highway in the middle of the night. Everything in me whispered that I shouldn't roll down the window, that I should just drive away. But desperation spoke louder. I needed directions. I managed to ask if he knew how I could get back to the interstate. My voice came out shaky, as though my throat had forgotten how to form words. The old man muttered something in response. Only I couldn't understand a single syllable. His lips moved in the sickly glow of the street lamp, and I heard a guttural hum that tightened my stomach in knots. There was a moment of deep unease. He repeated the directions, if that's what they were again. Then with a trembling hand, he pointed down the road into a patch of darkness, so dense it seemed to absorb the light from my headlights. I recall little else from that encounter. I know I mumbled something like a thank you half in a daze, and he responded with the same incomprehensible utterances. I might have seen a faint curve of what could have been a grin on his withered face. Or maybe it was just a trick of the light. I felt a sudden surge of nausea, as if vertigo had overtaken me. My eyelids fluttered and something in my chest constricted. Then everything went black, as if an invisible hand had pressed a switch inside my mind. When I finally woke up, it wasn't in my car. It was in my own bed. My sheets were drenched in sweat, and my ears rang like I had just emerged from a long tunnel. I blinked a few times, disoriented by the sunlight streaming in through the blinds. My heart hammered in my chest, and every muscle felt as though it had been clenched for hours. Initially, I thought I must have dreamed the entire encounter, but a horrified realization landed on me when I glanced at my phone and saw the date. 3 whole days had passed. Panic set in. My pulse spiked, and I struggled to breathe as I flipped through my call log. My messages, anything that could clue me in on what had happened in those missing days. There were no clues. It was as if I had simply disappeared for 3 days and then reappeared in my own bed. I called colleagues who demanded to know where I'd been. They insisted I was unreachable and that my disappearance had nearly cost me my job. No one had any explanation. My car was still parked neatly in my driveway, keys in the ignition as though I had brought it home and locked myself away, but I had no memory of any of that. Soon I noticed other changes. It started with small things. While searching my home for clues, I found a notebook on my kitchen table filled with scribbles that resembled archaic alphabets, complicated curves, lines crossing each other in geometrically impossible patterns. It was my handwriting, the same pressure of the pen I recognized from my daily scribbles, but I had no recollection of writing any of it. After a while, I realized I could read parts of it too, like my brain had effortlessly absorbed some dead language. My head ached whenever I tried to make sense of it, as though the knowledge was forcibly crammed into my skull. Next came the physical marks. At first I thought they were bruises, weird patches that appeared on my forearms and down my torso, but they didn't hurt and didn't behave like normal bruises. Over the next couple of nights, they began to spread and merge, forming what looked like lines and circles arranged in a deliberate pattern. Under the bathroom light, I stared at my reflection in shock. These markings came together in shapes that looked uncannily like a constellation or a map of star positions. My pulse thudded loud in my ears and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. I ran my fingers over the lines, feeling the texture of my skin. It was like they were etched into me. The sensation of it made my stomach churn. As if this wasn't enough to unhinge me, I started having urges. Late at night, I'd feel compelled to drive back to that road. Images of it invaded my dreams. A fractured highway under a moonless sky, a figure standing at the roadside beckoning me forward. I'd snap awake in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, lungs burning as though I'd been holding my breath. During the day, I'd catch myself daydreaming, a whisper in my mind suggesting a specific date, a specific time, and I felt a dread that tasted metallic in my mouth because part of me wanted to obey. Over the following weeks, I grew more and more paranoid. My heart rate would spike whenever my phone rang. Fearing it was someone who knew too much or someone speaking in that same language I had heard from the old man, I'd glance over my shoulder when I walked down the street, feeling observed by some invisible presence. My breathing became shallow and ragged, as though my body was constantly bracing for a threat. My reflection in mirrors seemed different, eyes wide and rimmed with dark circles, like I was becoming someone else. I felt like I was losing control of my own mind. Things reached a breaking point when I noticed that a small portion of the strange writing I'd scribbled down earlier matched inscriptions on ancient artifacts pictured in some old library books. Feeling half crazed, I visited the local university library and found a dusty volume detailing obscure cults and lost civilizations. The words on those yellowed pages echoed the nonsensical directions the old man had given me. A cold sweat trickled down my neck as I realized I could partially translate them. They spoke of a traveler or a conductor, someone chosen to guide an ancient cosmic force from one realm to another. It was nonsense, yet I understood it with a growing clarity that gnawed at my sanity. I started having constant nightmares, or perhaps they were visions. My chest would feel tight, my breathing uneven, and my limbs would quake as I dreamed of standing on that road again. Only this time the stars overhead were arranged in the same pattern that had etched itself onto my skin. It felt like the sky was pressing down on me, a suffocating blanket of pitch black. And there behind me I sensed a presence I dared not turn around to face. My heart pounded so violently it woke me before I could see what lurked in the darkness. Then the day approached, the one I had scrolled over and over again in my notes, a date circled so heavily that the page was practically torn. I felt that pull growing stronger, a need so overwhelming it manifested as physical pain. My chest tightened like a vice, and I struggled for breath whenever I tried to ignore it. By then, the bruise-like marks had spread across my back, connecting with the ones on my arms, forming a sprawling cosmic diagram. Every time I looked at them in the mirror, my throat went dry and my body trembled with an unspoken dread. It felt like the blueprint of something infinite and cruel had embedded itself into my flesh. Despite my fear, I realized I wouldn't find any peace unless I followed that impulse. On the marked night, I got into my car. My hands shook on the steering wheel and I felt a film of cold sweat forming on my forehead. The seatbelt pressed against my rapidly beating heart. The drive out there was strangely quiet. No other cars on the road, no animals scurrying in the darkness. Even the wind had stilled as though the entire world was holding its breath. When I neared that lonely stretch of highway, the sky was unbelievably clear. Stars glinted like icy shards in a black void, and my arms itched under my sleeves as though the marks were awakening. I saw the same broken street lamp and felt my stomach twist into a knot. My breathing quickened and my hands went clammy. A faint sense of vertigo threatened to overtake me again, just like it had that first night I parked the car and cut the engine, leaving myself in a silence so profound it felt like I'd gone deaf. My heart hammered and my lungs struggled for air as though something was sucking the oxygen right out of me. A presence was there. I felt it. I couldn't see anyone, but I sensed the old man or what he represented. This time, though, I wasn't merely lost, I was beckoned. With trembling steps, I got out of the car. My breath formed wispy clouds in the cold night air. The quiet was shattered by the sudden crunch of gravel under my shoes, a noise that startled me. I peered around, scanning the horizon. It felt like the entire landscape was out of joint. The moon was absent, but the stars overhead seemed to pulse in strange patterns, matching the rhythmic pounding in my chest. My skin crawled with an awareness I had never experienced before. The marks on my skin began to glow just faintly, so faint that I questioned whether I was imagining it. I lifted my sleeve and saw a dim luminescence on my arm. The lines forming shapes I now knew were constellations, ancient star maps. A wave of dizziness swept over me and I nearly collapsed. Then I sensed something behind me. I still don't know if it was truly there or just in my mind, but I felt a presence tower over me. Something ancient and vast, like a cosmic force, compressed into a single point on that wretched highway. My mouth went dry and my limbs quaked with primal terror. My breathing turned ragged, each inhale feeling like shards of ice clawing at my throat. I recalled the notes about a traveler or conductor for an ancient entity, and I realized with a stab of cold fear that it was me, that role was mine, and I had been marked. My body was the gateway, yet in the suffocating intensity of that moment I clung to a desperate, instinctive refusal. I summoned every ounce of willpower to resist, to break the connection. My mind raged against the assault, telling myself that I was still a man, still a human being, not a vessel for some force I couldn't even name. I screamed an inhuman, choked cry that echoed across the deserted road. My lungs burned and my muscles tensed until they felt like they might snap. In that heartbeat of defiance, I felt the presence recede, not gone, but momentarily shaken like a wave pulling back before a greater surge. My vision blurred and my ears rang with a violent, high-pitched tone. Before I knew it, I was on my knees, panting in the dirt, my face slick with sweat. I half expected to find the old man's withered face, inches from mine, but no one was there, just me, trembling and alone under the cold starlight. I don't remember driving home. Everything becomes fragmented after that. I recall bursts of headlights flashing across the roadside trees, and I recall the pounding of my heart that refused to slow. When I finally woke in my bed the next afternoon, I had no idea how much time had passed. My body HD and I felt as though I'd run a marathon. The marks on my arms had faded just a bit, still visible, but much less pronounced. It was as if that night had siphoned off some part of me, but I remained alive, still myself. At least mostly, I wish I could say I found answers or a way to remove these marks that bind me to that entity. But the truth is, I live in a state of restless vigilance. I keep the lights on, double-lock my doors at night, and leave the radio playing static to break the silence. Though the date has passed, I sense it's not truly over. In my dreams, I stand again on that cursed highway, listening to the low hum of that incomprehensible language, feeling my heart thunder in my chest like it's trying to escape my ribcage. My body trembles, sweat drips from my brow, and the cosmic map carved into my flesh glows with an otherworldly light. I survived that night, but I don't know how long I can stay off the pole. Sometimes I sense the presence lurking just beyond my vision. I'll be sitting in my living room and the lights will flicker. My skin prickles with an electric dread. My breath catches and I struggle to slow my racing pulse. In those moments, I hear the old man's voice in my mind chanting in that inhuman tongue, telling me I was chosen, telling me there is no escape from an ageless destiny. Yet I fight. I cling to the rhythms of daily life, hoping that by maintaining some semblance of normalcy, going to work, buying groceries, paying bills, I can keep that ancient force at bay. The mania still creeps in around the edges. The lines on my skin sometimes pulsate when I stare at them too long, and that suffocating sense of being watched never fully subsides. But I'm still here, still breathing, still capable of slamming that door shut when I feel my will slipping. I have no illusions that I'm free. Whatever that being was, it has rooted itself in my flesh and mind, and someday it might call again. But until that happens, I live in uneasy defiance, heart beating fast whenever I think of that lonely road. The memory of the old man, his eerie mutterings, and those lost 3 days are a constant reminder that some horrors slip through the cracks of our world. The tension of not knowing when or if I'll be summoned again is its own kind of nightmare. So I lock my door, check my windows, and keep one eye on the sky, because when I close my eyes, I still see the map inscribed on my skin beckoning me. The stars overhead shine as though they remember me, remember my role. And every night I pray that I can hold on to my sanity for one more day, because the footsteps on that abandoned highway still echo in my ears, and I know that some things once awakened never truly sleep. Story 11, I could sense something was wrong the instant the rusted signpost came into view. The air along the winding road felt dense and humid, clinging to my skin like a cold sweat. Everything around me was far too still. No chirping birds, no distant hum of passing cars, just oppressive silence and the faint smell of damp earth. It was as if the world was holding its breath. And there, standing in the middle of that unsettling hush, was the sign for a town I'd never heard of, large letters and chipped paint welcoming us to a place that seemed to materialize from the gloom itself. My friend Marcus and I had been traveling together for a few days, taking a road trip on a whim. We were looking for a reprieve from our routine, chasing new experiences across back roads and small towns. Neither of us expected to stumble upon a village that shouldn't be on any map. Yet there it was, perched at the end of a long, empty street, a cluster of old buildings that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. As if caught between this world and another, I parked on a narrow shoulder, feeling uneasy the moment I shut off the engine. The silence roared in my ears. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding, and my breath felt jagged in my throat. I noticed Marcus shift in his seat, and he muttered something about the atmosphere being weird. Though he kept his voice low, I caught the tremor in his words. It wasn't exactly fear, more like a deep-rooted anxiety, the kind that creeps in when all your instincts are telling you to turn back. But we decided to investigate, driven by a mixture of curiosity and adrenaline. We walked toward the town. Each step on the cracked asphalt sounded painfully loud, and I kept expecting someone to appear in a window or on a porch. No one did, at least not immediately. The buildings looked like they were lifted from some lost era. Faded signs, broken shutters, a single lantern swaying in the breeze. I felt as though unseen eyes were following us, making every hair on my neck stand at attention. My stomach twisted. The taste of metal filled my mouth, and I realized I was grinding my teeth. At the heart of this settlement stood a small square with a dry fountain in its center. Crumbling stone benches surrounded the fountain, and the entire place smelled of wet concrete and rotting timber. Marcus and I exchanged uneasy glances. We sensed that we weren't supposed to be there yet. It felt like the town had lured us, beckoning with some intangible promise of dark wonders. He quietly suggested that the place might be abandoned, but I noticed faint hints of habitation, a flicker of movement in a window at the far end of the street, a door left slightly ajar as if someone had been expecting us. It became clear that people lived here, but why were they hiding? And why did the whole place make my skin crawl like I was trespassing on forbidden ground? We ventured deeper, keeping our voices down. My lungs felt tight, and I had to remind myself to breathe properly. The gloom grew thicker as the sky overhead turned a murky gray. I looked back at our car, parked near the entrance, and realized I could barely see it anymore through an inexplicable haze. It dawned on me that if I tried to run back, I might lose my way. The street stretched and twisted as though the town itself were shifting behind our backs. I began to wonder if we had gotten turned around or if we were imagining details we'd just seen. Marcus murmured that he thought he recognized a particular store facade from a different direction, as if we'd circled around without noticing. Yet we both swore we'd walked a straight line. My heart raced faster and cold perspiration gathered on my forehead. A bizarre notion wormed its way into my mind. This town was toying with us, bending and unfolding at will, trapping us like insects in a maze. When we finally encountered one of the residents, it happened so suddenly that my pulse nearly exploded in my chest. A tall figure in a long coat emerged from a side alley. The way he moved set off alarms in my head. His steps were almost mechanical, like he was stepping through the motions of a half-forgotten dance. He looked at us with eyes that didn't seem to focus. I was too startled to speak, and Marcus just stood there swallowing hard. The man motioned for us to follow him, a gesture that felt rehearsed, as though he'd done it countless times for countless visitors. Without words, he led us toward a small building that might have once been a general store. Inside, the air was stale, and a single weak light bulb swayed from the ceiling. I felt every nerve in my body on edge, hyper-aware of each flicker of the bulb. The man mumbled something about the city appearing and disappearing, though his voice sounded like it came from a great distance. He said it existed everywhere and nowhere, skipping across time and space. He spoke about how the town's people were stuck in an endless cycle with only fragments of memory about their condition. It was only afterward, when I tried to recall our talk, that I realized I couldn't remember his exact words. They felt more like vague impressions seared into my mind. The man drifted away, and we were left alone in the store. A layer of dust coated the counters and shelves, except for a single pathway that seemed recently swept. I felt a growing sense of claustrophobia, as if the walls were inching closer. My throat went dry, and a wave of dizziness came over me. I struggled to focus on the shapes of items strewn around a rusted cash register cans with labels. Too faded to read a battered clock stuck at 3:17. The room smelled of mold and something acrid that made my eyes water. Marcus gestured for us to leave, his breath coming out in short gasps. I agreed, moving as quietly as I could. Outside, the sky had darkened even more. I had no sense of time anymore. Everything seemed to float in a haze. We passed a row of old houses, each more dilapidated than the last. But occasionally I glimpsed something inside a window, a reflection of my own fears staring back at me. Once I thought I saw my childhood home, but it dissolved into the weather-beaten boards as soon as I blinked. My heart pounded against my ribcage. I felt I was losing my grip on reality. Marcus began to fret about not remembering the way we came. He wondered if we should just pick a direction and run. But I was terrified of the thought that this place might rearrange itself again, leading us into an endless labyrinth. I felt a painful tightness in my chest, accompanied by shallow gulps of air that didn't seem to fill my lungs. My palms were clammy, and I had to wipe them on my jeans just to maintain a semblance of composure. An older resident appeared around the corner. They looked at us with a distant confusion, as if we were phantoms who had interrupted their routine. In halting words, they conveyed that the city moved as it pleased, drawing in outsiders whose fears and memories fueled the illusions around us. They warned us that the city thrived on that fear, shaping itself to match the terrors we carried. I felt my blood run cold. It was as if the walls and streets were living pages of my darkest thoughts, adapting and morphing with every anxious beat of my heart. I began to notice that the windows reflected not just the two of us, but scenes from my past. A hospital corridor where I once stood trembling under fluorescent lights. an abandoned playground where I'd felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Each vision twisted my stomach into knots, reminding me of vulnerabilities I tried to bury long ago. My breathing grew ragged, and I felt small tremors running through my arms and legs. The sense of being watched became unbearable. Every sound, a creaking plank, a distant footstep, sent jolts of electricity through my veins. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting some shape to materialize at my back. Marcus tried to keep us focused on finding an exit, using fragments of logic to guide us away from the center of this haunted maze. He kept reminding me that we needed to stay calm, that panic would only feed the illusions. But I could see the tension etched into his forehead and the way he clenched his fists. We turned corner after corner, sometimes stumbling back into the same courtyard with that cracked fountain, as if the city itself were mocking our attempt to leave. Eventually, we slipped into a narrow passage between two decrepit buildings. The alley was cramped, lined with soggy boxes and broken crates. The smell of rotting cardboard churned my stomach, and I had to gulp back nausea. Something skittered in the darkness, a rat perhaps, or something far less ordinary. My heart hammered in my ears as we squeezed through, determined to find any path that might lead us out of the main streets. On the other side, we found ourselves behind a row of houses we hadn't seen before, each with cracked windows and sagging roofs. The air felt heavier here, tinged with the faint scent of sulfur. I heard a distant humming, too low and irregular to be electrical. My scalp prickled with unease. Marcus pointed to a faint glow at the horizon, suggesting it might be the way out. We moved quickly, every step accompanied by the rustle of gravel underfoot and our own labored breathing. As we pressed on, I became aware of shapes moving at the edges of my vision. They vanished whenever I tried to look at them directly, leaving only vague silhouettes that gnawed at my nerves. My muscles ached from tension, and a dull throbbing began behind my eyes. We continued walking until the glow revealed itself to be nothing more than a flickering street lamp teetering on the verge of going dark. Something about that street lamp made my pulse quicken. It felt too familiar, like a memory pulled from my subconscious. The flickering light cast wild shadows on the walls around us, creating grotesque figures that danced and loomed. The hum in the air rose to a maddening pitch, making the back of my neck tingle. Marcus noticed that the lamp's number matched the one outside his old apartment building, a place that held uneasy memories for him. We stared at each other, sharing a terrifying realization. This town was reaching into our minds and bending physical reality to echo our deepest fears. I felt a sharp pain behind my eyes, as if my own thoughts were being pried open. The shadows under the street lamp took on fluid forms, swirling and coalescing. My breath caught in my throat. The next moment it was gone, replaced by an ordinary pool of dim light. But my nerves were shot, and I could feel the sweat on my back chilling me every time a faint breeze passed by. Without warning, an echoing voice called from somewhere in the darkness, telling us there was a way out if we could resist the illusions. It sounded like an old recording, warped and scratchy, as though the message had been replayed over centuries. The words were so faint I wasn't sure if they were spoken aloud or just formed in my head. In any case, I latched onto them. With my heart hammering in my chest, I told Marcus we needed to concentrate on what was real. The texture of the pavement under our shoes, the smell of the musty air, and the faint sting of wind on our faces. Clinging to these concrete sensations was our best chance to anchor ourselves. At first it felt futile. The city seemed determined to twist our path, leading us in circles and subjecting us to more disturbing reflections from our past. I almost lost hope when I saw a house that bore an exact resemblance to the place I had grown up in. Its porch steps even had the same crack on the third plank. I felt my pulse surge, and for a second my surroundings went hazy. My mouth went dry and a cold sweat dripped down my neck. But I recalled the warning. Focus on what's real. So I forced myself to touch the splintered wood of the fence to feel the rough edges pricking my palm. I reminded myself that this was an illusion meant to trap me. Marcus kept his gaze forward, muttering under his breath that we needed to keep walking no matter what. We found a diagonal street that seemed to slice through the grid of endless roads. The buildings there were unfinished or partially transparent, as if the city hadn't fully formed them. Through the gaps, I glimpsed rolling hills and a patch of normal sky. My heart leapt. We quickened our pace, ignoring the stifling pressure that pushed against our chests. With each step, I could sense the town resisting like a living entity, fighting to hold us in. The ground seemed to shift beneath our feet, and the streetlights flickered in erratic patterns. The air had become so thick that I struggled to breathe, feeling each intake of oxygen like an uphill climb. My vision blurred at the edges, and I forced myself to stay focused. Every muscle in my body screamed for rest, but I refused to stop. Marcus was right beside me, his eyes wide with resolve and terror in equal measure. After what felt like hours, we burst out of the labyrinth and onto a deserted road under a sky that was beginning to lighten. The transition was so abrupt that we stumbled over ourselves. One moment we were in that claustrophobic maze. The next we stood in an open space with a faint sunrise coloring the horizon. My heart hammered so loudly I could feel the pulsations in my ears. I doubled over, trying to catch my breath, trembling from head to toe. Marcus pointed behind us. I followed his gaze and saw nothing but empty asphalt stretching into the distance. The entire town, if it still existed, was hidden behind a gray morning mist. My mind spun with disbelief and a lingering sense of dread. For a moment, neither of us spoke. We just stood there, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, hearts on the verge of bursting. My skin felt clammy, and I could still smell that cloying odor of decay lingering in my nostrils. We walked back to where we had left our car. Miraculously, it was still there, though. The road looked slightly different than before, as if the landscape had reassembled itself in our absence. Marcus fumbled with the keys, and we climbed into the car, letting the engine rumble to life. The headlights cut through the pale dawn, revealing an empty stretch of highway. No welcome sign, no proof that the place we'd just escaped from had ever existed. Neither of us could fully shake the horrifying sense that the town was still watching us somewhere out there, or that it might appear again in our path without warning. The interior of the car felt like a flimsy shield against the greater unknown. As we drove, I tried to convince myself that we were safe now, but my heart stubbornly refused to slow. My thoughts were still tangled in the images of that impossible place. Its cracked fountain, its ghostly inhabitants, its cruel ability to transform itself into a living nightmare fueled by our own fears. I can't say we were ever the same after that. The boundaries of reality and illusion seemed forever blurred. Every deserted road we passed in the days that followed brought back a surge of panic, a fear that we'd round a bend and see that sign again. Sometimes late at night, I replay those moments in my head, feeling my pulse rise just at the memory. I wonder if the town has reappeared for someone else, bending itself into their personal horrors. Or maybe it's lurking in every dark corner of the world, ready to materialize for those who stray too far off the beaten path. I don't know for certain what happened to us in that strange settlement or why it chose to reveal itself at that moment. But the experience left me forever changed, a raw nerve exposed to the universe's cruel possibilities. Even now as I write this, I can sense the echo of that oppressive hush, recall the stifled air and the trembling panic in my limbs. The memory lingers like a sickness flaring up whenever I allow my mind to wander. And though I keep telling myself it's over, I still catch myself peering into dimly lit corners, half expecting to see flickering buildings and figures from a time loop nightmare. Because deep down, I suspect that once this place chooses you, it never really lets you go. Story 12, I felt it the moment I stepped onto the damp soil. Something was watching. The air clung to me like a humid shroud, and the thin mist slithering around my ankles felt almost alive. I could taste the tension thick and acrid at the back of my throat. My heart thudded in my ears, a quickening drumbeat that set the tone for everything that would follow. I had no inkling of the horror waiting just beyond the boundary of my ordinary perception. Nor did I realize how deeply these encounters would scar me. But from that very first night, I should have known I was crossing a threshold into a place where reason phrase and primal fear takes over. I'm a biologist, and my work sometimes sends me to remote locations to document wildlife behavior. When I arrived at an isolated forest reserve 3 months ago, the atmosphere struck me as unsettling, though I couldn't pinpoint why. It's not that the place was outwardly menacing. On the surface, it was a tranquil woodland replete with thick clusters of moss-covered trunks, the occasional rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, and a canopy so dense it blocked out most direct sunlight. Yet beneath that natural facade, something felt warped like a note played off key, resonating just enough to make you shiver. I tried to shrug off my unease as simple nerves. New environments can be overwhelming, and I had plenty of research tasks to occupy my mind. For the first few days, I focused on observing deer. They were the primary subject of my study in this particular reserve. Everything seemed normal until one evening. The sun was barely a sliver in the sky, and darkness seeped through the trees much faster than I anticipated. I heard what I thought were heavy footsteps in the distance, an uneven scraping that made my neck prickle with tension. My pulse began to race. A wave of cold sweat formed on my forehead, and my mouth went dry. When I finally saw them, I almost dismissed it as a trick of the moonlight. 3 deer walking in a single line through the undergrowth. Only they didn't move quite right, their limbs bent at unnatural angles as though their joints had been rearranged. Each step looked stilted like a marionette pulled by clumsy strings. My stomach churned and a tremor passed through my fingers, forcing me to grip a nearby tree trunk for support. I whispered to myself that maybe they were injured or afflicted by some rare disease. I even closed my eyes for a second, hoping the illusion would fade. It didn't. As I watched one of the deer twisted its neck to look at me, the movement was too deliberate, too calculating for a wild animal. My breath caught in my throat and my heart hammered so loudly I was sure it would burst. The deer's eyes locked on mine and time seemed to stretch. I had the distinct impression it recognized me, not just saw me, but acknowledged me as if peering right into my thoughts. My chest tightened and my skin prickled. Then, just as abruptly as it happened, the creature turned away. The 3 of them resumed their odd march into the shadows, leaving me trembling with sweat beating at my temples. I spent the next day convincing myself I'd misinterpreted a natural phenomenon, that I was merely exhausted. Discussed the situation with a colleague over the phone, though I kept it vague. I said I'd seen strange behavior in the deer, hoping that simpler language might stop my mind from conjuring more sinister explanations. Yet I couldn't shake the memory of those unnatural limbs and the way one of them had turned its head as if it knew me. My heart still pounded every time I replayed that image in my mind. About a week later, I was assigned to examine some aquatic life in a nearby lake, a still body of water known for its algae population. The path leading down to the lake was narrow, bordered by tall reeds that whispered softly in the breeze. The late afternoon sun filtered through the thick canopy overhead, casting angular shadows that danced across the ground. Each rustling branch sent a mild jolt of anxiety through my body. My breathing felt shallow, and I could sense myself becoming hyper-aware of every sound: a twig snapping behind me, the distant flapping of bird wings, and the soft squelch of my boots against the muddy earth. When I reached the shore, the lake surface was glassy, reflecting the skeletal outlines of leafless branches overhead. It seemed calm, almost frozen in time. As I crouched to collect a water sample, I noticed a faint ripple out near the center of the lake. My stomach knotted because the water around me was utterly still. No wind disturbed the reeds, and I didn't see any fish breaking the surface. The ripple, slow and methodical, spread out in concentric circles, as though something vast and ancient had exhaled beneath the lake's surface. I moved closer, heart tattooing against my ribs. My hands trembling so much I spilled some of the water I was trying to collect. I tried to peer into the murky depths, straining to make out any shape or movement. For a moment, I caught sight of something darker than the surrounding water. It felt more like a presence than an animal. The hairs on my arms stood on end and my breath came in shallow bursts. Then the ripple stilled, vanishing as if it had never existed. I tried to tell myself it was just a large fish or maybe a submerged log shifting, but my entire body hummed with dread. Something about that moment felt impossibly old, as though an ancient awareness had brushed against my consciousness, marking me somehow. The real terror, though, came a couple of weeks afterward. I was finishing up my nightly observations, documenting changes in nocturnal insect behavior. The moon was high, casting a silvery glow through the branches. My steps crunched on dry leaves, and every sound a distant owl's hoot. The rustle of a small mammal made my heart flinch. My nerves were on edge like a taut wire ready to snap. That's when I noticed a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was a tall tree stump. Then it moved. It stood impossibly straight, draped in a long dark coat that merged into the night, a high-crowned top hat perched on its head. My chest constricted and my legs threatened to buckle beneath me. I could feel my pulse racing in my temples, a frantic drumming that made it hard to think. I forced myself to blink to breathe, convinced I was hallucinating from stress. But the figure remained. An overwhelming sensation of being prey washed over me. The presence exuded a hunger that made the air feel stifling, nearly suffocating me. I could sense its attention on me, as tangible as a hand around my throat. My body began to tremble and cold sweat trickled down my back. In a shaky whisper, I tried to call out, but my voice failed me. My mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper. Then, as though responding to my attempt at speech, it stepped forward. Its movement was fluid, too precise, and it made no sound. I stumbled back a few steps, almost losing my balance on a gnarled root that jutted from the ground. I expected it to lunge or vanish. Instead, it just stood there, letting me see its silhouette in unnerving detail. Despite the dim moonlight, I had the impression of long, bony fingers clasped against its sides, and the glint of eyes that observed me with an unsettling calm. I don't remember how I made it back to my cabin that night. My mind spins with fragments of memory, the pounding of my feet on the dirt trail branches whipping across my arms and leaving stinging scratches, my own panicked gasps. Once inside, I locked the door and switched on every light. I collapsed onto my cot, my heartbeat still racing. I wanted to scream, but I was so drained that I could only sit there rocking back and forth as wave after wave of panic pulsed through me. From that day on, my life changed in ways I still struggled to explain. I began noticing things that I had never perceived before. Faint ripples in the air at the edges of my vision, fleeting shapes just beyond my line of sight. Subtle patterns in how shadows fell across the walls. I'd see random bursts of color shimmering in corners like living auroras. My brain felt as though it was being rewired to detect layers of reality that most people never sense. My colleagues noticed the strain etched on my face, but when they asked if I was all right, I replied indirectly that I was simply overworked. All the while, a heavy sense of dread filled me, like I was waiting for an impact that never came. My sleeping hours dwindled. The slightest sound startled me awake, heart hammering against my ribs, sweat coating my skin. I felt watched even within my own cabin. My reflection in the mirror sometimes appeared delayed or distorted, as though the glass was a portal to somewhere else. Eventually, patterns started to make sense, or what passed for sense in my rattled mind. I realized there was a system at play, one that existed beneath our ordinary comprehension. I began to suspect these entities feed on emotions. I'd walk through the forest and feel pulses of anxiety emanating from certain clearings, as though something had left a psychic residue behind. And I suspected that ever since those 3 encounters, I'd become a host to one of those beings. The tingling I felt beneath my skin, the heightened senses, the endless paranoia. These weren't mere symptoms of anxiety. It was as if something had latched onto me, using me as a conduit to enter our world. There were moments I wanted to tear off my own clothes and scratch at my skin just to rid myself of the sensation that something invisible was coiled inside me. My breathing was perpetually shallow, my heart never fully at rest. At times, I could almost hear a subtle clicking in my head, like an ancient language whispering just beneath my conscious thoughts. If I managed to drift into half sleep, I'd have vivid nightmares of tall figures in top hats stalking me through moonlit groves, or sets of twisted deer eyes staring from all directions, silent but accusatory. In my more lucid hours, I tried to keep working. I took notes on the local flora-measured water chemistry and set camera traps in the woods, but each moment felt tainted by the presence I carried. If the camera footage revealed anything unusual, I never had the nerve to watch it alone. I'd quickly glance at the screen, my stomach churning, half expecting to see that tall figure leering at the lens. My colleagues would ask questions, though. Mostly they spoke in hushed tones near me. I'd respond with half-truths, stress nightmares, the pressure of deadlines. Inside, I was convinced that if I revealed the truth, I'd be labeled delusional, or worse, I'd become more isolated. Right when I was desperate for any sense of normalcy, over time I became convinced these entities work together, an interdimensional ecosystem feeding on human fear, anxiety, and doubt. Perhaps they shift between realms using our world as a vast hunting ground, and I unwittingly had been singled out. My repeated exposures to them had opened my mind, making me more receptive to their presence. I was both a resource and a liability, a living beacon they could use to expand their territory. My final night in that reserve, I decided I couldn't stay there anymore. My nerves were shot. I planned my departure with methodical care packing. Only essentials, leaving behind anything I couldn't carry easily. The air outside was thick and muggy. Each breath felt like I was swallowing liquid fear. Every step through the forest was torture. Twigs snapped underfoot like distant echoes of my pounding heart. My skin tingled with the constant anticipation of seeing that tall figure again. But I didn't see him, nor did I see the deer or sense the ripple in the lake. Instead, I felt them all around me, an invisible chorus of watchers silently tracking my progress. My body was slick with sweat, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My lungs burned from shallow, rapid breaths. The shadows seemed to shift occasionally, forming spindly shapes that flitted away. When I turned my head, I reached my vehicle parked at the edge of the reserve and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently that I nearly dropped them. When the engine roared to life, I felt a surge of relief so intense that it brought tears to my eyes. Yet as I pulled away, the forest darkness pressed in closer than ever, as though something was making a final attempt to keep hold of me. Driving away, I didn't see any figures in my rearview mirror. There were no unnatural deer bounding across the road. There was no cosmic ripple breaking the stillness of a lake. But the oppressive weight on my chest didn't vanish. I felt it, and I continue to feel it. This impression that I'm carrying something inside me. It's as though a tunnel now connects me to that other realm, an ever-present corridor through which I sense them prowling. Even in the safety of my own home, I can't escape the occasional glimpse of those shimmering anomalies at the edges of my vision. The tall man in the top hat visits me in dreams, his silent face obscured by darkness, yet somehow radiating an ageless appetite. I suspect these creatures can move in and out of our dimension with minimal effort, and maybe they have me to thank for that ease of access. Sometimes I feel their quiet exaltation. It's in the tingling along my spine, the subtle tightening of my scalp, the growing paranoia that never quite fades. I'm surviving, if you can call it that. But I'm forever changed. I left that reserve, but it hasn't left me. Even now, my heart pounds whenever I think about what I encountered. My hands tremble when I recall the twisted movements of those deer, the ancient presence in that silent lake, and the inhuman poise of the man in the top hat. I've come to a disturbing revelation. I'm a conduit, possibly the first of many. There's an entire ecosystem lurking behind the veneer of our reality, and each day I feel it drawing closer. The boundary between their world and ours is worn thinner, and I can't stop my mind from replaying every terrifying sign I ignored. I still have nightmares, though calling them nightmares doesn't do justice to the intensity. They feel more like a Second Life one where I'm eternally hunted lost in some labyrinth of towering trees and bottomless lakes. When I wake, my heart threatens to tear free from my chest and my sheets are soaked with sweat. I stagger to the mirror, sometimes half expecting to see a spidery silhouette in the background or my reflection staring back with eyes that aren't entirely my own. I've had to accept that this isn't over. My perspective on reality has been irrevocably warped. Perhaps I can run, but I can't hide from what I've seen because it exists all around us. The only difference now is that I notice the subtle flickers and the faint shifts in the atmosphere. I feel them feeding on my anxieties, sensing my vulnerability. I'm determined to stay vigilant to live with this knowledge no matter how oppressive it feels. But that silent dread, that lingering chill remains. It thrives in my chest, resonates in my nightmares, and prowls at the edges of my waking life. And I fear that this might just be the beginning. Story 13. I still remember the way my skin prickled the very first night. I sensed that presence looming just out of sight. It was like feeling a sudden chill in the dead of summer. No breeze, no open window, yet every hair on my neck stood at attention. I had just arrived home from work, my head pounding from a long day, and the hallway leading to my bedroom seemed darker than usual. The silence was not comforting, but suffocating. And in that silent tension, I felt as if something in the shadows had been waiting for my return. Even before I turned on the light, my heart was already hammering in my chest. The emptiness of that corridor pressed against my senses, warning me that I was no longer alone. My name is Victor. I share this cramped old apartment with another guy named Adam. We're both trying to survive in a city that feels like it takes more than it ever gives. The place isn't glamorous, the walls are scuffed, the paint is peeling in some corners, and the floorboards creak like an old ship at sea whenever we so much as shift our weight. Despite its flaws, it had always felt familiar and safe until a few weeks ago when everything started to change. Initially, I brushed off the unsettling moments as stress-induced hallucinations. Late at night, as I made my way down the hallway, I would see the outline of a figure lurking beyond the corner. At first glance, it appeared tall and unnaturally thin, with shoulders that seemed too angular for any ordinary person. But every time I tried to look directly at it, the shape would be gone, leaving only the echo of my own footsteps. My breathing would tighten and a quiver would run down my spine. But I forced myself to believe I was imagining things. After all, Adam never mentioned anything it couldn't be real. Right soon enough, I learned Adam was experiencing something very similar, though he didn't tell me until later. It started with me casually remarking on a strange dream. One morning over a hurried breakfast, I described an endless corridor lined with flickering lights that I somehow knew was our own hallway. Only it stretched on forever. I mentioned seeing a tall, shifting shadow drifting near the far end, feeling certain it was watching me. Adam stared at me with a pallid face and muttered that he had dreamed about the same corridor. He said nothing more, but the way he clenched his coffee mug until his knuckles went white told me all I needed to know. We were sharing the same nightmare. In the days that followed, I found myself more and more on edge. Strange noises began to fill the apartment at odd hours, barely audible scraping sounds in the walls or a distant clicking noise in the middle of the night. The overhead lights in the hallway started to flicker whenever I walked beneath them. Sometimes when I flipped the switch, the light would surge too brightly for a moment, almost painfully blinding, and then dim back down to its normal lackluster glow. My pulse would race each time I entered that space, as though some primal fear in me was screaming that I was trespassing. Adam and I exchanged notes on our individual experiences in a subdued way. We didn't sit down for an official conversation so much as compare details whenever we passed in the hallway or crossed paths in the kitchen. He mentioned that sometimes late at night he sensed a presence behind him as he went to the bathroom. He would whip around, heart-pounding, only to discover nobody there. Other times he would catch a glimpse of a towering silhouette in his peripheral vision, only to blink and find nothing. Our shared experiences unnerved me more than anything else. There was something fundamentally wrong with both of us, seeing and feeling the same things. Rationally, I tried to chalk it up to suggestion to the power of the mind, but the feeling of being watched was so tangible it made my throat go dry and my stomach twist. Then the dreams became more vivid. I had always been interested in lucid dreaming, though I rarely achieved it for more than a fleeting moment. But about a week after we discovered we were having parallel nightmares, I found myself fully lucid in that same endless hallway. I knew I was asleep, yet everything around me felt painstakingly real. The cold air brushing against my arms, the musty smell of old paint, the electric hum from overhead fixtures. As I walked, I could feel the hardwood floor beneath my feet, every creak magnified in the oppressive stillness. And at the far end of the corridor was that shape, tall, impossibly dark, with elongated limbs and a face that seemed devoid of features. I remember my heart thudding so violently I worried my chest might give out. Sweat rolled down my temple and my vision blurred with anxiety. But still I approached it. Just as I got close enough to discern any details on its face, I heard a sound like wind rustling through dead leaves. The figure's head tilted in an unnatural jerking motion, and I realized it wasn't just looking at me, it was aware of me. In that moment, the lights in the hallway surged again, flickering violently. My stomach lurched with nausea as the walls themselves seemed to bend and twist. Then mercifully I woke up. I could still feel my pulse pounding in my throat, the bedsheets damp against my clammy skin. The next morning, Adam looked pale and shaken. He didn't say much, but he let slip that he too had been lucid in his nightmare. His dream had ended around the same time as mine, with the same corridor warping uncontrollably. We realized that somehow we were sharing the same space in our dreams. Our random glimpses of each other in that endless hallway only confirmed it. From that point on, reality itself began to blur. The walls of our actual apartment started showing subtle changes that were difficult to articulate. Certain cracks in the paint seemed deeper, almost like tiny crevices that went beyond the surface. The flickering of the lights became a daily occurrence. Shadows in the corners grew longer as if the geometry of the rooms was stretching. I felt a creeping dread each time I stepped into the hallway. Breathing in that narrow space was laborious, like a weight pressed against my chest. I could swear the air smelled stale, tinged with a faint metallic scent that made me uneasy. My encounters with that tall figure grew more frequent, not only in dreams, but also in those borderline states between sleeping and waking. Sometimes I'd jolt awake at 3 a.m., convinced I saw someone standing in the doorway. Other times I'd be half asleep on the couch and I'd feel a lightness in my limbs, as though I was drifting off only to sense that presence behind me. I'd jump up panting and sweating, heart thrashing against my ribs. The apartment itself was no longer a place of rest. It had become a place of vigilant watchfulness. Adam tried to research what was happening. He scrolled through obscure forums reading about shadow people, interdimensional visitors, and other bizarre theories. He mentioned to me that some texts described entities trapped between worlds, feeding off people's energy in the borderlands of consciousness. I didn't want to believe any of it, but the rational part of my mind was coming up short with explanations. I simply knew that something was terribly wrong, and each day it felt like we were losing a bit more of our grip on reality. One especially harrowing night, I decided to confront the figure in a lucid dream. I practiced techniques to maintain lucidity, counting my fingers, focusing on a fixed point until everything sharpened into clarity. When I finally drifted off, I found myself in that stretched corridor again. I felt cold sweat sliding down my back, my heart pounding so hard I was almost dizzy with fear. I forced myself to keep walking, each step echoing loudly until I reached the silhouette. Adam was also there, just behind the figure, or maybe only a reflection in the flickering lights. Through the oppressive darkness, I sensed a chaotic energy pulsating from the entity, a slow but relentless force that seemed to tear at the edges of my consciousness. I demanded to know what it wanted, though. My voice emerged as a trembling echo in the corridor. Its head twitched, and in a motion that blurred my vision, the figure shifted closer. It was then I understood, not through words, but through a profound awareness that flooded my mind. It was trapped between dimensions, seeking a bridge into ours. Every moment we spent in our half-awake states gave it a chance to tighten its grip. Every dream encounter let it reshape our reality. My stomach churned as the walls around us rippled like liquid. The corridor began to tear open to reveal glimpses of a howling void filled with swirling shadows. I felt my sanity straining at the seams. In that moment, the figure radiated a sense of triumph, or something akin to it, and I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. The faint streetlight through my bedroom window seemed painfully bright as I tried to reorient myself. My bedroom walls no longer looked solid. They felt as though they were gently vibrating. The air was thick, leaving me short of breath. When I managed to calm myself enough to leave the room, I found Adam seated on the couch, eyes wide, chest heaving. He appeared half catatonic, but he indicated he'd had the same revelation. The apartment was slowly being replaced by the entity's realm. As the days went on, our sense of linear time began to fracture. I would stumble out of my room thinking it was morning, only to find the kitchen clock telling me it was well past noon. Sometimes the hallway lights would flicker for what felt like ages, and I'd catch glimpses of swirling darkness outside the windows where there should have been city lights. My heart never seemed to slow. I lived with a constant drumbeat of anxiety in my chest, my breath shallow and ragged. Sleep provided no relief. It only tethered me closer to the creature's domain. The apartment itself felt like a living thing. Each creak in the floor a ragged inhalation. Each flicker of light a twitch of some hidden nerve I could hardly focus on my daily tasks. Even reading a single page of a document for work was monumental, as though the letters were swimming on the paper. My mind would replay the dream corridor whenever I closed my eyes, forcing my heart to race. A new Adam became more reserved, pacing around the living room or hovering near the windows as if searching for a crack in reality he could escape through. On one particularly tense afternoon, he described an idea he had found on a forum about banishing intruders from dreamscapes. He claimed that if we both entered the dream consciously and forced a breach back to our reality, we might trap the entity on the other side. Though it sounded impossible, the terror eating away at me made me willing to try anything. We prepared that night by staying awake as long as we could. Our plan was to fall asleep around the same time, maintaining a semblance of control. My heart pounded as I lay in bed, listening to every subtle noise. My palms were slick with sweat and my throat felt parched. Eventually, exhaustion took over and I slipped into that semi-lucid state where the corridor awaited like a recurring nightmare. There I was again, the flickering lights overhead, casting sporadic flashes across the warped walls. Adam stood next to me, or at least a projection of him in the shared dreamscape. Our eyes locked. I could feel my pulse throbbing in my temples, a blend of fear and grim determination. The figure materialized ahead, blending seamlessly with the shadows. It loomed taller than ever, its elongated arms stretching out in a gesture that resembled welcome or entrapment. The air crackled with tension, and every instinct told me to run. Instead, I held my ground. Teeth clenched so tightly my jaw ached I felt the walls vibrating again, threatening to give way to that tumultuous void. The figure lunged forward with dizzying speed, and for a moment I felt its dark presence inside my mind, a sensation of unimaginable cold. My whole body shuddered, limbs trembling as if numb. I fought to keep my eyes open, summoning every ounce of will. I visualized the real apartment. The scuffed walls, the chipped paint, the faint smell of detergent in the living room. I forced that reality into focus. Everything trembled violently around us as cracks of light formed in the dream corridor, tearing open sections of the endless hallway. The figure screeched in that leaf-rustling voice, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if my heart were being gripped by icy fingers. The corridor began to collapse inward, and the vacuum-like pull of the void threatened to swallow everything. With a final surge of terror-laced resolve, I yanked myself out of the dream. I awoke in my bed with a strangled gasp. My heart felt like it might burst, each beat pounding against my ribcage. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, leaving me shaky and nauseous. When I finally willed myself to stand, I realized the apartment was eerily still. The oppressive weight in the hallway felt lighter, though not entirely gone. Adam was on the couch, breathing heavily but awake. He managed to convey that he too had rested himself free at the last. Moment over the following days, the flickering in the apartment subsided. The hallway still gave me a sense of unease, but I no longer glimpsed that towering shadow in the corner of my eye. The oppressive odor faded, replaced once more by the stale yet familiar scent of old paint. I felt as though I had wrested back control over my sanity and my living space, though a lingering paranoia remained. Every minor change in lighting made my heart skip a beat. Every shift in shadow set off alarms in my mind. Sometimes at night I'd wake up sweating, convinced I felt that presence hovering by the door, only to find nothing. The sense of living on the edge never completely disappeared. Even now I question whether we truly forced the entity out or merely delayed its full arrival. When I stare too long into the dark corners of the apartment, I swear I see faint undulations in the shadows. Adam and I rarely speak of that period. We go about our routines with tense smiles and an unspoken understanding that we share a secret we can't quite articulate. Yet a persistent dread gnaws at me whenever my thoughts drift to that chaotic void we almost fell into. My heart rate quickens and my chest feels tight at the mere memory. There is a distinct possibility that the entity lingers in the periphery of our dreams, waiting for the right moment to tear a new rift between worlds. The scariest realization is how closely our world aligns with others, how thin the fabric separating us might be. I suspect it watches us from behind the scenes of reality, still searching for that point of entry. Maybe my fight for lucidity in that final confrontation was only a short-lived victory, a temporary patch over a gaping wound. Sometimes late at night, when I'm on the brink of sleep, I catch the faintest echo of that leaf-like rustle. My pulse surges and my breath hitches in my throat. Even if I reassure myself that it's just my imagination, a part of me can't fully believe it. The best I can manage is to move forward, balancing precariously between skepticism and fear, hoping that I never again see that elongated silhouette filling my doorway. But in those final moments of drifting into slumber, I can't help feeling watched. My body tenses reflexively, remembering how fragile the boundary between dreams and reality can be. And I know deep down that the figure we confronted might still be out there, an interdimensional traveler biding its time, watching from the shadows that exist between our world and its own. The apartment may appear normal for now, but in the silence when the lights flicker, just so I can sense the echo of that otherworldly presence, it reminds me that once something has found a crack in your reality, it never truly goes away. It simply waits patiently for you to drift off again or